How's it going, everybody? And welcome to another great afternoon here with oNiD. We are participating in the 6 hours of Valencia this afternoon. My name is Dominic Barwitt, and joined with me today is Paul and Steve on cameras. And how is your day doing or going today, Paul?
It's going great, going great. I'm glad to see that we have a 6 hour dry race today because weather where I am in Ireland is completely an owned server if ever I saw one. Literally in the last hour, we have had like 4 or 5 super heavy showers. So I'm like, thankfully here on the Valencia server, it's nice and dry, although very toasty, but doing good, doing good.
Nice. Yeah. So today we got 36 teams participating in the race with us, and we will be here for 6 great hours of racing at the Valencia circuit in GT3 and GT4 cars, and should prove to be a really good race.
Yeah, I feel like the multi-class nature on Valencia should be really interesting. I haven't seen that run too often. Um, I think even without multi-class racing, you've got like enough to deal with on this track in terms of track limits. I feel like for me, driving a half an hour on its own without trying to get any track limit warnings is an effort in itself. So definitely a lot left for these drivers still to contend with. But it should be good. We've 24 GT3s and then 12 GT4s. So a nice mix. So plenty of opportunities to pass slower cars or get passed by quicker cars.
Yeah, definitely. With a good spread across the field, we should definitely see some good racing. And with the extended time that we'll be racing for the 6 hours, I'm sure that in the later stages of the race, the lap traffic will definitely become a factor.
Yeah. So we're just we got a few minutes left here on the last of the free practice sessions before we get into the qualifying stages. And then yeah, I think it's how long is qualifying? Is it 15 minutes, 20 minutes, or is it 10? Double check.
It's 15 minutes each class.
Ooh, very nice.
So it's
Yeah,
going to be GT4s out first for the first 15 minutes, and then GT3s following that.
yeah. So we will be doing split qualifying, as Stevie said there. We try to split it up so nobody's running over each other or getting caught up in each other's way. So for the first half of the qualifying session, the GT4s will be out on track, and then followed by the GT3s to wrap up to the end of the session. And that will give us our starting order for this 6 hour race.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what way things shake out between the two grids. I feel like this track doesn't. I mean, there's definitely a lot of sneaky places to get passes done, particularly like in that first sector. You can kind of dive in a little bit, and I suppose the last corner is probably where you little. I suppose the last and first corners are where we might see most of the moves. But I suppose as soon as you start throwing GT4s and even just lap traffic from the same class, you're going to have a lot more opportunities to kind of exploit that space. So I think it's going to be really important to kind of get all the hard work done you can on quali and try and get yourself away from those um, traffic situations.
Yeah, definitely. Finding your space out there on track is definitely going to be key. Admittedly, I have not put down very many laps here at Valencia, but it is definitely a difficult track for me. I am not very good at keeping it between the lines, so to say.
Yeah, yeah. So we have Simon. I think is the sole car out on track for the last minute of free practice as he's going into the first corner. This first corner, I'm not sure if you've ever seen the actual racing on GT3 kind of racing, but like they go super wide there. Whereas in ACC, I believe you get up as far as the kind of green AstroTurf, and then anything beyond that is track limit warning. And then that second corner there, like a tight hairpin on the exit, it's super punishing. And then down here at turn 4, it's not too bad. Kind of loop around, kind of go up the hill. I feel like we won't see too many track limits. You might see maybe one from here as you comes around this left-hander. Sometimes you can run a little bit wide there. Then you've got this really interesting turn 8 where you're kind of like, it's like a double apex where you're kind of coming in, and then as you kind of come around, you have to like slow down on the bend. Bit of camber to deal with. I suppose this is a track walk as we're going to get. But yeah, no, track limits is definitely going to be a concern here for a lot of the teams because it's the most recently released track into the game. I suppose people don't really have that kind of track knowledge that they would have had from like a lot of the other tracks. This corner especially can be really weird. You've got like a weird kind of curb situation going on the exit there. And then the super wide corner, as if it wasn't obvious that this was a MotoGP track as well. And then takes you onto the last corner where you're also kind of going to get punished if you run too wide. Actually, Stevie, you were saying something earlier about the pit lane as you're entering.
Green light, give it all you can.
Yeah, so basically as the pit lane starts, if you cut across the track on the I don't know how you would call it. Yeah. Basically, I'll see if we can. Let's go for a little walk while the GT4s start. They are so,
This is a
down.
fairly vertical walk.
Yeah. So as you can see, you kind of exit the last turn here, and the pit lane starts. But if you go across the green or the red and white check down here, and just try and cut the entry into the pit lane, you can also get a warning from it. Especially if you touch the little bit of gravel. So definitely something that you don't want to do.
Yeah, and I suppose it might not be something that a lot of the drivers may or may not have practiced. So if they're not aware of that, then it could catch out a few of the teams. That is interesting knowledge to have. I have to keep an eye out for it. Because yeah, I think drive-throughs are probably going to be. I mean, you'd hope they'd be like fairly limited, but like I know I've driven a few laps on this, and like even just that second corner, the hairpin, if you go a little bit out, it's just gonna ping you straight away. So I'd imagine we're gonna have quite a few building up, but we have the handiest tools to keep track of how many we're getting, as we have already a time on the board.
Outlap.
Filippo. Oh, it's an outlap even. That's how you know I'm not used to using pit wall. I see a purple, I'm like, ooh.
So there is live timing as well if you want to join in with that. I think in the chat you can put an exclamation mark pit wall, but if not, it's what is the link? Hydra, what's the link? Because you'll have it
It's
open.
pitwall. Yeah, it's pitwall.live/timing/oNiD. Nice and easy. And then you can do what I do and put a nice little video stream of the YouTube stream in there and keep everything in view at once. So we've only got 12 GT4s, and it looks like most of them are out already on track. Some of them, I think, taking their time, making some last setup changes before getting out onto the track. Correct me if I'm wrong, is it the drivers who are setting these quali laps, they're going to be the ones doing the first stint of the race? Is that how it works? Or can they possibly switch?
That's usually what we run it as, but I don't know if that's actually the rule for this one. I believe it will be though, because what you don't want is your fastest driver setting a qualifying lap, putting it on pole, and then you're a driver that's maybe a second slower, holding everyone up at the start of the race, because it could cause a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, now we have our first laps being set. with the quickest being a 1:43.15. Is that Daniel Hearn there already in P1? It is indeed. The Mercedes. I mean, looking at the leaderboard already, there's a nice mix of manufacturers and cars. It's always nice to have the GT4s in there just to add a bit of variety as well. Have the Maseratis, the Ginettas, the Alpines.
I do have to say that it is quite brave going out there in a Maserati without the electronical assists. I don't believe I would be able to keep that thing pointing in the right direction for 6 hours, honestly.
Yeah, I think of all the times that you're going to run it, when you know that it's going to be dry for 6 hours, this is probably the time you would want to run a Maserati, if ever, because a Maserati in the wet would be would be absolutely criminal to try and drive. I find myself to be quite throttle happy on a good day, let alone without traction control and wet weather to throw on top of that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my problem as well. There's no way I could drive that thing in the rain. I know I would have a hard enough time keeping it on the track in the dry.
Actually, Stevie, could you check for us the track temperatures at the moment? Is that possible? Because they were quite hot in the initial practice, I believe.
Yeah, it's 31 degrees air temperature and 40-degree track temperature.
Yeah, so I wonder if the increase in that temperature, as we have Alexander Ortegan going off during his lap, I wonder if the higher track temperatures would kind of impact that Maserati, because if you don't have traction control, you'd be probably spinning up those back tires a little bit more, and then that might be generating even more temperature into those tires when maybe you want to kind of keep them as cool as possible. It might be something that we'll see. I haven't done too much like hot weather driving in this game. Like I find that whenever I end up going into servers, it's like in and around the 20s or like colder or something. So very curious to see how that kind of plays its part, as we have what I would call the most perfect livery from Ben Brown here, the Hello Kitty Ginetta. And we found ourselves in a situation where for an Enduro, we have not one endurance livery of Hello Kitty, but we have two, as two independent teams have arrived at the same conclusion, which is we need to run a Hello Kitty livery at this at this race. We will stand out, but instead, they've already paired off. So, absolutely fantastic splash of color onto the grid. Curious
I'm
to see.
sure that was interesting coincidence when they both turned up on the grid. Like, really? Like you chose that too?
We both worn the same thing going to the same party. Oh no. One of us has to go home and change it. It's not going to be me.
Right. Like, wait a minute. Did we contact the same designer?
But disappointingly, I don't see the KTM on the sheet at the moment, so
Oh,
I would
yeah.
have thought they would have turned up already.
Last minute wrap change. We got to change the Hello Kitty livery. They can't be out there doubled up.
So Daniel Hearn then holds on to P1 for the time being with the 39.6. So that's he's not too far clear at the top, only a gap of 0.068 seconds. So definitely a close battle there between the two Mercedes, one of Hearn, the other of Watkinson. So we've got we've got another about 6 minutes left in GT4 qualifying. So we'll see if that can be toppled. Ginetta of Scott Vincent in P3 isn't too far behind, about a half second back. And even then there's another half second back to P4, so I suppose at this beginning stage we're just kind of seeing the drivers kind of finding their groove on this very hot track. Yeah, so far we only have 10 GT4s doing times up on the board, so KTM and I'm trying to think, I won't be able to spot who the last ones that's missing. It would be a shame to be not running a full grid of GT4s because those cars are so much fun to drive. Every time I commentate one of these Enduros, I'm like, I need to race more.
Yeah, the enduro racing is definitely fun. The multiple drivers on a team definitely make for some interesting aspects of racing. That's for sure.
Yeah, and actually, as I spot both Daniel Hearn and Watkinson going into the pits, I suppose it's a good time to bring up that we are running limited tire sets on this Enduro today. So each team has 6 sets of tires, which will last through, I believe, all the sessions, including the practice session as well. So maybe we could be seeing Daniel Hearn and Watkinson just kind of banking on their times and not wanting to run any more on those tires, kind of keep them fresh for the race. Tire management for GT4s is something I haven't really thought of too much. I wouldn't have thought they would have worn out at the same rate. I figured they might be a little bit safer on the tires, but I'm not sure if that's just an assertion on my part that's way off.
No,
But definitely for
generally,
the GT3s. Oh yeah, go ahead.
generally you can run a little bit longer on the GT4 tires because they don't push through the corners as much, and you can easily go, I think even 90 minutes on a set of tires and fuel. But that obviously won't come into effect here because it's only 75-minute stints.
But it's 40-degree heat. What'll that do?
Yeah, it'll toast them a little bit, and I feel sorry for the two Maserati teams because it's gonna be so tough in them. Which I think they're both named something Flat Spot as well. I know there's a team Flat Spot Sweden is the car with Ortegren in it, and then I think, oh no, this one is Andy Thorpe is just oNiD Racing. I'm sure it was oNiD Racing Flat Spot at one point.
Yeah, and then and it's interesting because as we see there, taking turn 14, which is the last corner on the track, it's like you've got this long sweeping left-hander that you're braking into to get to the last corner. It always reminds me of the that corner in the middle of Bahrain where you're like, it's that really awkward one where it's kind of off camber. You can kind of lean into it at the exit of it. It's not too bad. But I always hate braking in a line that isn't straight. I'm like, those long corners where you have to brake middle of the corner, I'm like, what do I do? Like, especially in these cars which are going to be so sensitive without the ABS, I just feel like those tires are going to be lit up.
Yeah, the long sweeping corners definitely are going to be taking their effects on the tires, that's for sure. And assuming the Maseratis will probably be feeling that effect more than the rest.
Yeah. Oh, and we do have 11 of the 12 GT4s setting a time. So there's no sign of that KTM at the moment, Stevie.
No, still no sign of it. I'll have a look and see who was driving it, but I know it was Reinhardt, and one of them did have some issues last night, personal issues, so could be contributing as to why.
Ah, that's a shame. We have a car stopped on track just after turn 2. Doesn't look to have impacted, I think, car number 6, I want to say. No, mustn't be 6. That window is way too small for me to see.
It was Vest that was there, but they've just went. But last few laps for everyone now. As well, 1 minute 40 left of the GT4 qualifying.
And 1:40 is pretty much the middle of the pack race pace, it seems. We have the best time at a 1:39.622, with that gap of 0.068 still up at the top. The two Mercs looking to have the advantage. What, half a second between them and the Alpine? The Alpine normally has, I believe, it's like super quick on the straights, which I think on this track there's like, you've got the start finish straight and like the back straight there between turn 6 and 7, so some room for it to kind of build up. But yeah, about a half second back. But then it's quite close between the Ginettas and the rest of the packs then. So definitely going to be a close battle as we have Ben Brown moving up into P5, just claiming an extra spot there. It's going to move him slightly up the grid at the race start. And then I think the last two cars, they're both on invalid laps. So we're probably going to see them return to track and then return to the pits even. And then we'll have the GT3s getting out and about. So Hearn will have to say goodbye to the P1 spot on the leaderboard, as I'm sure they're just going to topple all the way down and get filtered down to P25 and all those places. Definitely fun to see the comparison between the GT3s and GT4s on a track like this. I feel like the downforce in that middle sector always going to be interesting to see kind of as they come up to battle each other for the traffic kind of situations and lapping each other. It's going to be really awkward. I think, yeah, Valencia isn't a track I've seen multi-class racing on at all. So, where, like, I mean, obviously the start-finish straight is going to be somewhere where we'll see a lot of, like, you know, folks letting folks through. But the middle sector, I think it's just a lot of awkward corners where you're kind of weaving in and out. Like, the line just ends up going from one apex to another fairly easily, as we have Nick Manders then getting off the track, returning back to the garage. And the GT3s are in a mighty gaggle to get out and set their laps. 15 minutes of GT3 qualifying. And they are wasting no time getting out. What you think of that, Dominic?
Yeah, they are definitely all on top of each other. I'm hoping maybe they got out in a pace relative order, I guess you'd say. So they won't be running over the top of each other. But definitely, I would be looking for a little bit more room in between the car ahead of me personally.
Yeah, because that's the thing. So I suppose for folks who may not be familiar with the oNiD rules for qualifying sessions, we tend to say it's up to the driver to kind of determine, you know, the kind of space they need. If they feel like they're faster than the cars in front of them, they need to be making sure they're backing off before the last corner, so that through their fast lap they're not, like, you know, racing other cars and like making dives or whatever. Everyone's entitled to run their own representative laps. So if you end up catching up with someone, you've pretty much got to back off or risk a penalty of some kind. So as we have Colin Cameron taking us underway with the first of the flying laps, we'll see what the trendsetter can set for us.
Yeah, just adding to what you were saying with the no racing basically is kind of the rule that we go by for during qualification. So if you do, like you were saying, come up onto a car ahead of you that isn't traveling faster or isn't on an invalid lap, basically you are not required but expected to back out and kind of let that car continue on their lap without impeding them in any way.
Yeah, and then in a similar vein, if the car in front of you, if they're on an invalid lap, they're kind of, it's up to them to kind of make sure that they're not impeding the other drivers behind them as well. So it works both ways, and I think that, like, historically that's worked out quite well. Colin then flying through, looks like a good lap. I'm gonna say the Ferrari was a popular choice today. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'd say there's a couple prancing bounties up there on the leaderboard. Just one or two, maybe.
So Cameron sits at 133.5, and then that gets pipped immediately by the McLaren of Sergei Polenko, who set a 132.2. And then Alex Shahavi in another McLaren sets a 131.8 to take the top spot. And the laps are flying in, taken fast, as we have just over 11 minutes of qualifying. Jonas Juice sets a 131.8.12, so that's a 0.023 gap at the front already. That is a quick pace. right from the get-go. Curious to see just how low that's going to go over the next 10-11 minutes as the track rubbers in, and as everyone finds their burns off a bit of fuel in their quali setups. McLaren.
Yeah, that was always. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say McLaren out of the bat looks like like a strong car with 4 of them taking the top 4 spots already.
Yeah, with all of the Ferraris, the McLarens are definitely making a strong showing of it up there at the top.
It's almost as if all the DLC cars that came out recently are the best cars in the game at the moment, is it?
Well,
Prepare-
that new
There's a possibility.
yeah, that Ferrari. I mean, we've got an Aston of Peter Jelinek in. Oh, sorry, it's a. Is it Aston?
Yes.
Oh, Bentley, is it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, Peter Jelinek down in P6. As I say that, he gets bumped down to P7. As Joshua Cullis in the Porsche goes up to P5. So Porsches and Mercedes and Ferraris. I mean, like the new McLaren, the new Ferrari doesn't seem to be too far up the grid. As I say that, Andrew Pike takes one up to P4 in the number 69 car. Oh, okay. I see. I feel like the GT3 cars are trying to make a statement now. We've got another Ferrari of Daniel Montero in the car number 310 in a Ferrari as well, setting a 131.7.
I notice Ryan Davies in the stream chat as well saying you can select any GT3 car as long as it's a Ferrari or a Maserati. Can you tell the incorrect thing in that statement?
That's a good shout. I need to get the YouTube chat going.
Alex Shahabi on a good lap here. He's half a second up. However, Marcus Hagel's just put in a great lap in the Lamborghini. But Shahabi could be a way to take that back off of him and take provisional pole, and he does with a 131.2. I just wonder if we'll see any 130 laps coming in now.
Yeah, Connexus Motorsports doing very well. We've got a Lamborghini in P2 setting a 131.3. Yeah, we only have one Lambo on the grid at the moment. So that is I do like the variety.
Yeah, Lamborghini was one of my personal favourites when it came out, but it's really quick. What I found was if it starts to slide, it gets to a point where there's nothing you can do to stop it sliding, which means for endurance races it's sometimes not the strongest pick or the preferred pick, given a lot of other cars are a lot more stable. But it's definitely a fast car, as Hagel's proven, and is on track to take away pole position again, or provisional pole. It's going to be by the finest of margins if he does. Yeah, 100th of a second.
Oh my goodness. The Lambo, the dark horse, although we shouldn't be too surprised with the Paulson Sport livery doing a quick time. That is a fantastic effort. Yeah, the Lambo wouldn't have been a car choice I would have expected to see too much of. I feel like it's kind of lost popularity in recent patches. With a car going slow in P5, Ferrari, very Spanish livery, dare I say. Very suitable for the occasion.
We've got Jonas Hughes on another good lap here. Lost a little bit of time from when I flicked over, but themselves and Smachi in third are both improving on their laps, and they're not far off a provisional pole. And I think they're both new teams to oNiD as well that we've not seen before. So
yeah, the 777, that's Phoenix Team Racing, and what was the other car you were saying?
So it was the 777 Phoenix who just missed out on improving, and the 690 Kolb Sim Racing car, who has put it on provisional pole by 2/10.
Oh wow, they found something in that McLaren. And yeah, into the 130s, as you were questioning a little bit earlier. So that's a absolutely fantastic lap. There's 5 minutes left, so there is definitely time on the board. Yeah, and I suppose we see a few cars in the pits, and I wonder, like, because like a 15-minute session, normally you'd be like, yeah, that's fantastic, but like when you're using those tires for the beginning of the race, or like when you're using them for the race at some point, suddenly you have to think like, well, how much running do I really want to do, especially if you're pushing for a quali lap and then you end up locking the brakes or spinning. There's been a few yellow flags, so I wonder if we were going to see kind of some damage further down the line. I did see someone asking in the chat earlier about the track temperatures, and Ben Brown kindly answered that it was 40 degrees, so it is smoking at the moment in the Valencia countryside.
Yeah, it's rather warm in Spain at the moment as Mora comes across the line with a big improvement on their lap. I think that was over a second for improvement. Stays 22nd, but I'm sure they'll carry on improving and aren't too far off of the next cars, so good to see.
Lovely camera angles there over the tire barriers, looking out into the middle sector there. And it's like, yeah, Valencia is like, I find it's like, it's a MotoGP circuit that GT3 classes and GT4 kind of run on. But you can definitely tell that from, like, I find you can tell that anyway. It's like Misano, where it's like, you're just kind of like weaving in and out, almost following the bike lines and things like that. But I feel like it's such kind of like, you're kind of taking those very direct lines through the corners. I'm like, I really wonder how much practice some of these lads have of like the multi-class nature, where you could be passing cars at all sorts of awkward areas in the track where it's like, I'm not used to being this far out on the exit of a corner. So I wonder how much that'll come into play in terms of maybe drivers running wide and getting like track limits, or like just getting kind of chopped up over each other in some of the tighter sections. So definitely a lot of respect and care is needed to kind of pass the slower cars, or even to let the quicker cars through. It's only 6 hours. I say that like 6 hours isn't a fairly long thing anyway, but I feel like, if we were, it's not like we're doing like 12 or 24 hours here, where it's going to be like darkness as well to contend with. So I think at least that way we should have, for the most part, fairly bright kind of conditions where at least visibility will be at its highest. Jetta 130.9 set by the 690 of Junas is looking pretty mighty. 2.5 tenths rather, clear at the top.
I do gotta say that I'm. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I just
I
saw
was
that
just gonna.
Porsche. The Porsche was just very close to the Ferrari there. I don't know if there's any shenanigans going on. Oh yeah, no, they've backed out. Never mind.
I was just gonna say that I'm quite surprised with the 2/10 gap that we have up at the top. And seeing the, what was that, 6/100ths of a second in the GT4s, and then the gap sitting at around 1/100th there for a second. Definitely kind of surprised with, what is that, 2.5 tenths right there. That's quite the gap, I'd say.
Yeah, and looking at the pit wall timings, it's like the last sectors were almost identical. So the Lambo did a 23.362 on the last sector, and then the McLaren did a 23.365, so like 3 thousandths within it. But then the McLaren, just in the first and second sectors, just able to claim the 2.5 tenths there. So obviously, I suppose the kind of downforce must be that bit quicker through the corners for them. Because then I think in the last sector is where you have, like, you've got that super long last corner, but then you've got the back straight or the main straight. As we have 45 seconds left in quali, are we going to see any other changes of position? We have the number 53 car of Ashley Coupland, half second back from pole, but they are up to P6 after moving up. And that would be the, as I'm checking through my notes.
There's the Pulse Sim Sport
It
team.
is indeed. So we have the Sim Racing Collective driven by Andrew Pike at the moment. They're currently sitting in P14. Fairly middle of the pack, we would say. I haven't seen them driven the Ferrari much. I feel like they've mostly aired on driving. I think they had like they like the Lexus. Although I don't see any Lexuses on track today. Very sad.
The Lexus has suffered a little bit, let's say. I think the latest BOP update and everything, it's just kind of killed it.
I'm still waiting for that writer bop to kind of come into my favor.
I don't know if my timing sheets is slightly off, but at the moment, Witt here in the Ferrari is 1.7 seconds up on their lap.
1.7. Damn.
Yeah.
I would put them about 3/10 ahead of first provisional.
Now
No pressure.
now 1.9. So I'm assuming that something's gone a little bit wrong, or they've swapped drivers and found a lot of pace. Yeah, it's the timing, unfortunately for them.
I was like,
Right, Cullis, the last person to cross the line, could jump up a couple, does jump up to 16th.
there we have it. Our grid for the 6 hours has been determined with the 690 car driven by Jonas Juice in P1 with its.
Yeah, that's a fantastic time at the start, but let's do a little run through of the grid, shall we? So run through the cars, and you can run through who finished where, if you have that.
I don't. Do you want to take it down?
Alrighty, yeah, sorry. I was looking at my dog. But so sitting in first place in the McLaren, we have number 690 Juice, followed by the Lamborghini number 52 Hagel, and then sitting in third place in the McLaren number 55 Shahabi. Sitting next to them on row number 2 is the number 777 of Samachi. I am sorry, I am butchering that name. I know in fifth place, you're not going to be much better. Is sitting in fifth place in the McLaren number 82 Oh my
Van der
lord.
Katspeak.
Van der Katspeak. Yep, that is me not being an ACC commentator normally. Sitting in sixth place in the number 53 Ferrari, we have Copeland, and sitting right behind him, number 77 in the McLaren Racer, and then 54 right behind him in the Ferrari. We have, why are these names so small?
It's the mesh.
Sorry.
The mesh in
Whoa.
54.
54, okay. And then number 24, Udad. And then 310 in the Ferrari, Montero. 332 in the McLaren. Filenko in 15th in the Porsche. We have Giselle in what are you doing with the camera? There we go, catching up. Sitting number 30 in the Ferrari. We have Cameron number 69 in the other Ferrari. We have Hess in 51 in the lone Aston. Am I correct on that? The lone Aston.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have Jelinek, and then followed by number 7 in the Porsche, Loadman, followed by 89 in the AMG of Hodgson's. Hodgson's. Oh my lord, I am the worst with names. Number 19 in the Ferrari, we have Witt, followed by 91 in the Ferrari as well, Exlin, and then number 27 in the Ferrari, Gettings, 551 in the AMG Lowen, 774 in the Ferrari, Mora, followed by number 76 and 23rd position in the Ferrari, Horick. And that is where my list runs out. You're gonna have to jump down on the leaderboard there, Steve.
I'll run through it because I don't think I can do that. So in the 713 car, we have Daniel Hearn for Reinhardt Motorsports. We then have the 404 of Watkinson in Team Apex Not Found. We then have Bayamonte in the, I think, the Seoul Alpine as well in this race. Then the first of the Ginettas, Kieran Sharp in the TSRC car, followed by the Hello Kitty car of Ben Brown and Johnny Ashley in that one. Behind them is the oNiD Simhound Rookies car of Nick Manders and Luke Sherlock in the oNiD Racing Stronger Mercedes. Daniel Lindbaum in Team Flatspot Sweden in the first of the Maseratis, followed very, very closely by Andy Thorpe in the 115 Maserati. Then last row on the grid, we have Ralph Vest in the Apex Driving School and Cammy Sturch in the Go for the Gap Ginetta as well.
Nice. And yeah, what an absolutely fantastic grid of cars we have. I'm just gonna shout it out. Thanks to all the teams for choosing oNiD to race with this afternoon. What a colourful grid. We have some amazing liveries on display, and I'm sure we'll give them all plenty of screen time over the next 6 hours. I see shout outs in chat to the 332 Haribo Esports. Haribo, that livery kind of clinging to the heartstrings of many a British driver, I'm sure. Yeah, we've got Hello Kitty liveries. We've got some amazing, you have the Pulse, the very iconic kind of Pulse Sim Sport, and the TSRC lads with their liveries. I'm very partial to the Apex Not Found. Is it the 404 one? The kind of the green, white, and I think it like kind of transitions to purple. Just lovely liveries. I think we're about ready in the next few seconds to get led away by Kolb Sim Racing in the 690 McLaren as they pull away for the formation lap. Gets a little wiggle in to get some heat into the tires, although I suspect today that might not be too necessary when the track temperatures are 40 degrees. Has that carried through to the race, Stevie?
It has, but it's also got hotter. It's 31 degrees air and 41 degrees track temperature.
We've switched it up to 11. Dare we make any predictions for the race? I mean, we've got 6 hours, and I suppose we have the quickest drivers from each of the teams in there. I mean, most of the teams, looking down at the rap sheet, I suppose a lot of them are running two-person teams. It was a three-person limit, and it looks like the 54 car of Pulse are running three. the Haribo Esports are running three drivers, as well as Kolb, so the top car, as well as the 24 Collective World team, Beachburg Racing. So interesting, I suppose. When you have three drivers as opposed to two, you have, I suppose, inherently more variance in driver skills and things like that. But really curious to see how the two people teams manage as well, because I suppose they'd have more track time to kind of get settled in and find their pace and their rhythm. Any predictions from yourselves how we think this is going to go?
I am not the one to ask for predictions. I do know that Shahabi, when he comes over to AC, is absolutely rapid. So if I had to pick one name out of the whole list, I'd go with whatever team they're on.
What about yourself, Stevie?
Yeah, Shahabi and the Pulse team, they're always quick, but the couple of new teams, the 690 and the 777, just seen them put in great laps in qualifying, so
Yeah,
I'm not counting
was
them
actually-
out at all.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the 777 would be my bet, just to see, but that Lambo is looking strong. As we're about to go green flag racing, all the cars neatly doubled up in their lines.
Green light. Give me the one you can.
And as we have green flag, the 690 takes us away. Jonas has the inside line. Turn 1 on lap 1 is going to be incredibly complicated for everyone, as he takes a nice exit there. It looks like everyone is looking good. We have one spinner at the back. It looks like the 76 car? Or is that the 70? Yeah, 70 something.
Yeah, it's the 76 car, so unfortunate, but they've got going again, so it should they shouldn't have lost too much time.
Yeah. But a fantastic start otherwise, as we have the ACC doing ACC things with the leaderboard as they all cycle through after getting through that first sector. Does look like a few GT3s have dropped to the back of the grid, so that's going to complicate things for the GT4s as well to kind of mingle in and around that, as they're going to have quicker cars trying to get back through right away. But already a little bit of a gap forming. The two front cars just getting a good start. The first of many times through this wonderful Valencia circuit. Back to the final 14 corners now. Onto the first lap. And what a nice clean start for the most part. There was a few pings of collisions on the leaderboards there, but it looks like everyone's kind of settling in. So Jonas with a bit of a gap there, almost a second after the first lap.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like we got, what is that, three or four GT3s ended up back in the GT4 group. So looks like they're going to be making their lives difficult from the beginning here.
SimRacer in chat saying, given this is Valencia, you should award the winning drivers 6 buckets of oranges. Man, if I had the budget to do that, I would be entirely down for that. I am down for silly prizes no matter what. Ooh, we've got some very close racing happening there. A few cars running 3 wide, it almost looked like. And yeah, it looks like we got Mikhail Horak here in P30 in the 76 car. That was one of the cars that we'd seen for tea drinking racing. Just trying to make their way back up through the grid. You can see on the leaderboards there, you've got the podium of GT4s. We have the Janetta Vincent taking over the P1 spot in GT4 class after passing Daniel Hearn.
Yeah, unlikely to
Check
see
away.
a Ginetta on pole, but they are good round the corners and they're good in the first lap, so we'll see how Vincent can hold off Hearn, because I know Hearn is very quick, as they've got Hodgson in the Mercedes trying to get back through and on the back of the GT3s.
Yeah, he was. You could see him flying in. The GT3 just looks massive in comparison to the Ginetta, or sorry, the Alpine. I suppose the Alpine compared to most other cars looks tiny, and like yeah, that Merc, that GT3, as I was saying earlier, just trying to determine where the most opportune time to pass. You can see he's almost like getting he's almost holding up the other GT4s, which is interesting in and of itself. Um, we have a fastest lap being set at the moment by the 777, or is it the 55 cars at 32.367? Doesn't look to have updated on my sheet. So the McLaren in P1 for Cove Sim Racing coming through for another lap.
Yeah, it was
Nice.
definitely interesting seeing the GT3 trying to move through the GT4s right there. Didn't get through them as quickly as I thought they would, honestly. Kind of raises some questions for me how things are going to be going later on in the race.
Yeah, for sure.
Seems like there's going to be or have to be a lot of give and take.
Yeah, Alex Shahabi then just trying to keep good time with the drivers in front. Close battles though, like there's a few just a few seconds separating the top few. You have Rainer Ressar for Cute and Round Racing, fantastic team name. Currently in P6, you can see they're about a half second behind there. As we had a yellow flag, there's someone off at turn 2. They're rejoining the track. I believe it was one of the GT4s just after picking back up. You can see now on the track map that it looks like everyone has kind of filtered out into their respective classes. Give that a few laps, and then we're going to have the GT3s lapping the GT4s, and it's going to be bedlam all over again. Such is the nature of multi-class racing.
So the GT4 that you spotted that was off, it was Scott Vincent, so that was out the lead. So Daniel Hearn is now taking the lead of the GT4s, and Scott Vincent has dropped down to 32nd, which is 8th in class.
Oh no. And so the 713, who's that?
That's the Reinars Motorsport of Dan Hearn.
Okay, so it looks like there might have been some contact maybe between them. We do have live stewarding today, so they'll get pinged of all, or they'll be receiving all the reports and adjudicating as necessary. And then we'll have our wonderful comms team, aka Stevie, presenting us with the findings of those penalties as they come flying in. But I think so far it's been a fairly clean start. Yeah, so Daniel Hearn takes P1 back in the GT4 class. Scott Vincent drops a P30, sorry, after that. And yeah, definitely a lot of action happening around.
What I am going to do is, I know I mentioned it to you in the chat, I'm having a little bit of issues with the camera direction. So I'm going to go for a very, very quick pause and I'll restart everything. Hopefully it'll fix it. So I'll just put on the hold page and we'll be back in a very, very short moment.
Pardon our dust.
All right, and welcome back. Sorry for the technical glitch there, but we are back up and running at full capacity.
Yeah, it looks like we have, is that a 20-second penalty for the 310 Ferrari driven by Montero? I'm guessing that might have been for a collision at the start of the race, but maybe we can get some confirmation shortly about that.
Yeah, I would have to say it'd have to be something along those lines, because if it was track limits, it would be game, like the game would deal with those, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that's the second Broken Bones racing team. Oh, cool. So so the fastest lap at the moment is from the Colb Sim Racing P1. Where is car number 24 right now? They are currently down in P15. Artem in the Ferrari. Yeah, currently about 20 seconds back. Guessing that's from the leader. Just going through turn one there. A nice little gaggle of cars making their way through that first sector. You see there's a fair gap between the number 7 car, that's Coolis in P11. About a 7-second gap between themselves and Modan in P10. So bookended by the Porsches either end there. Okay, multi-car collision on lap 1. That's what the 20 seconds is for. So Broken Bones, dare I say, perhaps inflicting some pain. But yeah, so they'll have to serve that on their next pit stop. Of course, we are running, we say 75-minute stints. Oh, as we have a car, is that the Ferrari of Wit?
Yeah, that looks like the number 19 of Wit.
Replay incoming. Oh, it looked like he was already spun by the time at the last corner? No.
Yeah, possibly. It looks like either got on the gas a little heavy or brake and turn at the same time. One of my classic mistakes that I love to do.
Yeah, so maybe some tensions kind of building in the mid pack there. Freddie van der Katsbeek then in P7 in the 82 car. That's the Broken Bones Sim Racing team number 1. Passing out some GT4 traffic. That Janetta, the Caden Computers Janetta. Nice, I do like that livery as well. The I'm so bad for describing liveries. I do like the striking colors on it. Nice soy colors. Yeah, nice design.
It is a good looking livery, but I am kind of with you on how I'm not really sure how you would explain that, honestly.
Police officer, I swear it's just a cool looking livery. It just went that way.
One
Yeah,
with
so
the
already. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say already we're seeing as the GT3s are kind of catching up to the GT4s. You can see there the GT4 taking a really wide line on the exit, and then the Porsche almost looked to also exit at the same point, and the two of them almost came together, and it looked like they avoided a serious accident. There might have been a little coming together, but didn't actually impact too greatly. Daniel Mortero then taking the inside line as they battle through turn 1. Giving each other plenty of space. Like I said before, that there is a good runoff there for track limits on turn 1 as they come through the hairpin of turn 2. Montero just managed to hold out on front there of this battle. Not too many places. You can see the Porsche kind of like losing a little bit of traction and kind of dropping back a little bit. So I'm just looking at the leader of the race there, Stevie, because they're catching up to an almighty battle for GT4. As we see, as we join, he's like literally side by side. So this is coming into the last sector now. You can see that awkward right-hander where it's like he's coming in off a kink, and then you've got this really tight kind of right-hander because it's going to go right, and you want to go as far left as you possibly can right away, just to kind of get a wide exit. So he's taking the inside line, fairly clean pass, and then gorgeous pink liveried oNiD car being driven by, is that Ben Brown driving it at the moment?
It is, yeah.
Getting
Ben
past-
Brown starting.
Yeah, getting past into turn 1. So the leader doing well to avoid most of that traffic. Kind of caught them at a fairly opportune time in that last sector. I feel like the middle sector is maybe where you don't want to really catch up with folks. We have Andrew Pike then similarly at the end of the track, just coming out onto the start-finish straight. A little bit of clear air battling with Gettings for P14, who's back short of a second. No Dira sadly in this in this classification, so like relying on sheer speed and drafting to catch up. Yeah, those cars are flying through at an almighty pace, going too wide in some instances, trying to pass each other out. Penalty for car 76 for a collision with the 89 car. So that was the 76 we saw dropping back that track. So they got is that
10.
15
It's 10 seconds.
10.
I forgot to write that in. Professional streamer. But the battle for the lead's closed up a lot as they've been coming through this traffic. As you can see, Hagel is 6/10 behind Use, and Shahabi's closed right in the back of them as well.
Yeah, so not only is Juice kind of like punching a hole in the clean air as the leader of the pack, allowing Hagel and them to just like draft off of him, but he's also punching a hole through the GT4 traffic as well. So he's been, like the leader is essentially kind of catching up first, and then they try to negotiate his way through. Whereas I feel like the GT4s are at least leaving one car through. It's easier to kind of let a train through at that point. So definitely that's going to benefit the Lambo and the McLaren of P2 and P3 as well. So we have, this is a change of position here for P13. As we have Colin Cameron just battling away with Ud. Yeah.
Udod got a good run out the last corner, I think, and managed to pass on the straight just before I caught up to them. But once again, the battle at the front as they're passing GT4, Shahabi right on the back of Hagel.
And that GT4 traffic really not causing concerns, but definitely playing an interesting kind of complexion into this race, which is always fascinating for these Enduros. Nice to have that mix, because you got that battle then, Daniel Hearn battling with Watkinson for GT4 traffic, as we have this replay here of what looks to be a GT3. Oh, just like the Porsche just kind of runs a little bit too hot into the corner, and I think under braking ended up just kind of straight lining it a little bit, kind of touching the was it the Alpine? Is that a Burger King livery I spotted on that Alpine?
You are
That
correct.
is Burger King.
Oh man, yeah. What a car.
I think that's an
Wow.
in-game one as well. I
Oh,
might be
yeah,
wrong,
probably.
but there's definitely
Could
an
be.
in-game Burger King livery.
Man, yeah. There's some amazing like in-game liveries that you just wouldn't think of. Like there's a few like anime-inspired ones. There's like a Hatsune Miku one. And there's like some random ones. There's like the ones that look like the Van Gogh paintings and whatnot. A few Mercs have them. Just some great ones all around. I am suddenly hungry for a burger. So
It's
we're
looking
20
like
minutes.
the It's looking like the leader of the GT3 class is actually broken back out into some clean air, and probably will have a few laps now of trying to open that gap back up to second and third place.
Yeah, you can see there's actually no one on the start finish straight at the moment. As the leader just comes around, so he's got plenty of clean air ahead of him now. As you're saying, but a second ahead. Well, 8 tenths, we'll say. And the penalty for car number 3 for a collision with car number 4. The car number 3, that's Apex Driving School, colliding with number 4. That is. Why aren't I seeing number 4?
It's Daniel Hyde for Go for the Gap.
Oh. I don't
I
see
think-
that on the.
I think there was maybe an issue with their entry, so they might be a different
yes.
number.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if Cammie's going to be able to race, but they're giving it a go.
I think I saw Dan saying in the chat that Cammy is going to drive over to Dan's to, I think, drive from there, if I'm not mistaken. Well, so far, 20 minutes in, we've got 2 cars currently with penalties. Though I think that the 3 and 4, that was GT4, so they're probably further down on the leaderboard.
It'd be 3 cars with penalties, I believe. Now that was the third one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Andrew Pike then battling away, trying to keep getting. So he's past Gettings for 14th place. There's just an absolute jungle of cars there. And just that shot just had so many in view at once. Like you could just see where the leader is on the track map. It is just so much clean air they have in front of them. But as the hours go on, that I'm sure we're not going to see the same amount of clean air going on. Nero and chat.
Yeah, I'm sure the all the open spots will be closing up here within a little while.
Yeah, so as we go on board with Haribo Esports with Sergey Flenko here in the 332, the lovely kind of golden brown and red livery, as we have a car going super quick down the inside. They've flown through and ended up kind of colliding with some of the cars there. He must have passed about 4 cars to make that move or sorts. And was that Horak in the Ferrari of 76? Or was that someone else? No, it mustn't have been. Was it Witt?
I believe it was. Car? Yeah, I believe so.
Interesting. Yeah. So, not sure if they were like just completely missing the brakes or kind of lost track of where they were on that corner. Because I suppose that's the other kind of point on as we have a warning for car number 713. Who's that then? 713 is the Reinhardt Motorsports powered by oNiD. They get a warning for their collision with car number 404. That is Apex Not Found. Fantastic merging of car number and team name. I'm a big fan. Yeah, so interesting to see there. And then we can see the penalty for Vest then in the GT4 class brings up our third of 3 penalties. So interestingly, we've got a GT3 Ferrari driven by Moore. That is the 774 car. So they might have had an early pit stop. Team Wolf, I think they're a fairly new entry to oNiD Racing, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't look like they have any replay for Ben in the Hello Kitty car. What's going on here? All's looking good. Is that GT3 traffic trying to get through on the inside? Oh, it is indeed Eager Beavers. So it gets a bit of a tap and a spin. It's a fairly slow corner anyway, so I suppose if you're going to get spun, a super slow corner might not be the worst place to get spun. You don't have too long to build up that speed again. But that's dropped him back a little bit. Ben was awfully close to the GT4 of Andrew Pike there, which it feels like the closing speed on the corners seems to be somewhat the same, but I think it's like on the exits or something. But turn 1, I thought that gap would have increased a bit further. Warning for car 15, which is the dive bomb on 310. I suspect that might be what we saw, what we witnessed a few laps ago.
Oh, looks like we got a yellow. Yep, car number 27. What is that? Giddings and the Emily Fry Racing, or what was the name of that? That's the name of a livery, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just the base game livery, Emile Frey.
Yeah, don't know why it said that.
So the in-game teams are the whatever your livery's set at. It doesn't actually match up with this GP.
Okay. That's what threw me off. That was first glance. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think some teams were electing to change, or like they were like picking their cars fairly soon before the beginning of the race. So I wonder if like liveries were that bit more of a late decision. It's just like just whatever liveries in the game, pick it and go.
What I don't see is I don't see car 15 that got that warning, so I'm not sure if they disconnected afterwards as well.
I don't see them on the entry list, so I wonder if it was car 115, which is the oNiD Racing flat spot team. There's also a car 51, which is oNiD Racing Stronger, so I don't know if there was maybe a typo in the warning sheet.
Well, the automatic thing has picked up car 15, not 51. But I did notice that someone disconnected out of about 8th, 9th-ish place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, could have been them.
Could that be the 774 car then? Oh, wait, no, it's Team Wolf.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Welcome to CSI oNiD, where we solve the mysteries.
Collective Worlds jumped in on the mystery as well, saying that there was a car 15, but there's not now, and we don't know who it was. But looks like we just got an overtake of UDOD on Peter Jelinek.
Ooh, down into turn 1 then. Mighty draft. Interesting, doesn't look like it's going to happen into turn 1, probably into turn 2 then. Oh, as he runs very wide. We haven't had any drive-throughs yet. Oh, we didn't actually see that move.
No, that's...
I'm gonna guess what happened was he took it into turn 2.
I've got a feeling that you're right.
Just because the turn 3 down to like turn 4, 5, and 6 and stuff like that, it's not really too many easy places to go from there to make any moves.
Cucumber Ocean chat going, but why would they do that? What did they do? We'll find out after the ad break. But we won't, because we don't know.
The suspense is for everyone involved. So we've just about halfway through the first hour of this race. Our leader, Juice, in the 690 McLaren of Kolb Sport, they have about a second and a half clear to P2, the Lambo driven by Marcus Hagel. And then there's 2 seconds back, or rather, is that a half second rather back, to Alex Shahabi. So plenty going on, as we have Andrew Pike making up another position. Now moving up into P13, so finding their rhythm a little bit. P24, or sorry, car 24 collision with number 19. So that's Artem Udod in the Ferrari that we saw making. So maybe that collision with car 19 is that's the Vador Racing by Mira Blau. So that car, I don't see car 19 on track, do I? I do. Oh, it was Witt, Sam Witt, so that might have been a while ago, because they're back in P16.
Yeah, I think that could have been when we saw Witt backwards because it was back on lap 8. We're currently on lap 19, but the stewards are catching up on everything. There's been a few. There's been 29 contacts so far, but we've only seen 5 penalties and 2 warnings. So the majority have just been little door bangs, as you would say.
Yeah.
However, the latest penalty that has come in is for number 31. And that is for a collision with number 5. So that's the oNiD Simhound rookies has collided with that Burger King Alpine.
The number 5. Oh, okay. Yes. See, sorry, I got confused by Ben Brown in between the two of them. So go on board with James Hodgson then up in P18. We go on board for a replay. 2 cars running very wide into turn 1 then. Manages to make a move up into turn 2. And on the exit, something happened. The replay was, I guess just the pass was just on repeat under turn 2 then. Yeah, so half an hour gone. We haven't seen any drive-throughs, which is great. But what we don't get to see, if only Pitwall could keep track of, would be the amount of track cut warnings. We have a car making a lunge on the inside there. That's GT3's passing GT4 traffic. GT4 doing well to avoid contact as well. They are able to run their own lines. It's up to the faster cars to kind of get through safely and predictably. But yeah, we haven't had any drive-throughs yet. But commentator's curse. We have the car 91 driven by Buckley. That is the team. That's E1 SimSport. That's Ellis Buckley after getting the drive-through there. So the first of many for the drive-through counter, Stevie, as we have that up on the screen at this very moment in time. Yeah, actually, we don't get on this view, Stevie. We don't actually get the race control messages. And Tails in chat saying 115 had a drive-through for speeding in the pit. How did we miss that? 115. That is. Oh my god! Every time I look at this list of team names, I don't find.
So that is. It's the oNiD Racing Maserati, but we're seeing Shahabi go down the inside of Hagel into turn 1, but backs out of it, doesn't quite go for the move.
Oh, but then Hagel goes wide on the exit, potentially picking up a track warning, but then Alex Shahabi takes it on the P2 and then turn 2, and then we have another opportune move from Ugo Smachi for Phoenix Team Racing. That's the 777, capitalizing on the door being left open. That was a quite opportunistic move. I don't know if it looked like a good racing move because the SimSport or the Pulse SimSport team had left a fair gap there as Alex Shahabi got through. Smachi right up the back of Alex Shahabi already. Has to kind of back out of that braking zone. Ends up running a bit straight. You see just falling back from Alex there a little bit. So it's heating up already for the top spot. Oh, as we have a bit of a lock up there, a bit of staff oversteer from P4 just on that exit. So a fairly tense battle, a lot going on as we have Buckley serving the drive-through. And Stevie, you've worked out how much time you lose in the pit lane. Is it like 21 seconds? Interesting. There's a special prize if it reaches 100. 6 buckets of oranges. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Definitely starting to see some of that open space on the track get filled up. Thing seems like people are starting to spread out pretty evenly, and the passing is going to be fairly consistent from here to the end, I bet.
Yeah, it's a nice kind of spread now. You see GT4 cars literally at every point in the track at this moment in time, as we have car number 5 getting a penalty, 5 seconds for a collision with car number 7. So that's the team speed car driven by Filippo Belmonte. The number 7 car, that is as I scroll through my list again, that's TOTL Racing, which was Daniel Lindblom in the Porsche. Interesting. So I think that might have been, yeah. So then a penalty for that very same. Oh, sorry, Brandon Lodeman. Sorry, I. They get a 5-second penalty for forcing car number 31 off the road. So car number 31 was the only Sinhan rookies. So I think that might have been what we'd seen earlier on. So TOTL Motorsport getting both retribution and a penalty of their own. As we start to see the leaderboards just kind of getting updated with all those penalties, a few like little red flags sticking out to indicate that those drivers have penalties to take on their next pit stop.
Yeah, I was just about to say that you can start to see all the little red flags starting to pop up next to everybody's name. Definitely starting to fill in pretty good there. Quite surprised with actually how many oh, looks like we got a couple people around right there actually. Not quite sure who that was.
I see a Pulse livery.
This is Thimesh and Montero coming together at the little kink, and looks like both of them are off track.
Yeah, I don't really know how I'd call that one. I think we're gonna leave that one to the stewards. Glad I'm not in that conversation.
Yeah, it looked like, I think it's one of those situations where like that was like the last sector. I think that's oh, what turn is that? That is turn 9, 10, and 11. It's like you kind of got like the kink of a braking zone in through 10 that kind of leans into 11, which is that tight right-hander before you get to like the long last corner, where the racing line just seems to kind of blend in. So it just looked like two cars went in at the same point. The stint time reduced stack is 75 minutes, so we're still a ways away yet from pitting for that. We might have some folks pitting at nearing the end of this hour for maybe damage or just to get a new driver in and kind of get that out early. We have the GT4 there, just getting out of the way of lap traffic. So our leader now has a 5-second lead out in front. So the Kolb Sim Racing really with the very dominating kind of question being asked of the rest of the grid on this opening half of the first stint. Just closing in a small bit is Alex Shahabi, just bringing that down to 10s or 2. See, the leader is gonna start catching up with some more GT4 traffic in the next few corners. You can see the Caden Computers Janetta up ahead.
Kind of looks like everyone's sort of spread out now. There's a few close battles, closest being this Alpine Biamonte catching it up to the back of Ben Brown in the Hello Kitty Janetta, which it'll be good to see Johnny Ashley in that later. I know he loves the
Yeah.
livery. So
that Ferrari in the background there just kind of biding its time, as we have Ben Brown taking a very safe entry into turn 2. The Ferrari swings it around the outside of the Alpine and then swings it around the outside again of Ben Brown, which will give him the inside for turn 4, and he does very well not to scoop up to Janetta as he goes through there. He will dive in through the inside there, forcing Ben slightly wide, but Ben should have the inside line to kind of cover off from the Alpine. So that's what we're going to see happening a lot over the next few hours, is in either one case or the other, where the GT4s are battling and the GT3 just wants to get through. We have the Haribo liveried car, the Bear, as he waves by. He just scooted on right through, but the Alpine has a look down the inside. It's a very long kind of sweeping left and a turn. That Haribo Ferrari is still on the inside, eventually gets through.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised with how long it's taken him to get by. It's taken like at least 2 or 3 turns, it's seeming like. So definitely having to get a little bit of respect out of both the drivers to work together.
Yeah, so Andrew Pike has made it up to P12, but he's battling with Colin Cameron. The two Ferraris duking it out as they go into turn 1. Colin has got the inside line. Pike flies around the outside, holds it, and has the outside line going into turn 2. That's going to be fairly awkward. That tighter line geographically will be the quicker line through, and Colin takes the position going into the middle sector of the track. A great move, that's some great clean racing, both drivers giving each other plenty of space. As we have a drive through being served by Witt, me and Stevie on the button at the same time. So Witt and the number 19 Ferrari just serving their drive through and coming back out. The pit exit is a tricky enough one. It does kind of run around the outside of turn 1 in a kind of way where anyone kind of approaching will know in advance if there's a car there, so they'll kind of be able to take evasive maneuvers if need be. But it seems to be, I suppose it's one of the kind of tidier exits. I feel like it's not like a Paul Ricard where it just kind of like shoots you right out onto the driving line. So it's not too bad.
You mean to tell me it's not one of the fun ones where it just throws you out into a wide open straightaway racing line, like, figure it out?
Hope for the best.
What do you mean you can't go 30 to 130 in 2 seconds?
Yeah, and the pit entry as well is actually a very decent one as well. You just kind of zip off to the side there, and you've got plenty of time to slow it down before the pit entry marker boards. So
Yeah,
really,
oh, good.
So as a warning to car 19, I think that's for the the big dive bomb that we saw earlier, a few laps ago. So
yeah, where they passed like 4 GT4s in the last corner. I mean, if we wanted, like, oh man, if we had like a highlight reel for like spectacular like moves that are possibly questionable, that would be right up there. Getting a warning for that. I think a warning is good. There wasn't any contact made, really. I don't believe. I think there might have been a little bump at the end of it, but I think it's good to have that knowledge of, like, you've done it a few times or whatever. Let's not see it happen for the rest of the race. So kind of like setting a precedent nice and early, just to kind of keep them on the straight and narrow, which is good. I don't think the stewards want to give out penalties unless they absolutely have to, unless the severity of the incident warrants it. So it's good to see some discretion in that way as well. Accident involving car number 9 is after popping up on pit wall. Car number 9, I feel like we've seen them before.
car number 9 is Ben Brown.
Yes.
So I'm noticing that Andrew Pike and Colin Cameron are still going at it, side by side.
Yeah, and again, absolutely committed racing from both drivers. Now Andrew's got the tight line. That's going to give the inside, but then coming up into the second sector here, that's going to give Colin the inside. The you kind of have the double apex kind of breaking here. Andrew doing well not to pick up contact with the Ferrari. Two of them very similar pace. You can see they've built up like almost like a 5-second gap back to Sergey in P14 in the McLaren. But then likewise they're about 5 seconds away from Petr Jelinek. So they've kind of found themselves in a bit of a no man's land where they're both occupying the same space of track at the same time, and they're having a very close battle. Colin coming out of this bout, but I'm sure Pike's going to be right back on the heels as he's going to have a lovely draft going through the start-finish straight. You see the Aston Martin of Petr Jelinek. No, you don't. Where is it? It's 5 seconds up the road. It's one of the cars in the distance there. Just passing the apex not found. 404 car. And she takes a nice tight exit there of turn 2 to kind of make that move happen as well. So it's a it's an interesting kind of tango that the drivers have to kind of find themselves in. Ooh, a bit of a wobble there from Cameron on the exit of that corner. He's doing well to hold on to it. Nick Manders then with the 10-second penalty for a collision with car number 823, the Maserati of Ortegren. Flat spot Sweden.
Lighting up the back tyres out that corner as well. Obviously, we've
I
got
was just about to say.
about 20 minutes left on stint timers. Roughly, maybe a little bit more. So tyres are definitely going to be starting to feel a little bit second-hand now.
Now, Collective World 24 in chat says, "Can we have a lap with car 24?" Now, I suspect a bit of bias, but I'm gonna say let's humor that request and go on board with the Collective World car. They are currently running in 10th place in the Ferrari.
We'll wait until they cross the line, so we'll get a full lap with them. As we've got a yellow flag. I don't know why it was a yellow flag, because we switched them and they were definitely still on track. So, yeah, odd one there. But, yeah, we will jump to car 24 in about half a minute's time.
Cool beans. So Daniel Hearn's still in the lead of GT4. Jonas Juice still in the lead of GT3. Although that gap is closing down, Alex Shahabi, I mean, it's about half a second he's closed that gap by. So it's not like a steady increase in time from the leader. It's a little bit of the opposite, where it's a steady decrease of that lead. So maybe Shahabi over time. But then, of course, as we run out of the first 75-minute stint, we're going to have a whole new gaggle of drivers in. I suppose it depends, because maybe some drivers will be double stinting, or possibly triple stinting. It's going to do the first half of the race and then give the other half to the second driver. I know a lot of the teams of 3 maybe might, I don't know if they'd prefer to do 2-hour stints at a time, or each doing one and taking a 2-hour gap. As we're on board here with car number 24, finds himself approaching some GT4 traffic. Probably purple rimmed on the tyres.
Definitely a tough track to overtake on, even when it's multi-class. And the GT3s are much quicker because the straights in between all the corners, they're not that long, especially in Sector 1. So you can just get almost stuck behind the GT4s, as we've seen a few times. And so far, I mean, there's not been that many penalties dished out. I think we've maybe seen 6 penalties in total. So for the most part, it's been really clean. Lapping cars, as we saw there, a little bit of patience, not sticking it up the inside, and you'll get through at the next point. But it's definitely going to be interesting for the rest of the race to see where people maybe use it to the benefit while defending, or when attacking another car as well. So as we finish off that lap with Artem Udod for the Collective World Team, number 24, with a 1:35.6.
Nice, nice bit of clear ahead of them now after passing that lap car. Although they do have a car very close behind them. Is that Peter like less than a second? Yeah, and the Aston Martin. So doing well to keep them at bay, but
Looks like Ben Brown right there found himself backwards.
ooh, coming together with a GT3.
Yep, looks like a little bit of a 2 into 1 don't go kind of thing.
Yeah, the GT3 got a pass done on the inside, but then it looked like Ben kind of ran slightly wide as the Ferrari was kind of turned back in, and Ben just got off worse from it.
Yeah, a little bit of an odd one. Ben has been a little bit in the wars in 7th place in class, but I'm sure once Johnny gets in the car, they'll move back up again.
Yeah, if they didn't have any track warnings by the end of this stint, I'm sure that whenever Johnny finishes his stint, it's going to be like handing the car over to Ben with like 3 track warnings and good luck.
Definitely.
Nothing like handing over a cooked grenade, if you will. Have fun out there. Don't set a foot wrong.
It's not going to be my name that pops up when the drive-through comes in. It's like It's like passing the potato then, because it's like, oh, as we have a 15 seconds for the Ferrari of wit getting applied there, car number 19 in 18th place.
And that's for a collision with Ben Brown.
Oh, yeah.
So either that was the most recent one, or they've collided before, and this is just more of that happening.
It was from a few laps ago, so it's an older one. As I said, just stewards working through it all. They're doing well. There has been a few, as it always with multi-class racing. A lot of them are going to be nothing, just little door bangs through corners, as happens. But yeah, still got to look at them, make sure there's nothing wrong, and then carry on. But good team of stewards, and it's great to have them on for the live stewarding for this event as well. Yeah,
so just as we're on board here with Sergey, it looks like Cameron has dropped back about 5 seconds behind Pike. So I wonder if there's been, if Cameron Collins had an accident. It doesn't look like there's been any incidents reported with either of those 2 cars on the incident log that I can see. So maybe Collins is having a spin or something somewhere, or a kind of squirrely exit. But that Haribo eSports car has caught right up to the back of him, with Pike slowly catching up on Petr Jelinek. So yeah, the penalties, I suppose they are going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works for some of the teams as we kind of cycle through the pit stops in the next maybe 10-15 minutes. Yeah, I suppose, like, do we, like, tactics wise, like, would it make sense to just pit on the hour every hour, or are we going to see some drivers going out to the full 75 minutes driver stint?
So I think if you stretch it to as close to 75 as possible, you can get away with 1 less pit stop. So they'll definitely be trying to stretch it as far as they can, and if you end up getting damage or have to pit early for any reason, or a fuel mistake, or likewise, then it could mess up your strategy, and then you're going to have to do another pit stop at the end.
Interesting, interesting. Drive through for 774. That is the Ferrari. Is that Team Wolf? Yes, that's Team Wolf. Doesn't say it on the team part of the HUD, but yeah, they're currently down in 24th. As we have the 76 car of Harak in the pits already. I don't believe they have a drive-through, so they could be just pitting on the hour, although slightly earlier than the hour, to serve their penalty and potentially change drivers. We'll have to keep an eye on that. 76 currently driven by Harak. The hard goal of Sergey. Currently mounting pressure on Colin Cameron then. Andrew Pike up in P12, closing that gap to Peter Yelenick by 2 seconds, or like to 2 seconds. Peter Yelenick still trying to get past Udad in P10, so, and then there's a 10 second penalty being applied to car number 9 for a collision with car 99. Car 9, I believe, is Ben Brown, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And then car number 99, that
Ooh,
would be
is that
driven.
It's a replay of who is it? Can't quite see the numbers there.
That's James Hodgson in the Scuderia Spinella. That looks like the Emil Frey Ferrari that we saw earlier as well.
Ooh, they came from a
that
long way back
looks-
there.
Yeah, that was definitely a missed breaking point, let's say.
Or a very, very ambitious overtake.
I mean, there was a hole there.
There was some speed coming into that corner, yeah.
Yeah, right? There's like a very late let off, I feel like.
So that penalty for Ben Brown was for a collision with the 99. That was the wait, 99 I have listed as the SimRacing Collective, driven by, oh, that's the GT3, sorry, the GT4, driven by Scott Vincent and Kieran Sharp. So we've got two SimRacing Collective cars, the 66 and the 99. Sorry, the 69 and the 99. I beg your pardon. They use the same team name, whereas other teams went 1 and 2. So I'll have to mentally remember that one now.
Not to make it confusing or anything.
I was like, when did Ben take out Andrew?
Sergey still trying to get past Colin Cameron.
Yeah.
Colin Cameron's going to be sweating after this stint. With all the fighting against Andrew Pike in the TSRC car.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point, because it's like, whatever about, like, you know, if you got, like, I don't mind battling one person, but it's like, knowing that I've just finished, like, you know, a 10-minute battle with one person, and they've passed me and they're now driving away, and then there's someone else queuing up behind me to, like, get through. I'm like, oh, come on, can you give me a break? So very yeah, but Colin is a good racer that way. Now a 10-second penalty for car 551 for not holding the brakes. The cardinal sin of every traffic incident, or every incident. So car 551, that is, oh my god, I cannot.
Toby Lewin in the Mercedes on the screen just now.
Okay. own that Gulf livery. Lovely. Beachbird Racing, yes. So yeah, so obviously when accidents do happen, you want to be you want to make sure you're as predictable as possible, and holding the brakes is a good way to do that, because it means you're stationary on the track and the cars can go either side of you. Whereas if you don't hold your brakes, you're suddenly rolling in a direction that the drivers catching up have to suddenly adjust to at a rapid pace. So probably as a result of that, probably ended up taking someone else out, or causing some more damage. What a gorgeous livery, though.
It always is a hard one, right? You just either, especially if you're backwards, let's say, by not of your own doing, like you've been taken out, and then you gotta hold composure and be like, oh, hit the brakes, don't mess anybody else's race up, even though I just had mine messed up.
Yeah.
I always hate that feeling.
Yeah, especially when you don't know exactly where on the track you are. It's like, do I want to park it on the apex? But then I suppose the apex is maybe the safest place to park, because it means people can see you and can like drive around you. But then again, on this track, there's so many like tight corners as well that you're kind of running blind into. So it's a bit of a nightmare scenario for sure. So our leader is whatever I said about Alex Shahabi. It's like a bit of hammer time from Cole Sim Racing out front. He's now extended that gap to 6 seconds. An absolutely flying performance here in the first stint. It's a 6 hour race. There's 5 hours left. I believe that means we'll kind of cut to a break shortly enough, and we'll be joined by some new commentators to keep you going.
Yeah, we'll cut to a break just now, and we will be back very shortly.
3 lines, 4 lines, 5 laps. Pause. Go, go, go.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hour 2 of the 6 Hours of Valencia. I'm joining you. I am Trinketatas, and joined with Ben Dorama. Hello, Ben.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. It's hopefully slightly less hectic than it is down the steward's room.
Hi. I am, of course, one of the drivers for tonight. I'm in car number 30 with Colin Cameron currently driving. I'll be in next after this commentary stint. But it's been quite an interesting first hour, hasn't it? It's been a lot, and you being one of the stewards, you've seen it all.
There's been a lot going on, yeah. A lot of action, a lot of people making good moves, and see, a lot of cars on what feels like a very short track at this point.
It's quite a short lap time around here. There's only about 10-ish seconds separating the GT4s and GT3s as well, so it's quite a wide spread throughout the whole track. And yeah, there's only really the main straight, which is quite a short straight, so there's really no time to think about anything. It's corner action all the time.
There's certainly been plenty of action. Looking at Scott Vincent lining himself up for a move there on Luke Sherlock into turn 1.
And side by side through turn 1, looks like Luke's gets better on the brakes, but oh, and we've got a Porsche making his way through just to add a bit of spice to the situation.
GT3 throwing themselves into the mix just to complicate things when you're trying to get past them.
I've seen a lot of side-by-side action in this race through the first couple of corners. I've seen it myself through Colin, who of course I'm on board with in my game.
There is a lot going on there, and these cars seem to be able to hang it around multiple different lines all through the corners. So it's definitely giving plenty of people time to battle and have good runs on each other.
Yeah, it's a great track, this one. Got a penalty for speeding in pit lane. It's not the first one we've seen today.
So that is Smatchy in this 777 McLaren, who were running up in 3rd place. So that is going to really hamper them, because they're going to lose about a minute, I think. Which, at the moment, would drop them effectively out of 3rd down to 11th, 12th, once everyone pits. So
yeah, with that stop-go 30, it's never the best.
No, it's a lot of time to eat and a lot of time to be sat still watching other cars go past.
But of course, you have to speed through the pit lane quite badly to get a stop-go 30.
I think that's Smatchy coming in to make that penalty now.
Oh, we've got a disqualification. Car number 76 disqualified by race control. Oh. Yep. Updates coming to you soon. But on board with my co-driver, fighting with Sergei Filenko. They've been at it for quite a few laps now.
That's a big battle to be going through. So everyone just seems to be mixing with each other really deeply right across the field. It's looking at the track map, there's grey dots and blue dots just intermix right around this short track. There's no one who's really getting a bit of space.
It's very yeah, the whole track is pretty much covered.
Tight confines around here.
I'll tell you what, though, I am cooking in my room at the moment.
I'm lucky. The direct sunlight has just moved off me, so I'm cooling down a bit now. I'm not built for hot weather, so it's lovely relief at last.
I can handle the heat sometimes, but when I'm living in it in my old British house where the heat just sticks and stays and it gets humid, it's not nice. But we've got a pop-up on the bottom of the screen there saying that car number 76 was disqualified for connection issues causing multiple incidents.
It's a hard way to finish a race. It's especially just over an hour in as well. It's it is the nature of sim racing, but it's not going to feel good for them to have to leave for that sort of reason.
We can be glad though that ACC does have one of the better netcodes in sim racing. For the most part, it is solid, and you can race with people across the world without much issue. I mean, Colin is in Canada.
Oof. That's definitely a long distance connection. It's got to be an early start for him, surely.
I think it's 9 a.m.
Ooh, blimey.
I think Indy was like dead of the morning, I think.
Ooh.
Dominic, our commentator that was just on as well with Paul, he was up at 6 a.m. for that commentating stint.
He's
So,
an eager lad.
yeah, definitely. A trooper to start early. Obviously, we saw Colin Cameron in an awful lot of battles in the first stint. Then you were in a chat with him. How's he feeling in the car?
Quite. Just kind of getting used to it, because this is his first race at Valencia. He only did his first couple of practice laps late last night. So first actual race in Valencia, and it's straight into the 6 hours. But we're also running on our used tyre sets, because we tried using one tyre set through practice and qualifying, but you know what the game's like. You say put this tyre set on, you go out and you realise it's another one.
How are the tyres holding up? I noticed the track temperature is very high out there.
Yeah, it's quite warm. Temperatures are mostly okay. The rear right seems to be getting quite warm, but they seem to be mostly within the good area. But until we get to look at the tyres after the race, can't really tell what kind of graining or blistering that we have on them. But I took the car from Colin after practice, and he did an outlap, just went around and put me in the car.
Yeah.
And the tyres were already down quite a bit,
Oh,
just
God.
from a quick cruise around. So I imagine 75 minutes plus a little bit more with us, because we used these tyres already. They're not going to be feeling too great at this point.
So it's 6 tyre sets for the race, isn't it? So it's
For the full event, yeah.
that's a lot of rubber to be eaten up. Oh, that's a bit of a moment for the number 5 there, the Burger King Alpine.
A lot of pirouetting.
Like, just ran themselves on the curb, broke traction, and just went spinning.
But had no collisions and got right back on again. Luckily that they stopped facing the right direction.
Yes. It's always the worst when you've come out of a spin, you know you've just lost a load of time and you're staring at a load of cars bearing down on you.
Oh, pardon me. Right now for Andrew Pike, and that's a name. Ojmats?
That'd be my best guess.
Ojmats with the fastest lap of the race at the moment too. Got another stop go 30 for speeding in pit lane, I think that was.
So Ojmats has taken over from Use out of the lead. So
they're in the lead car, yeah. Okay.
Taking over for stint 2, and we'll see if he can carry on with the pace. But looks like all the rest of the leaders are now in the pits. Well, they've only got a minute left of the stint timer, so I guess Andrew Pike will be pitting this lap as well, and anyone else who hasn't so far.
It's going to be a mad rush for the pits now, because I think everyone's trying to extend those stint timers, because doing 5 75-minute stints will take you right to the end.
Just noticed the Pulse Ferrari looks to be carrying a stop and go there as well, which is not going to be ideal for them.
Yes, I think they just got that one a moment ago. I remember seeing a stop go 30 pop up on my screen, and it would appear to have been them. And a 5-second penalty for them. On top of that stop go 30.
It's a change for the lead as well in the pit stops. Martin Thorpe, taking over from Alex Shahabi, has taken the lead off of the 690 McLaren.
They had quite a lead last I saw, so that's quite a change of position there.
They have lost a lot of time. They're suddenly down in the just 2 seconds behind, but given how far ahead they were, that's a lot of time to lose through the pits.
I can pull up my race control and see how long they were stopped. Yeah, no. 690 was stopped for 34 seconds. Thorpe was stopped for 32 seconds. So it wasn't in the pits. Something else must have happened there. I'm guessing 690 must have been held up by some traffic at some point that we didn't see. We're in a fight with Pike for a short moment, but I don't think that would have caused that.
Where are they on track?
Very interesting for the second
the
hour of the race.
The number 5 is off there on the just on the outside of turn 1. Looks like.
Oh, it's the Alpine again.
Yeah, that's it's not looking happy either. Struggling to get going there and return to pits.
Yeah, oh, just kind of going in a straight line down the
Yeah, it just looks like it just. I wonder if someone's wheel has decided to not play ball with them there.
Yeah, they drifted off to the middle of the track down the straight there. And there's just no steering input and stopped. I'm guessing that's some hardware issue there. That's rather unfortunate.
Yeah.
Got another drive through for track limits. Let's go. 5.
Oh dear.
That's definitely a case of my teammate's got 3 track limit warnings, hands the car over in the pits and says, "Good luck."
Well, the last I was looking on Ben's Twitch stream, he was on 3 track limit warnings, but Johnny Ashley's in the car now.
So they'll definitely be getting a driver in the next few minutes then.
Only time will tell.
Wouldn't be an oNiD stream if we weren't dissing Johnny on the commentary, would it?
Only got to get the 1.
20-second penalty for the 54 for collision with car 310.
I saw the 5-second pop in earlier, but they must have got another 15 added on top for that 20.
That was they're up to about half an hour ago on the stewarding decision, so they're getting closer.
Yeah, I've been watching it for a while. It's been kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's a bit hectic. I think I'd say normally people would spread out and you'd get less incidents coming in, but in the track this tight, there's just nowhere for people to spread out to. So everyone's still tripping over each other.
Very fast corners everywhere. There's very little breathing space. It's very taxing.
There hasn't been too many penalties given out though, so I imagine most of them are just door bangs with multi-class overtaking and things. That'd be right.
Yeah, that seems to be the way. A lot of side to sides that just look at and go, no, that's fair enough. It's not proper slams, just a bit of rubbing is racing.
Lots of no further actions. But of course, they all need to be looked at.
Yeah, absolutely. Good thing is, the more NFAs you get, the quicker it goes through, because you can deal with those quite easily.
Well, now they've lost all of their stewards now to talk gibberish for an hour.
Yes, and I do that quite well. So
and Tamanga in the leader GT4s in that Mercedes. Nearly 5-second gap to P2. Looks like the Mercedes GT4 is quite strong here.
yeah, Mercedes and McLaren seem to be sort of surprise front runners at the moment. It's not ones that we've seen really getting a lot of space, but around here they definitely seem to be cars of the field.
You can see there's a lot of Ferraris, but most of them are down at the bottom, which is something you definitely don't see very often. You usually see a lot of Ferraris and a lot of them in the front.
People do love that new Ferrari, and around here it doesn't seem to be as doing quite as well as it usually does.
When 1.9 came out and these cars all came out, I looked at the Ferrari and thought, the front looks nice, looks like a nice car, but I never for the life of me would have thought that would have been my main car for months to come. Because the 488 was horrible and didn't like it. But then I started driving the 296 and I'm like, wow, I like a Ferrari.
It does seem to be really popular, and I don't know. Part of me was suspicious when I saw that happening. Thought, is this just because it hasn't been balanced yet, and it's just like the
It got very quickly botched after the launch of 1.9, but I mostly enjoy it because it's very how to wait it. Just it just feels right. I don't really know how to manage to put it.
No,
It
that's
doesn't have a lot
fair.
of it doesn't have a lot of the weird traits that some of the other cars have. You know, like the Porsche's
Yeah,
weird with its weight distribution with fuel loads and such.
It seems to have a
Lots
lot of
of
like
just
natural
awkward
grip,
things. Yeah,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
it
It's
feels very nice.
you turn in and it turns in rather than having to force it. But
It was a very easy transition because me and Colin, we mostly drove the Aston a lot, so we were very used to the front engine vehicle. Swapping over to a mid-engine always was a bit twitchy and nervous, and it was hard to get used to it again. But Ferrari was just throw in and oh, this is fun.
yeah, there are some cars you just take out on a sim and you just go, yeah, this is the one for me. So for me, it was always the Bentleys because I like big, heavy cars that you have to absolutely plough through a corner. But
Looking at Lindblom in that Maserati.
it's a
Two Maseratis on the grid at the moment. The Andy Thorpe in 31st as well, the 115.
It's a very good-looking car, that Maserati, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I was just away to say that we'd got the Burger King car back up and running, but it looked as if they had another little issue there, and they've now left the server, unfortunately. So there's now no Alpines.
Oh. Devastating. That's always a pity. Like the Alpine.
Daniel
I'm
looking
surprised
very
it was only
racy,
the one
and
Alpine.
Daniel made the
Greg
move.
Prescott there made the move. Keep it stuck through these corners. Yes, you can. Got a GT3 between him and the car behind, so that's an easy position taken.
It's just come up 5 second on the race control feed. 5 second penalty for car number 9. So that is Mr. Ashley carrying a 5 second penalty. There we go.
I think that was from an earlier incident with Ben in the car. I think I remember seeing that one. Just catching up, Pnu.
We've been looking for an excuse to give him a drive-through all race, but he hasn't managed to give us one yet. So it's
There's a few times I looked at the stream while I was talking to Colin, and I would just see Ben facing the wrong way. And when Ben was facing the wrong way, I looked at the incident sheet to see if that was picked up as a crash. And then when I switched back, he was facing the wrong way again. Oh, we had a bit of collision there between a GT3 and a GT4.
it's one we tend to take a dim view of, really. If you are the faster car, the responsibility is on you to pass safely. It is tight, and there are some times where you think you've got the space, but these are big cars.
It's also, of course, the responsibility for the GT4 to make the move happen safely.
Yeah,
so you know,
absolutely.
if the GT3 is making a move, don't cut in front of them because that's where your line's going. Just let them through
exactly.
and tuck in behind. It is a two-way street. Sometimes it's the GT3 being rather rude, and sometimes it's the GT4 being no, this is my line.
Thinking, well, I shall just stick to what I'm doing. It's like, no, just show a little bit of common sense.
I was just going on board with oh, my throat. I was on board with Colin Cameron here. I was watching this on my own screen, but heading into turn 10. Chris Ferris just getting a little bit late on the brakes, a little squiggly, going off onto the gravel, and Colin just sliding on through. So it's a horrible corner at turn 10.
Did look like Colin got just a little touch of oversteer there that actually took him out of where the Aston was going. So little bit of luck there, I think.
Well, finally on fresh tyres, which is is good news.
They have got to be screaming by the end of their tyre stint, haven't they?
I'm very much looking forward to the end of the race and just seeing how destroyed these tyres are. I can't wait to see all the zeros in the wear, and like the extreme graining. Looks like the field's quite spread out at the moment. Not seeing many fights for position. Yeah, getting quite close, but there's a GT3 between them. See if Watkinson can make any leeway on that other Mercedes GT4.
I think the slightly overdid it. They're coming back onto their line. It's enough space ahead of them to not really cause an issue. So, but Watkinson is closing in a big way there.
Using all of that runoff on turn 1, all of that green area's track limits. Not anywhere else on the track, but turn 1, yes.
Different lines coming through the chicane there, but it definitely seems to be Temenga who's suffering.
I do indeed. Jürgen onto Rogemet.
Got to be a move made here. He's thinking about it already, as Watkinson. You can see him just positioning the car so he's got just a little bit of clear line of sight around the RM Mercedes there. He's not quite willing to commit to the full dive bomb yet.
There's not too many moves on this track that you can make. Most of them are just into the heavy braking zone. See if you can stick your nose into the inside. But if they're covering it off, you've just got not much choice to do.
Oof, goes to the outside.
Try and do the switch back. Getting onto the crest there, losing quite a bit of time through the bouncing. So there goes another lap of them.
Yeah, Temenga gains a couple of car lengths there, I think. It's always difficult when you're on it's the same car, the only difference you can make is driver and setup.
It's always very interesting to see what kind of like wings other drivers are using, because some drivers like to use max or no wing, and some like to have a mix. A lot of differences down the straight.
So that's change of position for second place. Jürgelis in the Pulse Sim Sport Lamborghini has just got past
Taking advantage of that Ginetta and covering off.
Yeah.
See if Jürgelis can make that move stick. These two still at it. Watkinson looks like he's going for the inside here. Yeah, not making... Oh, my brain's shutting off. It's so hot in my room.
These two were close at the start of the race as well. Obviously it was their teammates. I think Watkinson was in the car actually, but Temenga took over from Dan Hearn. And they were quite close at the start as well, but it did fade away a little bit as the tyres got worn down, spread out, but definitely back in. You can see that Watkins, he was 7/10 quicker on the last lap, and on this lap he
wants to make the move, but those GT3 cars are coming on at just the wrong time.
Depending where that GT3 goes, it could be an advantage for one of them, but just far enough ahead that nothing's really going to happen. Got that was Tomlinson behind the other McLaren. I know that McLaren livery, and I look at it, Tomlinson, but Falenko was in it earlier, so it confused me.
Temenga positioning the car well as they come through, but you've got to feel like it's only a matter of time at this point. That Watkinson Mercedes is just crawling all over the back of Temenga now. Well, that's a lot of GT3 cars in very little space. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle of the hips there to warn him off, I think. Watkinson just seems to steer it through so much more tightly.
Taking every inch of that road, trying to find a space to squeeze on through.
He seems to have lost out a bit there. I wonder if he had a little bit of trouble putting the power down.
So a change of position? No. It was a
I think
momentary
it was
change of position, I think, there, yeah, before
Yeah, I
the,
think Axelin was getting in front of Loadman through the last sector and then just caught on board with them while they were side by side. But we've got a yellow flag for Witt on the last corner.
Dear. Not
just
a place
braking
you're
a
going to
bit
enjoy
late,
being
hitting the outside curb, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't
Easily
park there,
done.
mate.
You can't park there. Still on these two, they're still at each other's heels.
A long way to go in this race still, 4.5
Yeah.
hours. Obviously they're battling very hard and this is for the class win. I know it's 21st overall, but it is a lead of the GT4s. Sharpie in the TSRC Ginetta about half a minute behind these two. So I suppose they do have the time to get involved with each other, but as long as there's no instance, then it could turn things on its head.
I started hearing a lot of tyre screeching from my game, and I just quickly switched back to my game just to see if Cameron crashed or not.
If things gone horribly wrong.
Just went a bit deep in a corner and a lot of tyre scrubbing, but it's not the sound you want to hear when you're not looking at your game. Oh, this looks like this might be a final fight. Oh, it looks like Temenga just manages to keep ahead, but that slipstream, who's got the list wing, who's going to manage to get through, but that Ferrari's going to cover them off, so he's not going to be able to get alongside. Good. Will he make it into turn one?
He thought about trying it anyway, didn't he?
It's getting very tight between these guys. And if there is going to be a change of position, it's going to be because of a GT3.
I think so. At this point, they're getting absolutely surrounded by other cars coming past them. I think Watkinson had to bail on that one because the oNiD GT3 was up alongside. Is that an oNiD car?
I think it's a next level racing car.
I see purple, and I assume at this point.
I think it's Broken Bones Racing, Ferrari, BBS. We set up to 6 drive-throughs now. Bayliss, the latest one to get a drive-through in 89, and that is just after they had a collision. Well, I say just after, it was a few laps after. There was a collision with 27 earlier with them, then car 27 got a 20-second penalty for it.
Yep, still catching up on the student sheet, so a lot of these incidents have happened probably 20-30 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah, they're up to about half an hour behind now.
Is that the P2 Lambo making his way through there?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the gap that's split between the two of them now. But I'm sure Watkinson will be able to find that time back again. Good old Dan Hyde. Do you know about the situation between them?
Yeah, well, I was about to say, this is Dan Hyde's name, but is it actually Dan Hyde's car driving? Or is it Cammy driving?
At this point, it is most likely still Dan Hyde, because Cammy is about 2-3 hours away. And he left at the end of qualifying before the race, so... At some point, it will be Cammy driving. Yes.
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure if you knew that in the comms booth or not.
Yeah, we'd been told that one. It's I think they will get. It will show them getting a penalty for drivers not doing their stints, but that's going to be taken off them because if Cammie's willing to drive from Kent to Northampton just to take her stints, then fair play. No, definitely not going to get penalised for that.
Watkins already on the back of Temenga now. I'm also looking at the sheet and watching the car that we were fighting earlier get a penalty for hitting us. Excellent. just imagine Mr. Burns as I'm watching this. Excellent.
100% unbiased commentary. That's what we're here for.
No instant chat, please.
I'm seeing the drive-through counter getting a lot of love in the YouTube chat as well, which is good to know.
Keep them numbers going up.
Here's a move.
Oh, that's a
Sticking it
very
around
good
the
move,
outside of
this
the
one.
last corner, though, but Temenga's going to have the outside line and might have the speed, but if they keep side by side, they're going to be side by side through turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and I think Watkinson is going to have the advantage here. You can see Temenga starting to pull ahead, but it's not going to be enough. He's got the speed on the outside and manages to get off ahead.
Of top speed in that RM Merc. But that's
Watkinson making a
big move by Watkinson. Runs deep, but he's going to be on the line and he's able to get the power down and get ahead.
Temenga trying the switcheroo there, but doesn't manage to get alongside, and Watkinson manages to keep ahead on that one. Very good move. Watching them fight for several laps. As for the lead of GT Falls at this moment, an hour and a half into the race.
We've also got a bit of a battle for... It was a dive bomb, but he stayed in the track.
Yeah.
A 3-way for P3 here now. Look at that. Actually, it might even be a 4-way. Is this a 4-way? My goodness.
I think it is, yeah.
A 4-way for second.
Nearly an hour and 40 minutes in, and we've got a 4-way fight for second place.
Yeah, Jurgelis managed to catch up to Ojemets pretty quickly and overtake them, but since then didn't really pull away an awful lot. So
you can see them just on the right side of your screen passing that AMG, and then you've just got these 3 cars all together. Yeah. Pulse in the front, pulse in the back. It's a pulse sandwich.
There's Austin there, who's not afraid to get a move done when he's feeling close enough.
Poor Daniel Lindblom in this with no ABS, no traction control in that Maserati, and having to avoid these GT3s coming past, but it does well and lives to fight another day. As we've got a move on the other Pulse Sim Sports going round the outside of you, Dodd. And that's... Oh! I was away to say made the move stick, but a little bit of a tag into the braking zone. They're both in the gravel.
As one of the boards takes the hit for the team there.
Almost the same colour as you, Dodd, so he just... he hit his own teammate. Back to the other Pulse. I wonder if any of them will be able to make a move anytime soon. Because the McLarens are fast down the straight, and the Ferrari typically isn't too good down the straight.
Yeah. He's going to be getting a double slipstream, surely, from those 2 McLarens in front. That's keeping him in fighting distance. That's a big cluster of cars, though.
Oh, there's a collision up ahead. That poor Janetta had to stop dead to avoid that Porsche there.
Yeah. What's happened there? There's a couple of GT4s.
Oh, that McLaren gets a little bit of a wiggle mid-corner.
Gives the GT4 a bit of a smack and is spun round, blocking off the McLaren, so it's going to make him popular.
Gasly and Austin into 3rd place now.
Another penalty. The car 332 get for a collision with car number 30. That's... How long ago was that one? That was around about the hour mark, so about 40 minutes ago.
Slowly getting there. How many
Yeah.
are left?
They have
6 left.
6 left on the sheet.
Oh, and Amanda.
Weirdly, there was a gap of about 20 minutes where no penalties came in on the automated sheet.
Everyone being good. Got a replay here. Is that taking second place, Leighton Austin? Third? Or they already had third place. Oh well.
I think they had. No, they were taken. It was in that mess of that incident. I think a few drivers got a bit shuffled about.
Yeah, everyone just having to jump around out of other cars' way and see where they end up. But
Got 2 Pulse cars in the podium spot now.
now, how much of a
Either
fight?
of them able to catch up to Thorpe anytime soon is the question.
It's a big old gap, but there's still plenty of time left. Question is, how much of a fight is there going to be between the Pulse guys for that second place, do you reckon?
Absolutely. Oh, they go deep. There, though. Lose a little bit of time.
Lambo getting past a blue flag GT3 there, but it's bad places to come across traffic in these twisty sections. They've made it through, and I think they might have gained a little bit of time over Ojamet's in 4th.
Ojamet's got 2 blue flag GT3s between him and the 2 cars he's fighting for. The train of 5 cars coming through turn 1.
So this will be an interesting one, given that as we're
Austin's
seeing
making the
it.
move.
Wow, Austin well making the move there.
I was going to say, is there going to be team orders? Is there going to be a shuffle of positions? But I think Austin took it in his own hands there, and yeah, a solid, robust move on it on Yergelis, and takes second place now.
Yeah, I don't think there's much team orders up in Pulse Sim Sport other than a gong announcing fight.
Yeah, Austin through and starting to pick up the pace ahead already. So I think if there were team orders, I think the one was to let him through and let him have a chase, see if he can close Thorpe down a bit for them. It was very much a big move on the inside to get him past into second place there.
Going very aggressive on the defending there is Hess. It's very interesting to see what moves people do going down a straight. Oh, I'm just looking at the track map. Look at that straight. Look at how many cars are in a row there. My goodness.
It's not so much the straight that worries me, it's when they get into those twisty sections for Sector 2 and Sector 3 that I start to think, yeah, this is where trouble happens, isn't it?
Yeah, that many cars. As we were mentioning earlier, there was just so many cars spread about, but because it's quite a fast track and there's not a lot of breathing room, there's just kind of all accordioned back together again. I think about half the field is all up in that area there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's astonishing how close together everyone is. That's really compressing a lot into that tight left-hander.
It doesn't help that it's not the easiest track to make an overtake, especially if the person in front of you is defending.
So where would it be? Would it be turn 1? You can turn 1 into turn 2. We've seen people doing it. Is it where else is a valid overtaking opportunity? Is it the last corner? Is
The last turn, if you can get along on the inside of the last corner, you can, but you can also do it here at turn 3, as we saw Leighton Austin do earlier on. There's also into the curving left-hander that you can also make a move on the inside.
yeah.
I remember the corner names, but I think we've seen quite a few moves happen there. There's a fair few spots where you can make a move if you can get alongside, but if someone's covering off that inside line or defending, then there's not really a lot of space you can make a move.
Stuck playing follow the leader.
The previous races I've done here, I've had a lot of that. You could be 2-3 seconds faster than someone, but if they're blocking off their the attacking lines, there's really nowhere you can go.
Oh, speaking of people, I just got asked if something had happened to Aidan by one of our AC racers, and it's no, he's just off in a campsite and he's checking in because he clearly doesn't have enough. Clearly has way too much time on his hands. He's off camping in the woods, and he's still turned up on chat to have a look at the race. I'd say he needs to go out and touch grass, but that's literally what he's doing.
Is that the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Oh. Mine's not been updating, it's frozen then. Darn.
Tomlinson's just managed to make the move out the last corner and get Hess down the straight. So up into 8th place. Still got that 5-second penalty looming, so we'll need to pull out a little bit of a gap. But they now have 18 seconds up the road to Smatchy in the next car. And just as a little bit of an update, the current fastest lap is still held by the 690 called SimRacing. It's a 131.8.
Oh goodness,
Most are doing about 33s, mid-33s, 34s at the moment.
That's a very big difference in lap times. Do you think that's due to the density of traffic, or is it just a bit of luck with clear air for the fastest lap there?
I think traffic will play a big part in it, given...
Yeah, because my best race lap at Valencia is a 131.9, but I think it's also partly to do with the heat on this track.
Yeah.
And a lot of traffic, because as you see, you look at the track map, there's rarely any time you're out alone. Which caused a lot of GT4 traffic as well, so if you are on your own, it won't be long before GT4 comes along, and if you're a GT4, it's just non-stop GT3.
Just on the temperature, it has dropped to 31 degree ambient and 38 track temperature, so it is dropping. It will make the later stints a little bit easier. But
I think
it's,
the ambient has stayed at 31, but because it's cloudy, I think the track temperature has dropped a few degrees, because I think it started at 40.
41 at the start of the race it was.
Oh.
So it's dropped 3 and it will continue, I'm sure.
That's what we like to see. Yeah, and I refreshed my YouTube chat, and I have missed a lot of messages. Because I had the chat open, and it was there, and the last message I saw was from Cucumber saying, "Hello guys, new voices. I've missed everything since then." Now I can see Aidan Howard and everyone else.
Aidan off playing in the woods this weekend rather than streaming, so it's us doing here instead. Because I'm sure he's missing us.
It's quite close to a track limit warning, I would have thought. Right onto those green AstroTurf.
There's been a lot of cars taking a lot of space out of those corners to and I've got to wonder as the tyres are going off, because they pitted. When was the last tyre stop? It would have been coming up to an hour, maybe.
Well,
Everyone
a 75-minute
stopped.
stint, so it would have been about 35 minutes ago, roughly. So we're about halfway into the stint now.
So it's at the point where they'll be starting to feel it at least.
Oh yeah, especially with these temperatures. They are dropping, so the later stints will be a bit nicer on those tires. But yeah, 41-degree track temperature. The tires would not have been happy. See if we can find. Oh, my brain not working. See if we can see if UDOD can make a move on that pulse car of Jacobs. I think it's So we saw. Oh, and my brain's going again. Goodness.
He's lurking around him. He's right under the rear wing now. Maybe not quite close enough to get the move done, especially into these tight parts of the middle of the circuit.
Okay, now I remember. Yeah, saying we saw Thimesh in the car earlier. We've got Jacobs now, and Miles Dixon's also in the car that we're likely to see in later on. Ooh, hitting the inside of that curb.
Yep.
Sending it round, manages to keep it going straight, which is sort of a fly by. That could have been a lot worse. Managed to keep going straight.
That's dropped UDOD out of that fight with the Pulse Sim Sport car.
You can see the way the car was snapping around again. If they had carried snapping on, that would be a lot worse shape Ferrari, that's for sure.
Definitely a brown overalls moment in the in that Ferrari there.
Not an awful lot you can do, especially on a fast corner like that. You come round, you see a car kind of fishtailing in front of you. You don't even know what side to pick.
Yeah, it's a horrible corner anyway. You're already sending it through max steering, pushing the car on its limits, and you're typically on the outside as well, like jumping over those curbs. And once you're over that bump, you're not turning anymore.
Looks like up to 7 drive-thrus as well. Marcel Hess for the TSRC Ferrari has picked up a track limit drive-through.
Magic number 7.
We've got 7 in nearly 2 hours. I hope your thing fits double digits.
It does. Looked like Jacobs managed to get in front of Ferris there, but then got boxed in behind Tamega in the GT4. He's going to have to go again.
I'm sure he's going to be able to get back up for another attempt. See, the gap is already quite short.
Also got the gap between 3rd and 4th closing in. Ogimetz was a second a lap quicker, or a second quicker on the last lap than Carolus Jurglis. However, it has just
Austin has pulled about 6 seconds on this as well.
Have they had an issue? It was just an overtake there, and it came from. Oh, it's.
Johnny got punted, ruined.
Oh dear, that's Hello Kitty Janetta's limping back onto the track there.
It's not been the best 2 hours for them so far, has it? We've seen quite a lot.
Will be a bit of an angry Johnny in that Janetta, I think. Especially given that delivery's in, because I know he's not a massive fan of it.
He has been having some abuse hurled at him as a result of that livery, and I think he's just having to sit there and take it at the moment. But, of course, he wouldn't get angry. Johnny's not the kind of person to get angry or irritable about incidents happening on track. No one going to respond to that. Okay.
When you think he's angry, he's not.
I just heard the things he was saying beforehand, and I'm just going to stay impartial. You see everything disappear halfway through the race. oNiD has been shut down. We thank you for your custom.
Entire Discord, the YouTube channel deleted. The
Vanished from the face of the earth. Well, I guess it's time to jump ship.
oh dearie me.
Still quite a fair few amount of close battles going on the track still.
Yeah.
Jacob's still trying to make the move on Ferris.
Yep, getting very close to the rear wing of that Aston Martin, but not quite able to find somewhere to get it done.
Daniel Montero now on the back of Colin Cameron. Pretty close. Colin double stint in. Is he doing another stint after this trinket, or are you?
It's me in the car.
You in the car. So he'll be.
My third commentary stint will be late because I will be driving.
Be a welcome break, I think, for him when he does get out of the car, because it's been a tough couple of stints for him.
So I'll be in the car, and then once I finish my stint and jump back in here, he'll be in the car for his last stint, and then I'll be double stinting the end.
Got a move, and Montero makes that stick. Oh,
I believe Montero was higher up originally, I think. Had a few issues, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I don't think they've had... They had a 20-second penalty, so they would have dropped down in the pit stop. But I think they've...
Cameron getting very wide at turn 10 there, owning onto the gravel.
But yeah, I think the 310 car has also been involved in a few incidents, so that won't have helped as well.
You can also see that their fastest lap was a 1:32.0 and ours was a 32.9. Quite a bit of a pace disparity there. So Montero's obviously making the charge. He's already got 2 seconds on Cameron, and he's going to be charging on towards Tomlinson sometime soon. Just made fast a only law. Still back on Jacobs and Ferris. Them still two going at it.
Right on the back of that Aston, they got to clear this GT4 AMG. It's a bit close there. It's out of turn 1, but I think Jacobs thought about a run into turn 2 there, but I don't think he's quite managed to make it hang. Crawling left and right around that Aston, just trying to find a space to make it through.
He's desperately trying to find anything just to get alongside, because that's all you need.
Gets the inside. It's got a little bit of an overlap. I'm not sure it's enough to make the move stick. No. And the Aston makes its intentions perfectly clear and comes right back onto the racing line to block him off there.
Yeah, the exit of that corner where they did get alongside, Jacobs had a little bit of a wiggle, so lost them some speed. But the fight carries on.
It's got to be exhausting doing all these fights for so long in this race as well. They've been stuck right on the back of each other.
Also, a little update on the top three right now. Austin is only... Oh, it's gone off now, but it was 11 seconds to Thorpe, so he's making some big waves there. Jurgelis is 9.8 seconds behind, so Austin is on a charge. Racer... Was Racer originally in 4th?
Racer was
It's
in...
Oshimets.
He was in 5th, and then in that incident... had the kind of 5 cars that they go for the gap car, and the Cayman was involved in. That's when that position swapped round. But maybe carrying a little bit of damage, and that's why lap times have dropped off a little bit.
Just a little update that I've just spotted. I don't know if we mentioned it earlier or I missed it. The Car 5 did have to retire. Their force feedback gave out on them. So that was the second Alpine dropping out.
That the one we saw go straight on at turn 1?
Yeah. Looks like they were having great fun, but looks like their Logitech developed force feedback issues.
And losing force feedback in this game is horrible. I've driven it a few times without force feedback, and it's your brain is wired so that like when you're going around the corner, you're expecting it to fight back.
Yeah.
But there's nothing, and so you're just going around the corner holding the wheels steady, and then the car's rotating and spinning, and you're just like, I don't feel anything. It's not the greatest. It's unfortunate, but
I used to have one of those really cheap wheels from Argos that all it did was vibrate. There was no force feedback. And now looking back, it's like I don't know how I managed without it. I would not be able to go back now.
Yeah, back a couple of years ago, I went into CX one time, and there was a Thrustmaster wheel. Also, these two side by side for the first time in a while. Can Jacobs get the inside of this corner and keep it? A little bit of contact.
Side to side.
Keep the move. Let's see if Ferris can.
Jacobs makes it through, but he's carrying a 20-second penalty.
And UDOD is not too far behind either.
Ooh.
Dan Hyde. Oh, is that?
So he needed to make the move, and he needs to get himself as much distance now as possible to offset that penalty time. Which, of course, will come into play the next time they come into the pits, which will be 20 minutes or so, maybe less.
Let's see what people's stint timers are currently. So a lot of people's stint timers are around the 50-minute mark. So
We did also
5 minutes.
have our 8th drive-through. It was for Torn in the 551 Mercedes GT3. So they have served it already. But number 8 in 2 hours. But we will head to a little bit of a break. Trinket, you'll have to be heading away, getting ready to jump back in the car, I believe.
Yep, don't be saying any naughty things about me now.
Would we ever do such a thing?
I
Never.
will find it, I will clip it, and it will be used as evidence.
Never. So yeah, good luck with your stints. Give Colin Cameron that well-earned break, and avoid making the drive-through counter go up.
It's quite difficult. There's a lot of places where you can run wide.
How many track limit warnings are you on?
I have no idea. Last time I checked, none.
Okay. Good luck going to find that out. As it's just been put up to 9 by the looks of Tony Law getting a drive through. So.
Oh no.
Right, we will go to a quick break and we will be back very shortly.
See you soon.
4 lights, 5 laps. Pause. Go, go, go. Three lights, four lights, five laps. Pause. Go, go, go.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, coming right back to a drive-through as well. Number 10.
Yay!
Which is unfortunate because I think UDOD just got in front of Chris Ferris there as well. So it's got the overtake, but they're going to have to give back that position when they
Yeah.
go into the pits.
That position, I think at least one more by the looks of it. That's a lot of cars, all in a tight bundle there. I think it might be mixed, lap cars mixed in with with higher up cars, but certainly a lot of cars going to stream past UDOD as he's driving through the pit.
Also got a battle for third place coming on. Rainer Resser and Carolus Gergelis.
There's still plenty of battles forming. We're just over 2 hours into this race, and there are still little skirmishes up and down the field where they're all coming across each other in the differing packs.
Yeah, it's definitely not been short of entertainment. It's
Not
been
at all.
there's plenty of battles, and to even have it for third place, as they are now 1/10 apart, but that is a bumpy curb to run over.
Yeah. It's not going to do your under tray and your diffuser any good, that.
No, not at all. And thankfully, I don't think you get floor damage in the in this game from running over curbs.
So the first time they start simulating floor damage, people are going to start being a lot more leery of curbs.
Yeah, and probably a lot more unwilling to play the game.
This runs wide and Russell goes through.
I'll have a look and see what happened there from the helicam. Was it just a mistake? Oh, it was... I don't know if that was a mistake or if it was a... I better let off a brake because I'm away to get hit.
Yeah, I think that was
Right.
a bit broken. They were aiming for the same patch of tarmac, and Jugglist saw him in the mirrors and thought, yeah, I'm not having any of that, and let himself run a bit loose to avoid getting clattered.
Yeah, I mean, you do lose the position, but as we've got Soperman round on track. I didn't know how that rejoin was going to be, but
no, that's
it was.
oh,
See what happened to them.
it's a very second-hand looking Ferrari, that one.
Yeah, so coming into the quick right with all the curbs that we were just on about,
Yeah,
up over
just
the apex curb and round, but
himself around, and then just span to correct himself again, but slightly twitchy place to get that done, I think.
Definitely. I'm trying to think, who have we not seen? Since everyone's kind of a little bit spaced out, who have we not seen for a while? I don't think we've been on with Smatchy for quite a while. So the 777, and actually Flick 2 Smatchy, it looks like they have been given a warning for an attempted dive bomb that was in contact when they were unlapping. Or lapping 744. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming that was a fairly minor contact to get away with a warning there.
Yeah, it must have just been a little bit of a door bang or something, because any more and it would have been a penalty. But...
yeah. A little telling off to say be a bit more mindful of people around you. I'll tell you what, fair play to the stewarding panels, they are nearly caught up.
Yeah, there's been a few manual incidents come through as well, so obviously the automatic collision tool, it does pick up most things, but it does miss a few out. It looks as if so this was the 690 car, so Ozermet has been given a 20-second penalty for colliding with the oNiD
Number 9.
Raceroom. Yeah.
That would have been a collision with Johnny Ashley, who will no doubt have taken it with grace and calmness.
Oh, you can almost guarantee that wasn't the case.
I'm not getting invited back to this, am I?
This is what happens when we let the boss drive rather than control everything. Yeah.
He just gets given stick the whole time.
Yeah. I think Ben finished his stint feeling a little bit bullied after it all. So it might have been things that happened during Ben's stint. As Colin Cameron, I was like, oh, there's a lot of cars off.
Yeah, what on earth happened there? Colin's still in this.
Oh,
Comes in quite hot and just tags the 19 there.
Oh, and then the retry, and that's...
Yeah, that's going to be popular.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who... I think that was Resar. So our 4th place man, who got slightly involved in that as well. So hopefully don't have too much damage, but yeah, that's one that the stewards will definitely be looking at.
Indeed, because that's yeah. If you turned around, we do encourage all drivers to hold their brakes. If you don't and you get collected, then it's not going to reflect particularly well on yourself. So there's
another penalty coming in for the number 19 for a collision with the oNiD car as well, that we see just in the background there. But we do have a battle for 2nd place in the GT4s going on.
Ooh, and it's a Janetta in the fight at last. It's been a bit of a Mercedes show in the GT4s up at the front, but we've now got a Ginny getting involved.
So, if you remember back when Tamega and Watkinson were fighting, it was about 30 seconds back to Sharp. And now it looks more like Tamega has fallen back, given that there is a 30-second gap between Watkinson and themselves. But even still, it's a
massive gap to pull out over the over a similar car there. So that's a lot of either a lot of pace Watkinson is carrying, or maybe Tamenga's had some kind of issue somewhere. Because around here, that's a lot of time to drop back in a relatively short space of time on the clock as well.
Yeah, I think Colin Cameron just had another bit of an issue as well. I'm sure I saw a yellow flag. There's a bounce on that awkward curve and into the...
Keeps it safe, rejoins nicely, but a little down on speed there, so that's brought the Pulse car up right behind him. But Jacobs in the Pulse Sim Sport is carrying a 20-second penalty, which I assume they'll be serving at the next pit stop.
Yeah, that's how ACC works. So if you do get the penalty before you need to take a pit stop, it will be served in the pit stop. If you get one and you have no more pit stops to do, say you get one in the last few laps of the race, then it just gets added on to your final race time. As we see Sharpie up the inside of Tamega, and the cameras are so bad around that section of track. One of the best overtaken corners, and the cameras focus on the entry, then the exit, rather than the middle. But
fun little swoopy camera angle I'm sure someone at Kuros has gone into a lot of trouble to program, but is absolutely useless to us trying to stream it.
yeah, it looks like Jacobs has got past Colin Cameron as well. And
yeah, Colin running a bit wide into the corner there as well. That doesn't look like a happy Ferrari.
no.
They'll be coming up to their stint time shortly, won't they? So that's why Trinket has left us.
Yeah, it must only have about 10 minutes at the most left, so I think we'll be able to see. Let me see if I can see their stint time is. So everyone, I think the longest one at the moment is Bayliss. They're 1 hour 5 minutes in to their stint, so they'll need to pit in the next 10 minutes. Everyone else is running around about 1 hour 2 minutes, so yeah, won't be long till everyone's pitting.
We're making that inside the next 15 minutes, realistically.
Yeah. But this is the closest. On you go.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is the closest battle on track at the moment. S and Ferris, although it looks like Montero's catching up to Tomlinson as well, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Tell you who's pulled some time back. Austin in P2. We saw him put a move on Juglis in P3, but he was about 16 seconds back from Thorpe in P1 when he got past. He's pulled 6 seconds back. I saw it dip as low as 8 seconds behind Thorpe. So he is definitely catching, and with a lot of time left on this race. So it's the Pulse boys at it again, looking up the road at the lead.
Yeah, if I look, so Austin took over from Thinesh. No, wrong car. There's too many of them. I think we've got 3 Pulse teams in here. Austin took over from Ash Coupland. Ash, pretty quick driver as well, so be good to see if they can carry on. But the leader's doing around about the same laps last lap.
Yeah. Oof, say that Austin runs it over the curbs there as well. Got very bumpy for him for a second. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of pushing going on. There's not too many close fights, but there's lots of people looking around. I'm sure looking at the timing screens and going, "I'm with a chance there." Montero isn't ahead of Tomlinson on the road, but is on net. Cameron's ahead of Jacobs on net. Blind, what's happened to Ferris there?
So I saw Ferris have the yellow flag, and then after he's just lost the back end going into the corner.
Yeah, it's just stepped out on him.
And
yeah, double hit. One in the front, one in the back.
Not sure if that was kind of not holding the brakes, or if it was just that sometimes the car has the momentum that you could be on
Yeah.
the brakes and it's still going to move slightly. It could have just been a little bit of that. I know Ferris is a pretty clean driver, so
Yeah.
I would have thought he would have been straight on the brakes, but
I think it could well be. It's a long car, the Aston, so it's wherever you end up, if you're in the road, you're going to be blocking a substantial amount of tarmac.
yeah. But jump back on board, Montero making moves on Tomlinson. Catch up. Was not much quicker the last lap, but I think this lap's going to tell a different story. Because he's closed up an awful lot.
Yeah.
So
Getting
Tomlinson
in the
feel the
draft,
need, feeling the need to defend, but in that last lap was 6/10 quicker.
Defending a long way before the corner there, Tomlinson. It's clearly he feels that the Ferrari's got the legs on him as well.
Yeah, I would have said that the McLaren was the quicker of the two cars.
It
But-
seems to have been around here, but the Ferrari seem to be finding a bit of pace as the race goes on.
Yeah, I mean, we've got McLaren 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th and 11th. Whereas the Ferrari, we've got Austin up in 2nd, but then Montero is the 2nd highest in 7th, so... looks like car 19 has an SG30. Is that for speed in the pits? No. It's not actually.
That collective penalty.
That is for the unsafe rejoin that we just saw.
Yeah. Yeah, we did catch that on the stream, and clearly it's caught the attention of the stewards as well, because they decided to take action on that one.
Yeah, as a 774 brings the drive-through counter up to 11. Oh, as we've got big change of positions there. Go back and have a look and see what happened, because Louston wasn't anywhere near Ogimetz. Ogimetz has run wide, got down the inside, and then blew the back tyres up. Yeah, I just saw the positions change and thought, oh, and then the yellow flag come out, and I was like, oh no. But looks like everyone's unscathed and back where they started.
That's,
Johnny.
Johnny once again getting swamped by GT3 cars. That seems to be whenever we catch him at the moment.
Definitely. Oh, as we've got a change of position off camera because of the camera angles on this track, but but no, they've went back. So we'll have a quick look and see what happened. Nice dive around the outside, but then boxed in by the Ginetta.
Yeah.
Can't go anywhere unless they give that place back.
So there's nowhere really for the Ginetta to go there. He can't really do much to help them, and the Ferrari just ends up in a bad position. But he hasn't lost too much. He hasn't gained the position, but he's still right on the back of that McLaren.
Yeah, and Louston is right on the back of Ogimetz again. In the Broken Bones sim racing in the white variant rather than the purple variant the Ferrari's in. Looks to have a good run here. Isn't going to make a move? No. Thinks a little bit better of it. Going to try and get a run out the last corner. As Ogimetz dives to the pits.
Yeah, that will very much clear Larson ahead of him, because Ogimet's carrying that 20-second penalty.
Yeah, that's going to drop them down a little bit. As Moore serves their drive-through and is back out on track again.
it's got to be a bit disheartening coming in and knowing that the car's got a penalty on it and you're having to then go back out having dropped a load of places.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. But they didn't get the penalty for the fun and games of it, so
No,
you've got to own up to your
absolutely.
mistakes.
Yep, 100%. Team
And it
game,
looks
this
like-
one.
Looks like the stewards have now caught up.
I know. It's been a long old stint for them to get up to this point, but they have caught up to all the incidents so far.
Yeah, so Montero does get past Tomlinson, but that's because Tomlinson's dived into the pits. As we will see pretty much everyone go into the pits in the next lap or two, I would say. Including our race leader is also in the pits. So a slightly early pit stop, I would have said. Stint was only 71 minutes. Could have done another lap, but maybe thinking let's
Yeah.
just get in and back out again, because
I'm wondering,
see
get some fresh rubber on, try and gain a little bit of time back over Austin before you come on the fresh tyres before you come back out.
don't know how strong the undercut would be on this track, but I would think it would be pretty good given there's quite a lot of corners. And
Yeah.
so fresh tyres probably going to help. And it does mean that our time in tower looks a lot fresher again with the the lack of penalties as everyone takes their stops and serves them. So is Austin going to dive in this lap? No. Just going to keep going.
He's got to be close on stint time at this point, surely.
He has 2 minutes to get into the pit stop, so
Yeah,
would
end of this
yeah.
lap, it'll have to be, won't it?
Yeah. It is a drive-through, I think. If you go over your stint timer, the game gives you a drive-through. So, but as long, I think Jurgelis, he's in the pits now. As long as everyone pits this lap, Askin actually, apparently is on 1 hour 54 of a stint. Not really sure how that works.
No.
So yeah, I think that's just it, having a bit of a meltdown, race control.
I mean, there is definitely one person who'll be showing us very much over their stint time, and that's down in the Go for the Gap Ginetta.
Oh, definitely. It is in the pits.
Who are racing with a touch of dispensation because they're actually having to make a physical driver change rather than a digital one.
Yeah. So Austin does head into the pits, and now we get to see, is anyone going to speed into the pits and give themselves a drive-through or even a stop go 30?
I think they're a bit close, but I think they all got on their limiters in time there.
So Alex Shahabi, this will be hopefully still race leader. For them, obviously. They're coming around, a little bit of traffic to deal with, but just going on to sector 3 now through the kink right. Austin still showing us in the pits. It'll be interesting to see. We're going to Helicam and see if we can see Austin still stopped.
All stops.
And we're going to see Shabi drive past just now. There he is, so
There's just as Austin gets moving as well.
yeah, it does remain
Still
in the lead.
Still a long stretch of pit lane before he's able to get back out and start chasing.
Yeah, so about a 10-second gap, so it stayed about the same.
which is what Sharby will be very glad to see. It's like the last thing you want to see is that gap being less when you get back out on track.
Yeah, especially it's so easy to add time onto your pit stops in ACC. You know, you've got speeding into the pits. If you are slower into the pits than your other driver, but you slow down way too early, then you can gain seconds. As that looked really bouncy there. I thought Van der Kaaspeet was a way to have an issue, but they're all good. If you miss where your pit box is, so like you see in F1, they've got to hit their marks bang on. It's similar in ACC. If you miss where your kind of pit square is, then they've got to move around you again, and it takes a little bit of time. So you can easily add on 5-10 seconds just from having a bad pit stop, even if you've got no damage.
Thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case for Shahabi in the 55. He came out with the gap pretty, or for Coupland in the second place car. They came out almost exactly where they were. So it's fight back on, round 3. And I'm sure the Pulse car is going to be trying to chase them down.
But yeah, getting a 5-second penalty, and that was forcing the car off the track. That was the number 690 was coming out the pits, and the pit lane here, it kind of runs around the outside of turn 1, and it looks like Yellowneck or Ferris, probably would have been Chris Ferris, I think, in the car at the time, as just running the side of them, pushed them a little bit wide.
Just didn't quite leave enough space to let them get them through the corner. But they march on. So they've got 5 seconds hanging over them, but they've got nearly 3 seconds gap to the car behind. So if they can build on that, they can absorb that 5 seconds at their next pit stop.
Check in with the GT4s. We've got Ilpo Rootsleinen now in lead in the Apex Not Found. See if he can find this one. Spot on. Must be finding quite a lot to be in the lead by 30 seconds now. So I think a change of team names due for the next race. But they are still in the lead of GT4s, followed by the TSRC Ginetta, which is Scott Vincent. And just behind them, Daniel Hearn in the Mercedes. But Daniel, very, very quick driver. It'll be interesting to see if he can close that 5-second gap to Vincent. Was quicker on the last lap by 0.3, not by a huge amount, but both of them actually quicker than the race leader by over a second. Not the race leader, obviously, GT4 class leader.
Yeah.
That'd be impressive.
It is a long old gap to find there, backed up to where he can fight with the 404. But Daniel's been looking racy in the last couple of series we've watched him in. He's been looking very racy on Tuesday nights in the OTM series. So he knows how to pedal a GT car around, does that man?
Yeah, definitely. But was 0.3 slower again than TSRC car. I know they are very quick as well. So it will be interesting to see how that gap changes as we go on. Boardman, I think that's a new driver into the Broken Bone Sim Racing, doing their first stint, I believe. I'm just going to check that.
Yeah. Slightly wide out turn 1 as he he's got a nice little gap on both sides from there, so he's got clear air to really get a couple of good laps in. The BBS car moving through the right-handers here. There's 2 right-hand corners, and then out series of left-handers here to before they come back round into the long sweeping left-hander. It's got a lot of tight corners to get through here. And of course, down in number 10 now, it's that man who you've heard him for the last couple of hours, but he's out on track now. It's Trinket Ditas in the Evil Nature Extra Life / Evil Nature car.
Putting in a really good lap last lap as well, a 32.5, which is quickest, which is the... I would have said it would be the second quickest lap on that last time round. Obviously traffic will affect some of the drivers, but still really good pace from Trinket getting straight in. And on it.
Yep,
Fastest lap still remains with the 690 car, which is a 31.8.
Down in P7 at the moment, but holding on for a credible position there. So it's just looking up and down what I can see of the timing tower to see if there anyone really close to each other, and they all seem to have spread apart a little bit after that last series of pit stops.
Yeah, apart from Gettings and Buckley, so they had the first stint. They were right together with each other, and they're back. The teammates have had in the car, they've got back in, and they're right together again. So we'll see. Gettings was catching up. Whether that was legally catching up, given their last lap was invalid, I'm not sure. But we might be seeing Drive to Counter go from 11 to 12 shortly. But yeah, they'll be looking to get on the back of Buckley and make that move up into the top 15.
So everyone looking very settled in at the moment. It's get your head down time, isn't it? It's like it's the middle of the race. Either way, you're not really fighting for the race win until very much towards the end of it, right?
As we've got a
So
yellow.
it's just 89. I wonder what happened there. It's off the last turn.
Losing the back end into it,
Yeah.
going for the reverse entry, but can't pull it off. But no harm done other than having some slightly toasty tyres, I think.
Yeah, plenty of runoff there to get yourself facing the right way without spinning around on track. So got themselves going again, and they're back out.
It is one thing about this track, I mean, we'll see it from the helicam here, is that it's a lot of the walls are quite far away. So I don't think we've actually seen anyone hit a wall yet.
No.
There's been car-on-car collisions.
Yeah.
But I think the only place, or the worst place for hitting a wall, would be as you come round, not this right-hander, but the next right-hander, the little kink. If you get it a bit wrong, you can spin to the right-hand side and hit the wall as... But that bit there that sticks out.
Yeah.
But even still...
Even then, you have to get it fairly cataclysmically wrong to miss all the empty space and hit that.
Move for 4th place, Luke Sherlock on Nick Manders. Gets a little bit of an overlap down the inside. Gets on the inside and makes that move stick.
Gets in there, just look like he let off the brake just slightly enough to carry him further forward. That gives him a nice couple of car lengths worth of space back to the other motor behind him.
Ben Brown back in that Hello Kitty, taking over from Johnny. Might be the last we see of Johnny, I'm not sure. But I did hear him say, if I get annoyed, then unlucky, you're doing everything.
So
Yeah.
I'm not getting back in that bloody thing.
Manders not giving this position up, as
No.
the leader is had a big off.
That's a big hit. And that's a very damaged looking Mercedes.
So this is... Oh! It's... That could shake up the GT4 a lot.
Yeah, I suspect that one's going to be going on the incident sheet. But that's not... That front end of that Merc is not looking particularly happy.
Not at all. That's a big flappy bonnet. I know in the GT4s, damage doesn't affect you as much as in a GT3. But still, it's... I mean, they've lost 10 seconds, at least.
Yeah.
In terms of lap time, but...
It's a front-engine car as well, so there's every possibility. If he's taken a big whack into the wall on that front end, there's every possibility it's digging the engine up a little bit.
I just missed it, but it looks like Manders got back in front of Luke Sherlock while all that was happening. I thought we might have caught it in the replay, but I was too slow. So yeah, I know Luke caught up, overtook, but Manders getting that place back straight away. But yeah, I reckon that's going to be a good 30 seconds of damage.
Yeah.
For the...
in the luckiest, it will bring him back within range of the cars behind. Realistically, I'm suspecting he's probably going to be dropping behind. And if the car's not feeling well as they're going round now, he might have to come in and get that damage done fairly straight away. It was very heavy. Yeah,
it's getting just now a yellow flag. That is in that wall that I said you might be able to hit. Is this a classic bump over the curbs and into the wall? About curb, bounce, flick, and bonk.
Fairly light touch on the wall, which GT3s are quite sensitive to any kind of hit, so I'm sure it's not going to be feeling very happy right now.
No, definitely not. Although it doesn't look like it's got too much scuffs on it, so I think they will get away with that until the pit stop comes around.
It'll buff out. It's fine.
A bit of teacup, bit of pit stop, job done.
The gaff tape's being unfurled as we speak.
But yeah, ACC with obviously we do see all this damage on the front of the Mercedes. They as Ortogrins now. I believe this might have been Maserati things. And power on, and
yeah, there it goes.
Well held though. Yeah, I don't know if I would like having the no TC. The no.
Not in cars that are really designed to have TC and ABS.
I think the TC we could get away with if you're kind of careful. It's the no ABS.
Yeah.
That. Oh. Ben Brown has threw a yellow flag. It is.
Ooh. Ooh. Little bit of a thump, but not really any damage done there, I think. So I think we'll just crack on with it on that one.
And that lovely livery.
Yeah. It's a very popular livery.
Very popular. Especially with half of the drivers. Of it. Alex Shahabi then still controlling the lead out front. Now 16 seconds of gap, so he's pulling away a little bit. About 5 seconds since they got in. Not a huge amount. But doing more than enough to get to keep this lead.
Yeah.
Maybe it was all the practice on the wet tires they were doing in the practice session. So
it's like the old thing, do all your setup work on worn tyres so that when it goes onto new tyres it feels amazing. It's like taking that to a bit of an extreme if you're doing all the practice on the wet tyres and then going on to slicks.
Just a tiny bit. Ashley Coupland in the first of the Pulse Sim Sport cars, in second place still. And then Marcus Hagel in the Pulse Lamborghini in third. That is your current top 3 in the GT3 class. But I mean, the top 5 are all within a minute of each other. Then there's a bit of a bigger gap down to 6th. And then there's some close kind of 3 seconds ish gaps, but everyone's spread out a little bit coming up to the halfway point in this race. Miles Dixon in for his first stint in the car, taking over from Thimesh and Xander Jacobs.
It's a long way back for that Pulse car, but Dixon is a rapid driver, so entirely possible he'll be able to make some time up on the cars in front now.
Drink it up in front of him, about 18.5 seconds. But Miles' last lap was a second quicker, at 32.4, which I think, bar one car, was the fastest lap around last time. So
there's plenty of time for him to find his way back, but it's a long old stint, and at a second a lap, you're talking what, 18 laps there? That's a lot of time to have to absorb.
yeah, we'll just obviously, you when you're driving, you see your relative timer, and you do have a look and see how close the car is behind, especially if you see the name Miles Dixon behind you. And I can bet Trinket's looking at that and going, uh-oh, that's coming down a lot. As Andy Thorpe is doing donuts in the Maserati. As you can hear,
Maserati turning into spinning, who'd have thought?
another 3 hours before you get the victory donuts.
See, tries very carefully gets it straightened up there. It's like, don't put the power down, don't put the power down, don't put the power down.
I think, obviously, there's this car, and then there's a Porsche Cup car that doesn't have traction control but has ABS. I would think Maserati got to be the hardest car to drive in the game.
I'd say so. It's a relatively powerful, especially when you get used to the systems that the other cars have. When you're used to traction control and used to the ABS, you get mentally in that place where you can plant your foot a bit, and when you suddenly don't have that to rely on, doesn't feel great, and it ends up with you having to be very, very twitchy over that right pedal.
Mullen having a bit of an issue getting the back end out, but has managed to keep it out the wall and keep going. And another driver, although we were saying he was getting caught by Miles Dixon, he's actually catching Ben Royal himself. So
He's catching and making the move.
not yet.
No, I've misunderstood which car was which. Yes.
Royal in the gold McLaren that's just in front, the Haribo one. So it's getting close though.
He's pushing hard to try and get onto that 9th place. They're having a good, famous last words, they're having a good run so far. So hopefully they can get something out of this. That's a closing speed to the Ginetta in front. Looks very big on the onboard though.
Yeah, and it's getting busy.
Yeah.
Was there a touch there? I don't think so, but
Bit of an M25 moment, isn't it?
yeah. That's the problem being a GT3 in front as well. You can't just blast by on the straights. You've got to wait until they kind of let off and move over a little bit. But we
Cars
also
are
have
so big as well. And it's so easy to underestimate how much space you actually have. Or overestimate how much space you have.
we just had a move with the BBS car going down the inside. You can see it on the left. Nice dive down the inside of turn 6 and makes that move stick. Nope.
Yep, gets it nicely through. But that McLaren, that might have woken that McLaren, the Ilmoja McLaren up slightly, and he's going to be chasing after them again.
Yeah, that was our race leader after the first stint. I know it was probably their fastest of the drivers that was in. And with that, you always expect, you know, not every team has 3 super quick drivers in it. As we see Trinket going down the inside of Ben Royal. Ben Royal looks like he doesn't fight too hard. Oh, and we've just been absolutely destroyed by him. As he got the back end of that McLaren out, but has kept it going. But yeah, cameraman, ambulance needed for him, I think. Suffering a few injuries there. He was stopped on a silly bit of the track, to be honest. But
Absolutely. Pike is very much closing in on Prey in front. Right under the rear there, and it's same. It's always one of those things when you have the same cars coming up against each other. It comes down purely to, most of the time, it comes down purely to driver speed. And if you're fairly even with the guy in front, which at this point most people have found their level in the race, there were around people who are around the same sort of pace as they are.
I think, I know Andrew Pike's quite a quick driver, so I think they'll be definitely looking to make a move and pull away. But you are right in that most people have settled into where they should be. Although there was the penalties, which will have swapped around a few positions.
So it's been a while since we've seen a drive-through. I don't know what's going on. Everyone's sticking to the... something flew off in the background there.
I've never seen that before.
No.
I don't know what that was. Did ACC do a debris update?
I'm not sure, but I'd be very worried if I was in one of these cars and saw something that you didn't recognise just flying through the air behind you.
Just a move here for Moore. It's going to go around the outside of Regibi. Oh, I've butchered that name, but yeah, good move there for 20th place.
Getting around the 19 and moving off a bit further. The 19's had a fair share of struggles this race, but it's a good place to get through at least.
Yeah. Back with the GT4 leader, that gap has closed an awful lot. They are struggling with that damage. So Vincent now, I mean, I think you'll be able to see up in front.
Yeah, there is. He's not far ahead at all. I think they're trying to muscle. The 404 is trying to muscle through to their pit stop, but it might be time to concede on that one and get in and get your damage fixed.
Yeah, I suppose the thing they've got to think about as well is if they do pit now, then they're going to have to do another pit stop over all the rest of them. So by pitting now to fix the damage, you're almost giving yourself another pit stop as well as fixing the damage. So, but with the GT4 you could fill it right up and drive through the pits and it will reset the stint timer because you can get way more than the 75 minutes out of a tank.
Yeah, I think. I'm not sure who it was saying before the race they could get about an hour and a half out of the Ginetta.
Yeah, I think that was Cami, maybe?
Could be.
Cami or Ben.
I've waited a lot of time to be able to get away with in a GT4 car.
Sherlock and Manders still going at it. You can see we're on board with Luke Sherlock for oNiD Racing Stronger, chasing down the oNiD Simhound Rookie's car, getting a good tow. And although they are tucked up in behind, that's second place Vincent. A faster driver, but in that Ginetta, not down the straight you're not. As we're going for a move round the outside. Doesn't quite manage it. That's the tuck back in.
There's a lot of Mercedes on Mercedes action going off in this race.
Rob Samanska asking in chat, who needs a drive-through?
Don't tell him. Because he will do it if he thinks it's funny.
The KTM, that needs a drive-through for not being here. No, who was meant to be in the KTM? Or did they have to sign out? Because I don't see it in the entry list anymore either.
No, I'm not saying anything else. Looks like they unfortunately weren't able to make it.
Or was it Daniel Hearn and Tamega and they switched to the Merc last minute?
I wouldn't be surprised because I know there's a lot of people at the RM side who do like that KTM car.
Andrew Pike's still not past the Cray yet, but is very close.
Nice.
And,
Like fighting very hard. There's a few battles starting to redevelop after the pit stops. It got spread out for a while, but they're all starting to find places to fight with again now. So hopefully it'll tighten up a bit.
I noticed we've had as he makes a move down the inside of turn 2. Is it going to stick? It has. Good move
Very
for
nice,
Mr. Fish there. That is up to 12th position. But I was just about to say before that we've got a guest in the comms booth.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, or do we?
It's Mr.
Someone
Kitty
hasn't
himself.
let in.
Damn livery.
How are you, Johnny?
Yeah, not bad. You?
Yeah, good. Good.
Good. It's been a good race so far.
It has been. It's been a lot of action going on. The lead's chopped and changed a little bit. Shahabi's kind of got that under control for the moment, but yeah, it's been a few different people. You've been had an entertaining race, you and Ben.
Yeah. First stint we were in the wars, and then got a penalty, and then Ben got a penalty that was then given to me in my stint, and then I was in the wars a little bit, and we've been bullied around a little bit, but mostly it's been okay. There's just seems to be as you find with endurance races, it's the same culprits every time. That like to bully you around a bit, but it's been good. We're battling down in 28th, and Ben's catching Autogrim quite nicely. So I think the battle really is with Manders, Sherlock, and Autogrim. If we can get up there and things go away a little bit, I think that'll be the battle we in come the end of the race. But yeah, we're doing pretty good. We've got 3 speed tokens at the minute, so we're flirting around with a drive-through.
But didn't Ben get that in the first stint as well? So you did well not to get any.
Yeah, Ben got all 3. So I got in with 3, and I was like, But it's not been too bad. We're plodding along. Temperature's coming down as well, which is helping the tyres.
Yeah, it's now at 29 and 34 track temperature. So track temperature's dropped by 7, which is...
Oh, Ben's just got our drive-through. I was just sniped my own teammate.
Of course.
Yeah.
Let's just switch to Ben and push that button for number 12.
Well, we
So,
were in a battle.
I was sure you were going to get drive-through number 10, so you've done 2 better than I thought you would.
Oh, has Moore's got a drive-through as well? 13. 13 drive-throughs in 3 hours. Rude chat.
That's your kind of level, Stevie.
Well, Valencia is the track where I famously got a drive-through within 7 minutes, I think, or 10 minutes, and then miscounted and got disqualified within 14 minutes.
Oh, it's 14.
And
Moore's got one as well.
I
So
got
we've
that
already
one.
had in Warzone.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we
managed
got
to get that one. But yeah, I got disqualified in 14 minutes of a 2.4 hour race round here. And then being admin, I had to sit and make sure everything else was good with the race and just sit and watch. But yeah, it's been interesting. You might, I mean, Roots Aligning has a lot of damage, so might drop back towards you.
Speaking of which, he's now got Vincent within half a second of him and looking to make a move. That is for the lead of the GT4 class.
Oh yeah, that AMG is damaged bad, isn't it?
I think there was a bit of cross communication going down the pit straight, and pulled in just before they were in front of a car, and then what's it? They've been pushed towards the pits.
Yes, definitely having that place. Possibly hinting that Ruslan should go in and get his damage repaired there.
Well, I think there might have been a little bit of a I'm not sure what I'm going to do as well, because there was a yellow flag.
Yeah, he thought about carrying on and then...
Yeah, and then the pits. But yeah, they pulled in front of another car just before they were clear of it, I think, and ended up speeding into the pit lane. So not so good, but I reckon that's a good 30 seconds of damage on the front of that Merc.
It was a very big hit on the front of that Merc, so it's I think they're going to be sat there for a little while. It's definitely going to take them out of contention for that GT4 win.
So
but now we do actually have a Ginny in first place in the GT4s.
I'm on the Ginnies.
Yeah.
Have you joined us just for a chat, or are you here for anything?
No, I'm just here for
particular?
Well, I could be here for something in particular.
Could you?
I could be. It means I would have to go and set it up. Keep talking about yourselves for 2 minutes.
Set it
Usual
up.
standard we expected.
I mean, I don't know what it is that you're setting up. I maybe do, but I don't know what you need to. I don't know what you need to set up.
Oh, I need to copy and paste and launch it in Discord.
Okay. Well, how about we go for a break anyway just now? Because I think
Yes,
there's
let's do
a
that.
change of comms, and then we can get to that when we come back. So we'll go to a break, and we will be back very shortly.
3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. Pause. Go, go, go.
Welcome back. I thought Johnny is ready with everything, but just thought I'd jump on. Well, Luke Sherlock looks to be making a move down the inside of Manders. It's turn 2, it's tight, but they have got the position as the McLaren goes around the outside of them both.
Big twitches from both the Mercs there as they're trying to get themselves back lined up for the next corner.
Yeah. But it looks like Luke has managed to get that place again, but we'll see if Manders can send one up the inside. Thought about it, but didn't quite, as Mullins had another issue, unfortunately, and is now doing donuts on the grass. So, but Johnny, do you now have everything set up?
I do.
So,
I'm ready to go.
I'll put this on the screen. And Johnny, I might have fucked up. I don't think any of that's come through.
Okay.
And go again.
Right. We are coming back then to a 6-round series for the SimHound Amateur Series, which is going to be great. We're coming to season 4, going back to a format that we've tried and tested before. So rather than monthlies, we've gone to a 6-round championship. The interesting thing with this is that anyone who has less than a 6,500 rank is welcome to join the series. We're doing it based on rank. There is still coaching available on a Wednesday evening. There is races on a Thursday in the usual format that we've seen in the last few weeks. There is also going to be a stream. The oNiD returns as well for the 6-week championship with me and Adam, chatting away and talking all things sim racing while doing some commentating on what is going to be some fantastic racing. So sign-ups are now open. Obviously, if you are less than 6,500 rank, and you are too quick for the series, the coaches will decide and may move you out of the series, depending on how you do round 1, and so on and so forth. But everyone is welcome to sign up if you are below that rank. And Stevie, we discussed this at length, didn't we, on Thursday evening, and we thought this was probably the best way forward. Obviously, the guys are still going to get at the end of the series. There's still going to be SimHound gloves available for the guy that's improved the most, and amongst other things that you coaches choose. But we thought this was the way to go, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so. Just to give everyone a bit longer in a season as well, racing against each other, and it aligns it with all the rest of the oNiD leagues. So when you do progress out of the amateur series, or even if you haven't progressed out yet, it's nothing stopping you from going and joining other series as well. It aligns it with that and gets you kind of used to how we work at oNiD and race at oNiD. So yeah, I'm excited going forward into it, and I think the next round will be good. There's some decent tracks available as well, including the big scary Bathurst.
Yeah, big scary Bathurst at round 2. I know there was talk about Cota as well, but I quickly stamped that out. I think it was Alex Parkin that said do Cota.
Daniel Lindblom.
Oh, was it? Yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah, it was going to be a Maserati series all round Cota for 6 weeks. But no, yeah, we've got some great tracks: Suzuka, Bathurst, Kyalami, Indy, Laguna, Watkins Glen. 2 withdrawals allowed. So, like Stevie says, lines up with what we do in other series. And it gives another day of racing, and obviously we'll look at how things sit. If there's, people are under 6,500 rank, and there's, 10 people that are very, very quick. There's they might not get yeeted out of the AM series. They might just be, in that top class, and it should produce some good racing and what we want to see on stream and stuff. And the guys can learn from some of the quicker guys as well. And everything else is the same, isn't it? Really, it's just a format we've decided to change.
Yeah, so there'll still be live stewarding. There will still be the promotions out of it, but that's kind of governed by the SGP rank that we're using as well. And there'll still be all the coaching, so everything will be the same. It's just that you're going to get an extra 2 races for your season,
which is going to be awesome, and we're thoroughly looking forward to it. So that is live on SGP now. Obviously, the AM Series guys have already had access to it. The important thing is, when you do sign up to it, you need to go and choose your role within oNiD's Discord, hit that AM Series so you can see all the channels. But I look forward to seeing as many of you on track. It should be cracking, and it will be live streamed, and we want to get these numbers up and get people watching, because it was once our most watched stream on a Thursday night. So we want to get back to them dizzy heights and have some fantastic racing. Obviously, it all stays the same. You get liveries and live stewarding, like Stevie said. So come and get yourself signed up. Unfortunately, I can't race because I'm not 6,500 anymore.
You might be after this race.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I might see you there.
What's that ranking drop?
Oh, Luke Sherlock's just got a drive-through. Add it on.
It is added as Manders goes down the inside as well to add insult to injury and then block him from taking the drive-through. Very clever. Do that another couple of laps and we get him DQ'd. I think tactical, outside the box.
I'm not sure that's the sort of coaching we should be giving.
Amazing. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go out and love you and leave you, because I think I've got to get in the car in about half hour's time. So, and I need to eat. So,
you
Enjoy
have
your time in the Pink Panther mobile.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, thanks.
You've got 33 minutes left.
Yeah, and I got to eat. So, fingers crossed.
What you having?
Burger King.
Nice.
Shame the Alpine,
Yeah.
the Burger King Alpine. Was that what swayed you? Was it the marketing on the Burger King
Yeah,
Alpine?
yeah, that's what it was.
Cool.
Right, guys, have a good one. I'll see you. I'll speak to you later on.
Perfect. Have a good one, Johnny.
Cheers. See ya.
I feel kind of bad for Luke Sherlock getting the drive-through, because these two have been providing our entertainment for the last half an hour.
It's not what we wanted, really. We wanted them to keep going. They've been fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah. We did see, just as we were speaking about the AMs as well, when we flicked that to the cameras, that Daniel Hearn has got in front of Vincent to take the GT4 class lead.
Yes, indeed. So it's
It was
back to where he was.
a little bit of a kind of coming together with the go for the gap car, which may have aided in it, but it looks like Dixon Hurst has had a bit of an issue going straight on, possibly.
I can say that didn't look like a good line there through the around the back of the tyres.
Oh, very straight on.
Oof, God.
Oh. That almost looked like a brake issue more than...
Yeah.
But it's still going, so...
It's the Porsche, so it's... I think it's not known for having particularly bad brakes, so for it to... I wonder if he just got a little bit overconfident on trying to carry the speed, and it just didn't work for him.
Yeah. Dexter Cray, one of the first to pit.
Having
They
to
were-
back it up into the pit box slightly.
They did pit early before, so they have come into the pit stop after doing 65 minutes, whereas everyone else still has another... What? Maths, come on Steve, 25 minutes to go. Yeah, so
How's that put them in a position where they're going to have to do an extra stop before the end?
2 stops would be 2.5 hours, so yes.
Yeah, about
They-
13 minutes short, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's not ideal for them, especially with other cars behind them who'll be able to leapfrog. If they can close up a bit, they'll be able to leapfrog them in that last stop.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. With that, it could be that they just go into the pits and take a splash and dash pit stop, and go back out from their 10 minutes of petrol. But I mean, 75 minutes. I know most of them have been managing to make that 75-minute mark, but depending how heavy footed you are and which car you're in, maybe they are struggling to actually get to the 75-minute mark. Because I know sometimes when you're doing endurance, a lot of the time it's 65 minutes is the stint timer. It just seems to be the thing that everyone does. And sometimes you're touch and go whether you're going to make it. So could it be that they're just a little bit heavy on the right foot?
Could well be, and that would have. It's disadvantaging though. You think the faster you are, and the more you're using the throttle, the more likely you are to stay ahead. But if you're burning up that fuel, it is a whole different ball game as endurance racing. It's not go as fast as you can until you hit the finish. You've got to pace yourself through, really.
Yeah, I know I'm quite bad with fuel usage in this game. So it does bring me down a little bit. Everyone's like, how are you using that much? I'm using 2.4 a lap. How are you using 3.6?
Yeah.
Which is exaggerated, obviously, but as Miles Dixon makes it past Ilmoja. And the 698 McLaren up into 9th place.
Does indeed. That puts him... that puts him a little way back from Trinket still. But,
still 11 seconds, so it has closed in by about 8 seconds, but not as quickly as it had been.
Plenty of time still in this race, but up into P9 for the for that Pulse Sim Sport car, and so they'll be reasonably happy with that. As much as they'll be happy with being slightly further down the field, but as I recall, they took a few penalties early on that's dropped them back there, so it's a bit of a recovery drive for them.
Yeah, definitely. But as you say, they should be pretty happy. 2nd and 3rd in the Pulse cars, and then 9th and climbing.
So, always the fun of where will they get to before the end? Who knows? Who dares to dream?
Nobody knows. But you never know what's going to happen as well. It's still over 2.5 hours left.
Yeah. Feels like we've been here for quite a long time. We're actually only really just past the halfway mark. So there's a lot of time left to go.
Definitely. I mean, if this... I know it's stupid saying this, but if you think this was a 24-hour race, we would barely be into it at all.
Yeah. Would still be what they consider the early stages.
So we do have
lots of flustered cars around just because of the short nature of the track.
Yeah, so we do have a warning going out to car 27, and that was for a dive bomb on GT4 car 713, which is a leader. Although it looks like we've also had a stop go 30.
30, yeah.
For the previous leaders as well. So that
690
is a real shame for them. Their kind of race coming
just trying to see
unfolding.
what that's for. I'm not sure where that is.
it was for speeding in the
There
pit lane.
Oh, dearie me.
So I suppose that's one thing we can't see is if the pit board is still there.
I'm just a fraction too late onto that limiter.
Yeah. So Eustace is going to have to go in the pits and take that minute penalty. That overall minute.
Oof, that's going to be
And
a fairly substantial drop back there.
it's going to drop them down a couple places from where they are.
Yeah.
But yeah, not been a race to forget, as it's also going to be one to forget for Toby Lewin, who collects drive-through 15 of the race. It's like, good job I made it for double figures, was it?
Did we ever suspect it might not make it? It's a tight track. It's easy to do. And you tend to get them in bunches. You get a few track limits warnings all at once, and then it's like, right, now I'm basically driving on tiptoes for the next hour.
Yeah.
And then it's someone else's problem. They can take the drive-through.
Scott Vincent's not letting Daniel Hearn go, though. I know we saw the overtake a little bit ago, but yeah,
I mean,
still within a second.
Daniel's a fast peddler, and it's his kind of car, the Mercedes. It's a lot of weight, very good at running over the curves. You can properly throw it into corners, and he's looking very happy in it. But Vincent's keeping him honest. It's been less than a second between them for a fair few laps now.
Yeah, potentially had an issue, Daniel Hearn, in not the last lap, the lap before, because I noticed it was a 143 compared to a 141 that was that last lap. So maybe he had a little bit of an issue, or lost a bit of time with a GT3 overtaking, because even if a GT3 overtakes you cleanly, you still can lose time. But yeah, it's that fight for the lead definitely not over. Unfortunately,
you've got a Aston Martin interfering with it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, routes the line and is still in third, so still a good result, but is currently 1 minute 20 off the back of them.
That was a lot of damage he took there. So it's credible results, but he's got to be looking at a long way up the road, thinking what might have been. Really, oof, that was a big snap for the 24.
Yeah. Now, I have done a couple races around Valencia, and I have done that where I've lost the back end going through that corner and ended up right over the gravel. And you can get a track limit warning for doing it.
That's insult to injury, that, isn't it?
Yeah, you feel like you've definitely lost time, but the game thinks, are you sure? I don't think you did. So, yeah, that could be another track limit warning for Bo Lamberts in the collective world, number 24 car. Does Mullen have another issue? I think I've got a feeling that the back tyres on that 911 are a little bit past their best. Although saying that, it's only been 24 minutes on them, unless I didn't see many people go out in the practice sessions, so
no,
everyone should be on fresh tyres each stop.
Yeah, 6 sets. They should, unless they have managed to burn up one of their sets a bit too quickly.
Porsche can be a difficult car to drive. But
twitchy oversteery thing at the best of times, so add to that the put lightning for a race car and it gets even twitchier.
And another warning being issued. That is actually for Mullen. Just a collision while lapping 713, but obviously not too big a contact, as they're coming up to lap 713 again, so hopefully do it a bit cleaner this time.
Looking at the notes, the stewards felt it was an avoidable contact, so I think that's a little bit of a telling off there, but not say we're going to penalise you for it. It's telling off.
Yeah, it does make it pass cleanly, however, it looks like Vincent has got the run, but just not enough.
Yeah, looked like the Ginetta just rotated a little bit too much to the left-hand side there, and had to pull it back in behind turn to get the power down.
Helge van der Veen in chat as well now. Then hi. It's been good to see you.
Is that him and Psycho flirting with each other there in the chat?
Just normal things, isn't it, really?
It's just their lives, that one.
Yeah. Although Psycho cheering on Dan Hearn in the RM Motorsports team to beat that Ginny, whereas I am 100% on the Ginny's side. As we just had someone disconnect, although I think it was out of 20th, so that the Ferrari. We've actually lost a few cars. We lost should have started with 36. I think we started with 34.
Yeah.
Now we're down to 28, so lost 6 cars through the race. And I think
fairly reasonable attrition for a 6-hour race.
Lost the oNiD race in Maserati, actually, I've noticed.
That's unexpected. What's happened to those guys?
Yeah. So we lost them, and that's the only GT4, the rest have been GT3s. Obviously the number 15 that disappeared earlier as well, and a few others that we've not quite noticed. It was the 774 that just disconnected, Yavi Mora.
Yeah, but he was typing in the chat just then, I noticed. Yeah, they're having... It's someone else getting a Logitech issue. The looks like their wheel's given up the ghost on them.
Oh. It's been
That is the equivalent of a mechanical failure in sim racing, isn't it? The wheels stop working.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that, because there was also Dan Hyde just had an issue. Is this losing it under braking or on the power, loses back end, but manages to hold it.
Held that very well, to be fair. It would have been very easy to get that Ginetta off into the gravel.
That'll be because he's running 0 TC. Madman.
Yeah.
Absolute madman.
Just the question, we're a few hours in now, so is it still Dan, or is it Cammy wearing Dan's skin like a mask?
I think it'll still be Dan, however, when they pit next, it could potentially be Cammy getting into the car.
Literally, in fact.
Yeah. Dan only built his sim rig up about a week ago. And now it's going to have 2 people in it.
Nice. I mean, I'm still on the Logitech clamp to the desk myself, so can't really comment on other people's sim rigs.
If you do have the room and you've got the funds and stuff to get a rig, it is good, but to be honest, it doesn't matter what you drive on. If you've got a full 20 grand rig or a £50 controller, you can race and you can be competitive.
So long as it's, and that's the thing, isn't it? My golden rule for sim racing is you should never connect your fun to where you finish on track. So long as you should be having fun, and doesn't matter what you're doing it with.
Yeah, exactly. I've had some fantastic races that have been for like 25th place.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
the battling, it doesn't matter the number at the end, at the side of your name at the end of it. It's just if you enjoy it. And that's what we're all here for.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anyone in this race that's getting paid to be here. So everyone is here just to have a bit of fun, enjoy it. Same with myself and you, even commentating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're damn right Johnny doesn't pay us.
I wish. He's going to come back into the comms booth now just to tell us to F off and then go straight back out again.
Definitely. Added another one to the drive-through counter. 16, Robert Gettings. Hey. But yeah.
Are we going to make 20? We're definitely going to make 20 drive-throughs. Sure.
We're only just past halfway. I reckon we might make 30.
We should do a sweepstake next time. Have people pick a number. So whoever gets the right number of drive-throughs wins a prize.
Yeah, Hilke saying the time me, him, and John Earl, we were battling around Kota, and I think we'd all had a bit of a rubbish race up to that point. We'd spun a few times, or I'd probably had a drive-through. And yeah, it was great racing that we had.
Yeah.
16 drive-throughs just past halfway, rookie numbers. Person.
In those minis in the Assetto Corsa last season, just absolutely hooning it around tiny little tracks. It's just great fun.
Opportunistic move there from Andrew Pike, getting past Ben Royal as Ben had to take to the outside, giving. Oh, we have a drive-through up the front.
Ooh.
Hagel, who was catching Coupland, has got a drive-through to make it 17. As they come in to serve that right now.
That's the sign of someone pushing very hard to try and catch the person in front, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's... It's going to kind of stalemate the front a little bit. Because we've still got Shahabi leading. So, in the Connexus Motorsports McLaren, they are 26 seconds ahead of Ashley Coupland, who are now 26 seconds ahead of Hagel after that drive-through. So
could come down to which of the front two gets drive-through first at this rate.
Well, that's a thing. I mean, obviously, Johnny came in and said we've been on 3 track limit warnings for about 2 hours, and then Ben got that drive-through, who is catching back up to Ortogren again. But yeah, how many is Shahabi on 3 track limit warnings? Coupland? We don't know. I wish there was a way to say.
Yeah, it would be good to know which way they were going on that one, but because neither of them seems to be relaxing. They both still seem to be pushing very hard to make sure that there's space between them.
So apparently there is one driver that is getting paid to be here, and that is Colin Cameron paying himself in cookies to be here.
That is a very valid very valid thing to be paid in for a sim race.
I also like the fact that I'm pretty sure that is Colin Cameron who says Cameron is paying himself in cookies to be here.
I was going to say, if Trinket typed that while in the car, I'd be very impressed.
I would be quite impressed, especially given he is still being closed down by Dixon, but not by an awful lot. Dixon now 6 seconds behind, so it's pulled in 5 seconds from when we last saw, but it's he's catching Boardman in the 310, at least on that last lap, by an awful lot too, so Trinket really putting in a shift.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Dixon in the background just behind him on the straight there, but he's having to negotiate traffic at the moment, so that might give Trinket a little bit of breathing space. Probably a very little bit, knowing the way Miles is, but could definitely definitely give him a moment at least.
Miles will just be moaning about the car that he's in, because that seems to be what happens. But
So didn't he pick the car?
he usually does. He usually picks it and then gets upset that he's picked the wrong one. But obviously, it's all on him. 2 pit stops down here, so Dan Hearn pitting out the lead and Rutsalainen pitting out of 3rd place as well.
Tell you what, the stewards must be slightly bored. There's not been a incident for them to deal with for about 7 minutes now.
Any volunteers?
Who wants to ruin their day?
Who will be commentators curse?
Well, we're focusing a lot on Alex Shahabi at the moment. Let's see how he feels about it.
There's no one near him to be involved in
if he
anything.
did go from the lead now and have an incident, he will watch this stream back and we will get a very angry message.
I wouldn't be surprised if Shahabi's listening to it as he's going round anyway.
That McLaren's looking very planted.
Yeah, it's such a solid car at the moment in this. It's just,
it is my second favourite GT3 car. I will say so.
Which is the first?
Bentley, all day long.
Surprised to see no Bentleys here. Actually, no, not surprised to see no Bentleys here.
Not at all. They are an acquired taste. I will concede.
We did the Big Ben theory race last night, which I don't know if it was named after you or not.
It was, yes. Jurian named it that just to annoy me.
And that was Bentleys and Mercedes-Benz GT3 cars around Indianapolis, and it was almost a multi-class race.
Ouch.
Yeah, it was. I think it was in qualifying. There was only one Bentley that was qualified higher than the slowest Mercedes.
Yeah.
So
the problem is that it's not getting any updates anymore. Although apparently someone is asking if they can run one at Le Mans when they bring the GT3s in. But
okay.
Which I would love to see, if nothing else. But yeah, it's not getting any updates anymore. There's only so much Kudos can do to balance of performance it with all the other cars, so it's fallen out of favour in a big way, really.
I'm sure they could do more.
Yeah.
Like, just strap another turbo or something. Easy.
I gotta wonder how much the having the official license kind of handcuffs them a bit on that. It's like, are we allowed to balance up the older cars to the new ones, or do we have to focus on the new stuff coming through and make sure that that's up for racing rather than looking at the old stuff?
I remember when they were talking about this version 1.9, and they had said that what they were going to do is balance the cars so that you could pretty much pick any car and have be competitive. But I feel like it's almost went the other way, because I mean, look at the grid that we've got just now. Out of the GT3 cars, with the exception of one Lamborghini, one Aston Martin, 2 Mercedes and 1 Porsche, every car is a Ferrari or a McLaren.
Okay. Yeah.
And that doesn't just happen because people like the Ferrari and the McLaren. That is 100%.
Keep an eye on what that balance of performance is doing and what the meta car is at the moment, and you see people shifting their allegiance throughout it.
Yeah. No.
Apart from nerds like me who go, no, I only drive the Bentleys because I'm a nerd.
Yeah, it is a shame, because it would be amazing to drive some other cars and still be competitive. And I know, like, we were just saying, you can do it for fun, and you can obviously pick the. You could pick the Aston V12. Like, I think Shahabi did actually do that for one Sunday series, and won the Dutch Endurance team. Jongen picked it as well.
It's
And
a
yeah, you can still have
glorious
fun,
car to have fun with.
but you're not gonna be anywhere near the front anymore.
Yeah. And then, while I say don't tie your fun to the result sheet, if you're miles off the back, it stops being fun. You want to at least be battling people.
Yeah, you want to be competitive. It just doesn't matter if you're competitive with 20th or 2nd.
Absolutely.
So,
Hello.
Hello.
I think it's back.
I didn't realise it would be this late. But, yeah.
Did you get carried away?
I didn't.
You had good pace as well. So,
Yeah, it was pretty decent.
Colin
Track
back in.
track temperature's falling a lot now, so the pace is starting to come through for a lot of people. But it seemed like a lot of people around me were
still in the
struggling.
car.
Yeah, well, you had Dixon catching you.
Yeah, I noticed Dixon was slowly catching me, and I was about on pace with the person in front in 7th or 6th, whichever one it was, because I think someone pitted in front. Chatburn, I think it was. Was it? No, Boardman. There, yeah.
Boardman, yeah. But no, it was pretty solid pace. You must be happy with that. And obviously, Collins had enough cookies and is back in the car again.
Laying in bed. But of course, remember, they're in VR, so sweaty for a double stint.
Damn.
Yeah, we're happy. Got up into, I think, 8th after pit stops.
Yep, still holding on in P10th there. Or P9 it's showing now, actually.
Yeah, because Dixon's just pitted behind us.
Looks like you pulled out a gap in the pit stops there as well. Because Dixon's only just out the pits, so
Let's see what my
about
stop was.
11 seconds.
Yeah, I had a 32-second stop and they had a 38-second stop. I had no damage whatsoever, just clean car, did the fast stop, carried on. They must have had a little bit of damage or missed their box or something.
Hilk is asking if you got paid in cookies as well.
No, I have not been paid in cookies. Someone please pay me in cookies.
But yeah, as we were talking about the BOP just before you joined as well, person has been saying the GT3s might be kind of Ferrari or Mercedes or just don't bother. The GT4s, it seems like just pick any car. Doesn't really matter, apart from the Camaro apparently.
They all have their strengths. So some of them are stronger in certain tracks. Like the Ginetta is, like if you're good in that, you can be fast in a lot of the tracks.
The Ginetta just struggles with Paul Ricard and Bathurst. That's the two tracks it struggles with because you're bouncing it off the limiter for half of the straight.
Paul Ricard.
Yeah, Paul Ricard. I think half the straight at least. You're on the limiter at 150.
Just before the bridge, it starts hitting the limiter at 148 miles an hour, and anything that was near you is no longer near you. I bring it up a lot, but it's just so funny that the Ginetta has a limiter. Its sixth gear is so short because when you're revving out in 5th and you switch into 6th, you're already close to the red line. But yeah, a lot of the GT4s are pretty close. The Maserati can be very quick, but you need to be like spot on with throttle and brake input. It's a lot of fun, the GT4 field. I do love it.
So I've just noticed we've lost car 115 as well.
Oh,
That was
no.
about 10 minutes ago. So Andy saying, sorry folks, retiring the 115, don't think I've got 4 straight stints in me.
Oh, so maybe Wynn's had some issues. and therefore can't do the stints or something.
Yeah. Well, that's a pity. So that's... We're down to 23, is that right? We've got a couple more that I can't see there.
We've got 28 still.
Okay. So we're holding on. So that's, what, 6 cars out from where we start. That's a fairly decent rate of attrition for any 6-hour race, to be honest.
New fastest lap. I think it was a couple laps ago, but I've just noticed it now, and that is 1:31.6. As we also have a yellow flag. That is 2 cars in the wall, and that is the leader in the GT4s again.
Oh, no.
Oh dear. It's use down 15th. They were the lead earlier, weren't they? Oh,
That's
dear.
another... Oof, that's another very damaged Mercedes. Bonnet was popped on the front.
Oh, they have lost the lead. Sharpie in the Ginetta has, and yeah, that's a pop bonnet, although not as bad as it was last time.
No.
You've got to say. But yeah, use. They were the leader in the first stint, but have had a stop go 30 in the pits, and so have dropped down the order.
Daniel Hearn in the chat. Well, yeah. Oh dear. Yeah,
Just...
that's gonna go down well, I'm sure.
It makes makes it exciting.
Yeah, the 7:13 and the 6:19.
Oh goodness! I just noticed the drive-through counter. I like how as we went into the break and I joined Colin, started talking again, I just immediately noticed the number 10 pop up. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
number 10.
There has been a few.
Yes, I got a hold of the car with 2 track limit warnings. I got one on my second lap, I think. So now we're on 3. Hopefully that will stay like that. But me and Colin have experience for driving with 3 track limit warnings, because at the Indy 24, I think after 3 hours we had 3 track limit warnings. We did over 20 hours of 3 track limit warnings and we didn't get the final one.
That's impressive. It's,
Especially at Indy with that one corner that you kind of cut all the time.
Although I found last night, driving the Bentley, because it's right-hand drive, you can cut that Indy corner so much, because it doesn't feel like you're... It feels like you're cutting it like in another continent, but the left-hand side of the car's still within track limits.
Miles Dixon with the fastest lap now.
oh god, yes.
Hey, Cammy's in the car now.
Cammy is in the car. After a long drive up, I think 3 hours.
About that.
So that was it was 3 stints for Dan now.
Kent to Northampton and then straight into to finish off a 6-hour race.
They pretty much drove all the 6 hours.
Now, will she prefer the... I think she has a Fiesta ST. Will she prefer that or the Ginetta to drive?
Well, one you have to do the legal speed limit of the road, and the other you can beat it around Valencia. So I know which one I would prefer to drive.
Yeah.
Around about the legal speed limit, because the Ginetta is quite slow.
Imagine taking that thing around the B roads, especially where I'm from in the West Country.
It's like one of them will get you points that you want, the other does not.
What do you mean points are a bad thing?
To add
It's
in
like golf, right? The higher number is better.
So that collision that we saw between the GT4 leader at the time, and they've been given a 10-second penalty for it.
That's misery upon misery there for the former leaders of the GT4 class.
How has it been since I was gone? As I was driving, I didn't get much of a look of it. It's been calming down much?
No.
No.
Okay.
It's-
Manga into the pits.
Manga in, yeah.
Got that damage to repair and a 10-second on top of that's going to be quite painful.
Yeah. We've not seen the Phoenix team racing that much. I don't know, they've just been doing their kind of own race, but it's now Jimmy Twice in the 777 car. Lapping pretty good, a 33.0 last lap. 32.2 is their best, with Montero about 30 seconds behind. They've got quite a big gap up in front to Louston. But pretty solid drive from the 777, I would have said.
And then another 11 seconds to my boy. And Dixon, who had the fastest lap for a short while, so is obviously flying on track right now, going to be catching Cameron quite quickly.
So Austin's back in the car in P2 there, and he's with that fastest lap. He's surely got to be looking to close Thorpe down in the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, what is the gap between them two now?
It
About
is
26 seconds.
Yeah, 26 seconds.
It has gone up a fair bit then. Let's see, Tamenga. They were stopped for 42 seconds.
But yeah, a lot of fastest laps coming in just now. We've
Yeah,
seen
the
3
track has
different
dropped
new
in.
fastest laps.
Yeah, track's dropped a lot in temperature, and it's around the time everyone's doing their pit stops, so everyone's getting onto fresh tyres now in the nice cooler track, so everyone's really pushing it at speed.
Just
I
seen
mean,
Tamenga
Colin just went faster than I did, so
Tamenga on the back of Watkinson, but I'm just noticing how much time they've lost in that pit stop. They've lost, and the instant, I guess, as well. But they're now 1 minute 20 off of Sharp, so they must have had quite a lot of damage.
they were stopped
even though-
for 42 seconds.
Yeah, it seems, unless they've went into the pits to change the damage and forgot to turn tyres off or something. Because 17 seconds of damage would seem about what they had. But I wouldn't have thought it would have been a full 47.
They also had that 10-second on top as well, remember?
Yeah.
That is true, yeah. So maybe it was 37 seconds of damage. I know Dan Hearn's in the chat. And
It would have been quite a hefty thunk for 37 seconds.
so, but they'll be looking
It is
to
also-
move back up.
It's also possible that it was only 7 seconds of damage and they also changed tyres and then had the 10-second penalty on top.
Need our reporter on the pit lane to go and find out. Where's Ted Kravitz?
Over to you, Ted. Oh, Ted's dead. Okay.
Oh,
Ooh.
damn. Seems like Ted's dead. Okay, that was a bit like the oh no. Anyway,
Oh no!
Very shame, yes.
Anyway,
oh dearie me. I think we're coming up to the end of my stint in the comms booth now as well. But, it's been a lovely bout of racing for the last few hours here.
Don't know, as Cammy has got a 5-second penalty for unpredictable driving when letting car 404 lap them. It caused a little bit of contact, but again, must have been relatively minor before it's 5 seconds.
Wonder if that's a bit of just got in the car, not quite settled in yet.
Especially after driving up. I mean,
Yeah.
not exactly the best preparation, is it, for doing your stints?
I can tell you that my practice before this was 2 laps in this practice session. I haven't driven Valencia since the last time I raced Valencia, and that was probably about a month ago now. I really am just a throw myself in a race kind of person. I just go.
It's all good if you know that the car's set up fine and it's a car you're driving regularly and things, and it's not so bad. But
it's also not too bad in an endurance race because you can give yourself some time to settle in, and then you can push in no immediate rush. It's an endurance event.
gap at the front's come down about 5 seconds, so it's definitely closing with Austin behind the wheel, but 21 seconds still a lot of time to make up, and a lot of time to still potentially get drive-throughs as well, so be interesting. But yeah, as we were saying, I've got about 2 minutes and then we'll go to a little short break, and you'll be leaving us, Ben.
I will. I'll be dodging back over to the steward's booth for the end of the race.
Yeah, as it looks like one's just come in.
Quiet. I was going to say it's been a bit quieter, but they have to prove me wrong on that one.
Looks like Colin bumping his way past Daniel Limblom would have caused that one, but I would imagine that it's going to be a no further action.
Yeah, just that the side by side through a corner and getting a bit too close.
You've got
to make a great rally car, that Maserati.
Yeah, definitely. Apart from, the lack of traction control in ABS.
Bad, yes.
That's perfect for rally. What do you want about?
I don't know, I've tried rally games with no ABS, and you come to the first corner, you push the brake, and then you do stop eventually, but only once you've hit the tree.
Yeah, I'm just terrible without ABS in most games anyway, but without traction control, I think it's kind of a requirement in rally just to not have that.
Traction control, yeah.
Foot down.
Definitely. But yeah, we will head to a little bit of a break, and thank you very much, Ben, for the. Oh, look at that slide.
Ooh, that was nice. Proving us right there.
And yeah, thank you, Ben, for your time in the comms booth, and hopefully you'll get a bit more of a chill in the steward's box to the end.
Hopefully so. Right, it's been a pleasure, guys.
Right,
hope everyone enjoys the rest of the race.
We will see you shortly.
3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. Pause. Go, go, go.
Welcome back, everybody. I think we just missed an overtake. Dixon has managed to get Colin Cameron. Have a look at that. Oh, a slide from Colin. And Miles Dixon says, thank you very much. And down the inside. Yeah, we are back. We have a bit of a change as well. Ben and Trinket have left us. And we now have our first commentators group back. Welcome back, Dominic and Paul.
How's it going, everybody? See that you guys have raced through another, 3 hours now, and are closing in on the final 2 hours of this race. And looks like we had quite the shakeup in the running here. I'm seeing our pole sitter and early leader sitting down in 15th position, so I'm assuming something catastrophic had to have happened there.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a kind of slow pit stops, and I think Use is definitely the quicker of the three drivers as well. But they also did have a stop go 30, and I think got involved in a couple instances as well, so they have dropped down, and but trying to fight back up again.
Yeah, mighty efforts. And then I see the SimRacing Collective have taken the lead of the GT4s as well, so geez, a massive shake-up. The difference 3 hours can make in a race is really quite staggering. But yeah, the drive-through counter ticking away. It's currently at 17. Definitely playing a role in this heated contest on this heated track. Although I've seen we've dropped quite a bit considerably on the old track temperatures since but a few hours ago. So definitely with all those fast times coming in, we're at 30. Oh wow, that's a nice summer's day. that's the kind of temperature I can do. Don't mind the 40s. But yeah, 2 hours left on the clock. So really, now we're starting to get to the culmination of kind of race strategies. I suppose at the end of this hour, well, if I'm right, what way would it be for the pit strategies? They would have like another one left in the tank at this point.
Yeah, so I think everyone will be pitting once more, at least. Majority will be. There is a few who will have to pit twice. But yeah, we're looking for the last pit stops to be in about 40 minutes time or more to get them to the end. But yeah, you were saying the GT. On you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, if I'm looking at the pit wall time, it looks like the 77 car, the third place, currently driven by Alexander Alekmets. It looks like they are on they're 19 laps into their current stint, whereas P1 is 15 laps and P2 are 13 laps. So I wonder if that kind of jostles things around. What's going on here?
So it looked like Colin Cameron went to go around the outside of Cammy Sturch in the Ginetta, and when they came back onto track, they weren't quite past the Ginetta yet and ended up spinning on the grass.
Ooh.
Oh.
As I read Hilke renderings, that's very unfortunate. Oh yeah, just catching on the replay of a replay I have. Just kind of like just bumped as they got past. It's mighty unfortunate.
So it's looking like the cars that will need to pit twice. The treble 7 might, if I think they will have to pit twice, but it'll be a splash and dash. Bo Lambert's in the Collective World 24, they will have to pit twice. And Tony Law in the treble 8, I think that's the Racing Stronger Mercedes, they will also have to pit twice. But everyone else should be on course for just pitting once more. Interesting
stuff. Yeah, definitely curious to see how it all kind of pans out. 'Cause yeah, it's like a 6 hour enduro is a nice sweet spot between, like, I mean, I know at this stage, I know in real life racing, it's like, you know, the 24 hours now of, like, you know, the Nordschleife or whatever. It almost feels like it's just 24 different sprints broken up, because of the reliability of the engines. But definitely, I think when it's a 6 hour enduro, it's like it's an afternoon for most of these drivers, so it just kind of doesn't feel like it's on the cusp of being too much. I feel like the 12-hour ones are when you kind of start to take those hits of, like, you know, it's um, you're doing like quite a few stints, kind of spread across essentially half a day. So I feel like it's a nice sweet spot for these lads to kind of give it an absolute going for it. Warning for 823 for running wide into car number 30.
Yeah, that's
23.
Daniel Lindblom running into, I think it was Colin Cameron. We caught it a little bit ago. But yeah, just a warning.
See, Johnny Ashley's back out there in the Hello Kitty car. oNiD Hello Kitty. Making that livery look good.
I wasn't convinced that was him that joined the comms booth after his last stint, because he was way too calm and collected.
Far too nice as well.
Mm,
Sounded like he was enjoying it.
yeah. Maybe the Hello Kitty livery is all he needed. Just to kind of...
Sweeten him up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I suppose it's testament to it being like just out of the pit cycles, but the leaderboard is quite clear of penalties for the most part. There's the odd one or two dotted around, but otherwise, I know the stewards were debating how clean it was going to be for the next few hours, but it's kind of quieting down a little bit, hopefully. I feel like most of these drivers now would have had at least one or two stints. I can't imagine there's too many who'll be going fresh into it for the last 2 hours, unless maybe there's some of the 3-person teams getting someone new into the car for the last 2 hours to bring it home. It does look like a fair majority of the field are familiar names from the last 4 hours. They've really flown by.
Yeah,
Do we know-
the middle part of the race has definitely gone by fairly quickly. Can't believe we're already down into within 2 hours left to go.
Yeah, with the sun kind of like lowering the sky there. Do we know if it's going to be like a sunset finish, or or is it going to dip into needing to get the headlights turned on at all?
I'm not sure, because a lot of the tracks it's kind of based on, I think they pick a date and they base it on that. Looking at the sky, still looks quite bright. Don't actually see the sun in the sky at all. I guess it's on our right hand side just now, looking at the shadows. And yeah, it should be in front of us, so I think the sun's still reasonably high in the sky. So I think we'll be daylight to the end.
Yeah, because I think so. The point at which they take it is when the actual race happened on the GT3 calendar, which is why some of them are depending. Have some interesting moves there, just getting through the GT4 traffic. There's one of the GT3 Ferraris. Oh, but that Ginetta of Johnny Ashley getting quite close to Tony Law there. This Ginetta on... Oh, it's a Mercedes, never mind. Daniel Hyde, Johnny Ashley, the two Ginettas. Only separated by a few laps or so. This battle is raging on. It's been fun to keep an eye on how many close battles have been happening. I've seen there was that 4-way battle for P2 there not too long ago. But it looks like a lot of that's kind of simmered down, I suppose, as they try to keep their noses clean just to make sure that they give themselves the best opportunities to finish the race without the looming possibility, as Johnny Ashley goes fairly wide into that really awkward braking zone. You kind of got that kink, which can really unsettle the car if you don't have the correct line going through it. But he's able to wrangle the car back around again. As we zip over to Daniel Hyde with a replay, as he's, or is it Cammy that's driving the car at this point? I think it's Cammy. Yeah. Oh, does well to hold on to it, but just a very rear happy Janetta. So this battle for P24 then, Daniel Lindblom finds himself entertaining both Tony Law and Johnny Ashley within a second and a half behind him. I feel like we've seen a lot of this Maserati just going through the paces and putting up with the GT3 traffic and managing that fairly well. Currently P5 in class, it's a fantastic showing. And again, testament to the the skill of the driver to, as I say that, just gets a little bit hot on the throttle at the exit of that corner. Been driving for the best part of 4 hours with 0 traction control, so that's bound to happen every now and then. As we have a GT3 lapping on the inside there as well. Ooh, is that contact with Tony Law with the Racing Stronger car going into that corner? So they're side by side. That's the GT3. Tony Law comes fairly quick in, and yeah, just manages to pick him up on the just the apex of the corner. Johnny ends up capitalizing on both of them. He just must have flashed his admin badge in their rearview mirrors, and they kindly got out of the way from him. That's a bad form, Johnny.
Maybe they just didn't want to get Johnny Ashley'd and thought, we'll move out of the way.
Yeah.
Exclamation mark Johnny in the chat.
Seems like the gaps are starting to kind of spread out a little bit with the penalties that have come through.
Yeah, there's not too many close battles on track at the moment. The Johnny and the Janetta and Tony Law. That is the closest two cars. But obviously still time to go. There's lap cars can obviously do lots of things to how quickly you're getting through traffic, and there is still a few cars which are around about within 15 seconds of each other. The lead is 18 seconds to second place, and then a further 11 seconds to third. So it's definitely out of the question, and the drive-through counter is on 17. What's to say that that's going to stay on 17 for the next hour and 40 minutes?
Yeah, no, I think as the stints wear on, I think so will the concentration of some of the drivers, and definitely you're going to see some of that. Because I wonder if any team is like really struggling with their tires, and if I don't think it would be the case that anyone will be running low on tire sets, although we don't know. Potentially someone could find themselves running a set of used tires by accident and then having an absolutely miserable last stint. Wouldn't wish that on any of them, so I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but you never know.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me with Daniel Lindblom, who was in the Maserati. We were at Suzuka, and he'd done his stint. Then I think it was maybe stint 3, and he put me back on the same tyres that we started on. And
Oh no.
it was slightly damp, so didn't really notice it for a start, because obviously lap times were well down anyway. But by the time it dried up, I was 2 seconds a lap slower than
Oh my goodness.
Matt Holman, who was catching me, and I was pulling my hair out trying to figure out why. And, it then clicked as I was going into the pits and selecting his tyres that there was only one set of used dry tyres in the whole 50 that we had.
Man.
So, yeah. Big shout out to Daniel for that one.
So we have a GT3 car getting through, and it looks like there's been a change there. Oh, that's the 404 car also just getting through. That's Watkinson, is it? Yeah, mainly, yeah. So that's a blue flag situation. I wish the pit wall kind of delineated the GT4, GT3 split a little bit easier, because otherwise it just looks like they're all the same class. But I digress.
I'll have to get you set up on ACC Race Control. That is a program that's very, very good for seeing where everyone is, and
Yeah.
also how you control the cameras and everything. So,
I don't want to take your job, Stevie. I mean,
I'm sure you will.
I was suggesting at some point that the oNiD comms, or there should be an endurance somewhere where it's like the comms team are also just driving the cars on their stints that they're not commentating. That would make for, because we've almost had that. We've had Trinket in here and stuff. So I think but the entire panel will be madness.
I don't know how. I guess it would work if you had, you know, when you get a 24-hour stream and you have to split it up into 3 parts and on YouTube, or else it doesn't save it as a VOD.
As a VOD, yeah.
I suppose as long as you timed it so that the person that was doing the cameras fitted in with that, then you could. And Bo Lambert's in for an early pit stop. Oh no, they are not in. That's roughly about their stint timer.
Oh yes, so they're going to be on a splash and dash, you were saying, before the end.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll have to get you hydrant next Enduro as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's the one thing. It's the one constant. Is every time I've commentated on one of these, I've come away going, it's like, man, I wish I was racing in that. It just always looks like such a good time. Even if I would be running at the back of the pack, how many laps down? Who could say? Interesting. It will be interesting to keep an eye on that 24 car and see how their strategy plays out. It could end up being the case that they're able to just run nice and quick on that last stint. As we have a battle here, well, the GT3 of Oscar Velos getting past the GT4 of the Maserati.
What about yourself, Dom? I know you mainly play AC stuff, but have I seen you in ACC before?
If you have, it was long ago. I played it, I would say probably 6 months ago for maybe about a month, and that was about it. And then I kind of just went back to ACC. I don't know. I just never really gelled with, back to AC. I never really gelled with ACC. Something about it just, I don't know. We never got along, so to say.
So you won't be joining the commentator team for the next Enduro.
I will commentate if need be, but driving, all you're gonna see from me is a lot of off-track warnings, burnt-up tires, and possible hazardous driving towards other racers, which would not be fun.
Speaking of off-track warnings, I believe. Oh, you've already spotted it. The counter has gone up with the Porsche number 7, adding to the. It says DT, which we know means drive-through, but I'm going to say it means death toll. the driver tax. There we go. It's the driver tax. Paying one more to the big government.
You can get away with it 3 times, but any more, then you gotta pay the tax. They'll come for you. They will find you. But yeah, Dominic, your race sound. If you joined ACC, it sounds like it would be quite an exciting race, though.
Yeah, I did a little bit of racing in the the VRS championship that we did on AC, and that was like the last championship that I actually was on track for, and I gotta say that I was well off the pace. Those guys out there that race weekly, regularly, definitely got me one up to when it comes to being on track. I'm better in the comms booth.
I don't know when the next Enduro is. I don't know if it's planned or not yet. I know it's usually Johnny and Ben that comes up with the mad ideas for them. So, be interesting to see what the next Enduro is. But we do like doing slightly different ones to the norm. So, like Valencia, the 24-hour at Indy. We had the 12 hours of Spa, which isn't against the norm. Because Spa's the most used. But yeah, I think I've seen 24 hours multi-class of Oulton Park being mentioned.
Yeah,
That would be quite interesting, I feel like.
A really sadistic part of me really just wants an obscene amount of time on Brands Hatch. Because that is a track that is not suited to too many cars.
I think it's one of the shortest tracks as well, isn't it? So.
Yeah. I despise trying to pass on that track. Ooh. Very close racing there from the Pulse Sim Sport 52 car. Just trying to get through some lap traffic. It's getting very close on the exit of turn 1. Yeah, I remember before Valencia came out, kind of seeing, based on the real life races that happened there, I was kind of dejected with the choice because I didn't think there'd be too much passing happening, but then I did see there was some incredible moves being done in the middle sector. I think I don't think it was Rossi or someone anyway at some point, and just and then when the game, or when I came out in the game, it's just yeah, no, it's actually far more decent than I was expecting. I was kind of breathing a sigh of relief because I was like, oh man, I don't want to spend money on DLC I meh about, but I think it is very similar to Misano in that it's it's one of those bike tracks, but it's just so punishing for track limits. In that it's just so easy to accumulate those warnings. Ooh,
Yeah, definitely.
Triple 8. You have a Triple 8 car? They've been fairly quiet on the radar. That's the Racing Stronger, Tony Law. Oh, that might have been for that contact with the Maserati.
Yes, it was.
I would say. See, that's when you know it's been quiet, when we're getting the the results of those incidents that were happening on the same stint as the comms are on, rather than like a stint prior. Which is good to see.
Yeah, I'm sure the stewarding team has been over there working frantically to get caught up.
I mean, we did ask for volunteers, I guess, but I mean, we weren't being honest with that.
Volunteers for which?
For giving the stewards more work.
Oh. No, I'm sure there'll be a few more dotted in the next 90 minutes.
See, if I was out there, they would have their hands full. They'd be well into stewarding next week. They'd be like, you know what? We're just gonna say he DNF'd.
So a warning for car 99. That's the GT4 leader, Kieran Sharp, for forcing the 404 car off the track. So that was the battle for P2. So just a warning for the time being, but they do have they are running about, well, I don't know what the gaps are there.
It's
There's like a lap.
80 seconds of a gap now. So almost a lap. So they just went round turn 2, and 404 are just going round turn 6.
Ah, okay.
As you'll see if you look at the mini map, as we have a Maserati in the gravel. So you can see, was it his fault or was he pushed?
Oh, does well to avoid spinning. Just ends up kind of straight lining out onto the gravel, but that actually managed to give him a handy way to rejoin. Because I think the worst thing about rejoining is I found it mostly in AMS2, but it happens in most of the games where you get onto the grass and you just look at the throttle pedal and it's like, oh, would you like to go sideways? And I'd be like, no, but it's like, please sir, I would very much like that. But
Yeah, it's funny. Some of the sims are just, when you get on that grass, it is literally ice.
Yeah, you may as well just just chuck like a ton weight around the back of the car at random directions, and that's where the car is gonna go.
Yeah, it's definitely sometimes one of those things where it's just like, can I coast back to the track possibly?
I did see it happening earlier in the race. I think it was one of the Ferraris, the Emil Frey one, where just on the awkward, I'm going to say penultimate corner, because technically the really long wide left-hander is turn 13, with the last corner being turn 14. So what will be turn 12 is the awkward one with the sausage curves. And I remember I was hopping in, it was like my first time playing like ACC in probably 6 or 7 months, and I was like doing an hour-long race or 45 minutes, and then just like halfway through I clip that sausage curve, and of course I find the one barrier, because it's really cruel the way they've set it up, where they have like one barrier that's like perpendicular to the track as you're like coming through it, and of course that's exactly where I'd find the contact and just get an absolute boatload of damage. But it doesn't seem. No, I say that. I did see the 404 car had, the Mercedes had quite a bit of damage it was carrying for a while there. Just as we go on board here with Joe, it's just here on the right. The barrier just gets so close to you, and it's like, why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, we were speaking about this earlier, and that there's not been that many collisions with walls because they are so far away on this track. But that one that you spoke about was the one I kind of picked out as that's where you could hit. But you were saying the 404 Mercedes, they actually hit the pit wall here. And it was just
Pit wall?
Well, it was just after the pit wall, but it was a little bit of a miscommunication on I've noticed in ACC sometimes it says that you're clear, but you're just not quite clear. And I think that must have happened, so they went to pull back in and were still slightly alongside the other car and got turned into the wall. Kind of American police video style pit maneuvered. And I think they definitely caught the suspects after that damage.
So the gap between second place and first place is coming down ever so slightly. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was about 18, 19 seconds a few laps ago, and then that's come down to 15.3. Currently on the last laps, you can see Leighton Austin he was like 0.05 of a second slower than Martin Thorpe, but generally speaking, for the last few laps, he had been able to find a few tenths here and there. Dexter in chat bringing up that's why he uses ACC spotter, or crew chief rather, as an ACC spotter is a bit poo-poo. I must give crew chief a go. I have to download that because it's not something I would be able to use on my Xbox days. But I absolutely want someone to berate me automatically if possible. So
you can just stay in our voice chats if you want.
Yeah, I don't think I could race without a crew chief, honestly.
Yeah,
it kind of becomes like one of those apps that you just get so used to.
I'm gonna drive into town and be like, why isn't anyone shouting at me?
Overtake a car on the road and why has he not said I'm clear yet?
Keep your line.
The car in front is faster than you. I've not used Crew Chief either. It's something that I've never downloaded, and I was happy enough with the in-game one, but I think I would quite like a little bit more detail in terms of like lap time the car ahead's doing and things like that, which the in-game one doesn't really provide. So I've been tempted to try it, but I've just not got to it yet.
Yeah, I would definitely highly recommend it. The amount that you're able to like customize it is pretty amazing. You can even get like different voice packs and stuff like that, so you have different voices or whatnot. I know some people, like when doing iRacing or whatever, they use different ones for different call outs. Obviously road racing and circle racing kind of have a little bit different feel towards what outside inside kind of means, you know.
Is the stream still hitting YouTube? Oh, it is. Okay, I think it either just froze on my end or I don't know, but it's back again. Yeah, no, I was watching it on the Discord, and then I looked over YouTube, and it was kind of like a spinning circle. I was like, oh boy. Yeah, no, I think Crew Chief would be. Yeah, I must look it up. I went onto the website, and it was like forums and like very kind of like old school, like you're just downloading some random software. And I'm like, oh, this is the PC. This is the PC lifestyle. I'm not in Kansas anymore, Toto. So I must give that a bash. She was like trying to install Content Manager for AC. I'm like, okay, this is just a whole new experience for me.
Yeah, in terms of flashiness on the website, they're lacking that. But in terms of quality application, it is next to none, I'd say.
Yeah, I think we should do one of those, like if we ever reach like 10,000 members at oNiD, we should like pool together the resources needed to get like a Johnny Ashley voice pack for Crew Chief. Because I did remember seeing the disclaimer that it's quite a lot of effort to kind of keep that pack up to date, and because there's a lot of recordings needed for it. But I will be tempted. I wonder actually with the advent of AI and stuff, but that would just be taken away. work from some voice actors when, I don't know. I do want to have the experience Dexter is mentioning in chat where he likes it when Jeff shouts at him for spinning. I feel like I could use someone shouting at me when I spin, because I feel like if I spin, like I just feel like if I was to join an enduro team in the morning and I spin, it's like, ah, yeah, good job, Paul, good job. Okay, bring it back. It'd be too nice. I need a bit of vitriol and hate. We have another drive-through, or is that Bayless serving another one?
No, that's another one. That's up to 19. As Ben was saying, only 18 drive-throughs and got that curse in. And we're up to 19 now, so who's going to be lucky number 20? There's a prize for the 20th one.
Is the prize that you get to be number 20?
And you that
I
you
think
get
it's that
to,
in a drive-through.
Yeah. You get to see the wonderful sights of the Valencia pit lane as you cruise on down it at 30 miles an hour. Fight for position, though.
Oh, is this? Yeah.
It's
Excuse me.
Axlin on Ferris for 12th place, so the oNiD Racing stronger car up against the E1 Sim Sports. And looks like Gear has a decent run, but maybe not alongside enough. Just not enough.
Yeah, it's always that push and pull. Like, you have to leave the draft to make the move, but then as soon as you do leave the draft, you're no longer getting that pull to kind of let you get that move done. So you'll have to keep at it for another lap or two until the moment presents itself. Yeah, Ferris he was about a second and a half slower than Gear in the last lap, I believe. So maybe just losing a little bit of pace just as the stint wears on. Gets very close there under the braking. My heart always, or like, like I always find myself like, I either sharply inhale or something when when you see the cars, especially on these like almost bumper cars, when like they just get very close under braking. I'm like, because you hate to just see them like plow into the back of them.
It's even worse when you're the one driving the car. Then you do that and you're like, ah, no.
Yeah, when you end up having to do the little bit of panic brake, it's like, oh, you stopped a little quicker than I was expecting. That was scary.
Or they dive to the outside because you are going to hit them and you need to move out the way as quick as you can. I've had that too many times.
Yeah, that's always some good heads-up driving when the person ahead has one eye in the rear view and sees you make a mistake and saves both of you.
Yeah, so in that last lap, Ferris has done a 134.4, where Gear has done a 134.7. So a return to form, perhaps, for Chris Ferris on that last lap, just to keep Gear at bay. And I think they have is that a leader that's kind of lapping through them at the moment, giving them a little bit of breathing room?
Yeah, that's the third place car of Alchemet's in the Cuton round race in McLaren.
Okay, we've got the 690 into the pits at 1 hour and 20 left on the clock, or 1:19. So they're also going to have to do a splash and dash. They're leaving it circuit. Yeah, they had a.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit out of sync with incidents or something.
Yeah, you
so
can see they had a few very short stints.
they have run out of their stint timer now and are in the pits. They have to be, but as you say, they're about 6 minutes too early, you would think. So they are going to have to run through the pits right at the end of the race.
Yeah, that stint that they had was 1 hour and 13 minutes. So probably couldn't have chanced another minute and 35 on the clock just for the hopes of because they would have still been out by that. So a splash and dash on the cards for them to get them through to the end. It's a shame because they, like, as has been said, they were the pole sitters, currently down in 14th place. But a fantastic effort all the same. So the 777 car, they're back down in 8th place at the moment. So, and they just pitted. Oh no! So they're in the same boat as well. Oh, they'd pitted a few laps ago.
Yeah, they're 4 minutes into their stint, so
Yeah.
kind of in the same boat. Them and Luke Sherlock in the GT4 as well has just pitted too. Everyone else is kind of away to pit in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, so that's going to be very interesting. The cars, I suppose, either side of those drivers would be relishing perhaps a free spot, because it's going to be quite the effort to make up the time lost when everyone else is just making the one stop. So as you said, you are killing about 25 seconds in the pit lane, and is that just for the drive-through, or is that like stopping in the pit box?
That's just for the drive-through. If you need to take fuel, 1 litre will add on another 5 seconds to that, and then you're about 0.2 per litre after that. So yeah, if you need to splash and dash and put in 10 litres of fuel, then you're likely going to be 32, 33 seconds.
Gotcha. Cool.
So with them needing to stop for gas, I mean, even if they were to fuel save, they would still have to stop based on driver's stint, though, right? Only being allowed the 75 minutes.
Yeah, they would still need to go into the pits, but they could just drive through if they did have the fuel to do so. So they don't actually have to stop in the pit box, they just have to enter the pits.
Okay.
Okay. So they could just do it, technically a drive-through, but they would have to then fuel save for 2 additional laps.
Yeah.
Or they could have just taken on extra fuel at their last stop in the hopes of getting through.
That's
So the
a
end of this-
possibility as well.
I
If-
suppose, yeah.
If the tank was big enough, because the 75-minute stints might be pushing the tanks on these cars as well. At least for the GT3s. Jonathan Seville saying hello in chat as well.
Ahoy, hoy.
Actually, missing Jonathan Seville from this race. He's usually right up there at the front of all our endurances, so at least they had prior commitments as well. But always good to see in chat.
Yeah, it's funny. It is kind of fun to see the same names in and out over the few months. A lot of familiar faces, and then thrown amongst them are some of the newer faces, kind of the unknown quantities, which I always kind of find fun, because it's like, you know, as you get to know the drivers, you get to get to know, it's like, oh yeah, this is kind of like on par for where they're going to be. But yeah, like the 777 team that is a Team Phoenix, like they're like brand new to me anyway. So it's been fascinating to see where they are in the pecking order. So it's kind of cool to see when there's there's challenges for the drivers who would have occupied those slots. I give them a bit of a run for their money. Joe Nergard down P16, just doing some tidy laps there in the Ferrari, the Emil Frey Racing Team livery.
And Scuderia Spinala, Oscar Bayless's team. However, they're in a Mercedes. That seems a bit contradictory. So obviously, you usually would associate Scuderia with Ferrari. Especially Spinala with Ferrari.
Yeah, that sun is getting quite low now. I wonder if we go on board with someone on the driver's eye view. I wonder if we're going to see any corners where the lighting might play a part of Because I know I struggle with it where sometimes a day it's like just so much trickier to see the apex. I suppose it happens in this corner, but by then you're mostly flooring it anyway. Coming down through the last corner then, nice and easy. Does he have a car on his inside? That was kind of wide. Oh, he does have a car on the inside. Well, leader indeed. Martin Thorpe then goes through for lap 183. Just doing a casual 132.9 there on that last lap. Having said that, Leighton Austin in P2 has that gap down to 11.2 seconds. Did an almost identical lap times at that lap, just down by 4 thousandths, hundredths even. Looking down through the pace, the third place was doing a 138.2, so I don't know if that was an incident or something, but that was a few seconds off. In the pits even, that'll do it. Oh, as we have that, oh, bit of touchy happening there between Miles Dixon and GT4. As we'll go back for a replay to catch that again. Oh, I would call that a bit eager from Miles there. The door was closed, but he's unlocking the door anyway. Proceeded to just a little bit of a bonk, but he came out the worst for it. Valfest in the Porsche GT4, just not too far behind, racing for position for P27. Then Hyde, or rather Cammy Search, driving the Janetta in front, has a 5-second penalty, so it is Invest. Dare I make the pun? Dare I make the pun? Would you say he has a vested interest in staying close by? As we have Miles Dixon getting past, slicing them through the middle. The two Pulse SimSport cars getting right through, and those two GT4s are nose to tail. Oh, it was the Hardware Racing was the other car there. It wasn't two Pulse SimSports.
You were debating making the pun, but to be honest, I think any sort of pun that you make is always going to be the best.
Oh no.
It started. Johnny Seville was Johnny Seville was doing the VEM today as well, and didn't fancy doing 2 endurances in one day because he's done it before, and it's a lot.
Well, we will love you and accept you regardless of where you race, Johnny. Glad to have you in the chat all the same. The more the merrier. As we have a change in position for P4, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like Michael Austin has gotten past. That's 77. Are they in the pits?
They are back out the pits.
Yeah, they just pitted about a lap ago.
So they just, I think that just the timings just cut up then. So now,
I believe though the gap between first and second has come down about 3 seconds. It's down within the single digits. We're at about 9.5 seconds there.
Yeah, Martin Thorpe had a 133.2 in the last lap, with Leighton Austin doing a 132.5. Definite change in pace there. Dare we see a battle for the lead in the last hour of the race? So the pit lane is starting to get a little bit busy. I'm counting 3 cars in there at the moment.
So we've got another drive-through, which is Daniel Hearn, and he is going in to serve it, trying to make us not realise that he got it, but he is the grand winner of drive-through number 20. Hey. Enjoy your scenic drive down the pit lane like many others have done before you.
Wave to the people.
All the disappointing faces on the pit wall on the left,
Yeah.
shaking
Hands
their
on
head.
heads. Some of them can't even bear to watch. Daniel Hearn was the pole sitter for GT4, if I'm not mistaken, so would be lucky to get a podium at this stage as he's out right into the thick of it. Cars either side of him. Ooh, bit of contact there in the background. Between the Racing Strongers and the GT3. I find the GT4 Mercedes is so big that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's the GT3 car. It's Peter Jelinek in the Aston. Johnny Miles is sharing the Pulse Sim Sport car with Yannick Thimesh and Sander Jacobs. Then you've got Austin and Ash Coupland in the 53 Pulse car, and Jurgelis and Hagel in the 52 Lamborghini for all the Pulse drivers, obviously. Johnny Seville was a Pulse driver for quite a long time as well and did a lot of our races in Pulse. It has now went to LFM racing team. He's hopefully getting on well there. All of this though, the drive-through promotes the Simhound Rookies car up into 3rd place in GT4.
Oh yeah, Greg Prescott currently manning the helm of that vehicle. Finds himself with the Broken Bones Sim Racing passing around the outside along with the Emil Frey Ferrari. That Ferrari takes a very wide line, does eventually get around him though. But yeah, 3rd place for the Simhound Rookies. And very nice indeed.
It was just looking at the speed traps for each of the cars. So in GT3, it's fairly obvious what the quickest car in a straight line is, because it's shared. It is shared between the two Mercedes AMGs at 252 kilometers an hour. However, in GT4, you can probably guess what the fastest of all the cars are. It is also the AMG. But would you like to guess what the second fastest car is?
Maserati?
The Ginetta.
No? Oh wow.
Yeah. It's
That's interesting, yeah.
It must have been getting towed along.
shake and baked.
Yeah.
It's so small, just tuck in behind, just hide in the wake.
Okay, so the race leader has come into the pits for the last time, you would hope. Finds their pit box and has engaged the process of getting the last bit of fuel, the last set of tires perhaps. 188 laps, and they've pitted for the last time to take it to the flag. That puts Leighton Austin into the lead temporarily, so that gap understandably came down to 2.9 seconds. But that's obviously going to shift around a bit, so we'll have to keep an eye on how good the outlap is. I'll check to see if it's going to be Merton Thorpe still in the car on the way out. Actually, no, it's not. Oh no, it is. I just got confused because the Lambo has also pitted. So Martin Thorpe going back out again. Seems like a very quick stop. Maybe they I think they might have just taken just enough. Oh, okay. Time flies then. Never mind.
Yeah, they were stopped for 32 seconds, so a pretty good pit stop overall.
Okay, so Leighton is doing a few more laps, it looks like. So they're going to run down their clock a little bit more. Confirmation on the leaderboards on the pit wall timings that Leighton has taken that P1 spot.
What I am seeing though is Martin Thorpe's stint. If it's Thorpe in the car, it might be Shahabi. They are 1 minute into their stint right now. We've got 1 hour and 3 minutes left on the clock when I said that. In a lap is 1.5 minutes. They, depending on when the leader crosses the line for the last lap, they might not make it through on stint time.
Wouldn't they be clear by 10 minutes, so? 75? No, it's 65.
Okay.
I mean, minus the lap and the extra lap, so minus 3 minutes, so 7. Clear by 7 minutes ish.
Yeah, I'm going back on mute.
It's been a long 6 hours. Don't worry.
The 6 hours has actually been extended to a 6 hour and 10 minute race at the last minute.
I got excited thinking there was going to be a controversial end, but no, they're 10 minutes safe.
Now we have
looking
Leighton
at
coming into the pits.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that makes sense. Because I was looking at the stint lengths, and it doesn't show anybody going over 48 laps, and that would have been their 49th lap beginning right there.
Now, if Leighton Austin stays in the pits for 10 minutes, they'll be 10 minutes behind at the end of the race. Oh, I jest. Yeah, we'll have to see what way their exit is, because Martin Thorpe's going to have the fresher tires, you would think. They did have a bit of a gap, but 32 seconds is it 32 seconds they were stopped for, I'm guessing? Or was it just how long they spent in the pits from the
I believe that was
exit?
in the pit time.
32 seconds is stopped. It was 1 minute and 1 second in the pits.
Gotcha.
So Austin is the same, 32 seconds stopped and 1 minute 1 second in the pits. So no time gained or lost in the pit stops. But all to play for in this last stint.
Yeah, and now that they've come out, it looks like there's only a few seconds between them. You'll see
8
that
seconds.
once the timing sectors kind of line up.
So last stint for a lot of these drivers. Wonder how many are on 3 track limit warnings, how much they can push. Definitely still places to be made. I mean, Austin's 8 seconds back, Yellowneck's 11 seconds back off of now Buckley, who's in the car. And yeah, a few larger gaps, but definitely nothing that can be overturned in an hour of a race.
Yeah, looking at the relative positions of P1 and P2 on track, there's definitely sections of the track where Leighton Austin's going to be able to see Thorpe in front of him. I mean, I suppose on these big long stretches as well, but as they come through then for the next few laps, I think the pit wall timings have reflected that now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that battle. It's still looking at around 7 seconds. That hasn't shifted in the opening stint there. 58 minutes feels like a long time, and then that's just gonna fly by, and every second, every few tenths that they can make on each lap in either direction, either Merton extending that lead or Leighton closing that gap, is going to be all the difference. As we have Peters in P18 getting a drive through. Is that number 21?
It is number 21, and with that, we will go to a very short break, then be back for the last hour.
See you on the other side.
3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. Pause. Go, go, go. Three lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. Pause. Go, go, go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last hour of the 6 hours of oNiD's race here at Valencia. We've got a new fastest lap from the Pulse Sim Sport folks, with Leighton Austin setting a 1:31.532. The gap is ever closer to P1. 54 minutes left on the clock, and as he goes through the line, it looks like that gap has come down from 6 seconds to 4.8 seconds. It looks like we have ourselves a battle on our hands.
Yeah, I'd say the race is on. Looks like second place is definitely pushing to close that gap down and see what they could do here in the last hour.
Yeah, the Barton Thorpe doing a 1:33.4 in the last lap, with Austin doing a 1:31.5, so consistently getting sub 32 times. That's just going to whittle away that gap. 53 minutes feels like a lifetime now to catch up. I'd imagine for Martin Thorpe it's going to feel like a really long time to try and hold off the Pulse Sim Sport team behind him.
Yeah, I always definitely find it easier to chase somebody down than it is to hold somebody off. When somebody gets bigger and bigger lap after lap in your rearview mirror, there's something subconsciously that happens to you. Just all of a sudden you start missing tenths here and there.
absolutely. Definitely prone to doing that myself. Of course, the other thing that happens when you're chasing the car is that if the car in front goes off track, I feel like rather than the headlights just drawn to it like a moth to a flame, I'm like, oh, I'll try that line where I go off the track as well.
Like, oh, we're going over here, signing some autographs. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, that shot of Martin Thorpe there had the Paul Sims car, Simsport car, in full view behind him. 4.333 seconds now separates P1 from P2. 5 hours into this 6-hour enduro. Every bit of traffic encountered is going to be absolutely grueling. Martin just wants to get by. They want to run their own races and not let them by necessarily. Yeah, those shadows are definitely running quite a bit longer now as the sun begins to set some bit on this race as well.
Yeah, looking at the track ahead of Thorpe there, it's not looking like he's gonna get a clean run to the end either. Looking like he's coming up on quite a bit of traffic. But Austin will have to deal with the same people as the catches up and moves his way through the pack as well. So we'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, now I'm curious. I'm just gonna see how many of the cars are left to pit, because we do have 51 minutes left. So I think we could be at a stage where almost everyone is pitted and is good to go till the end. I know we're expecting a few just to splash and dash. But as you say, yeah, look at that shot. Only the Ginetta of, is that Ben Brown and the Ginetta? Let me double check. Yeah, it is. Only the only the Ginetta of Ben Brown separates P1 from P2 in this race. As the other Ginetta of Vincent, P1 in the GT4 class, gets out of the way. Nathan Austin chasing. Oh, bit of a replay. Was there an incident?
Ooh.
Oh no. Oh, what's that? That is
Was
a very eager
overambitious.
move. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that could have very well been like, okay, if you're Martin Thorpe and you see that in your rearview mirror, you are absolutely going to send Ben Brown some money after this race. Just going to commission a few liveries, but I think that was a fairly eager move on the GT4 there. We'll have to see how the stewards interpret that. But
Yeah,
that's
that could
definitely going to throw a spanner into the works of that lead.
Yeah, I would say that Austin was probably lucky that Ben got away with that and didn't lose too much time themselves, because that could very easily have turned into a penalty for Austin, I think.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was thinking as well. If it had gone the other way around and say Ben was the one pointed backwards, it might have had a larger effect on Austin there.
Yeah. Let's put that gap back to 9 seconds. So still within 10 seconds, 49 minutes on the clock. You could think it would happen. Just has to keep his nose clean in the meantime. Stewards will be, I imagine, chewing over that one just to see. It might just end up being a warning. It could be potentially something else. The 82 car. That was Van der Katzbeek running wide into A23. So just getting a warning for the Broken Bones Sim Racing. I believe that's their number 1 car. So then the important thing for Leighton now is to kind of do like a reset, I suppose, kind of get back into the zone. Would have been kind of maybe tempers flaring or like, you know, emotions kind of running high a little bit after that bit of contact after the spin. It doesn't look like it's going to have done too much damage to the tires or anything. It's not like he kind of drifted or anything like that. But it is going to have some effect in that it's put a fair bit of breathing space between Martin Thorpe and himself. Or just going through the start-finish line at the moment. We're just going to see how these 2 laps are doing. He was 6 seconds slower or quicker than Leighton that last time. So Martin's done a 132.5, and then Leighton on this one, I believe he's done a 132.2. So catching up again, whittling away at that gap. It's down to 8.8 seconds. And yeah, you definitely think it's on the cards for a Pole Sim Sport win if they can keep their nose clean, but a lot can happen between now and then.
It's the thing with multi-class races is that you've really got to be careful with things like that, and the closing speed of the GT3s on the GT4s is massive. But you can't really go for these sort of late dive bomb moves because the GT4s already started turning in. And it's not on them to dive out the way for all GT3s. It's not like the rules that you get in F1 with blue flags, where the slower cars just to pretty much dive out the way off the track into the next continent to make sure they get past. But
oh, wow, another drive-through for the Porsche of number 7. I feel like they had like drive-through number 19 or something, but they've gotten another one again in the closing stages of this race. So maybe struggling a little bit with the track conditions. But yeah, it's a fantastic point that you bring up because the other side of that coin is that they've been racing for 5 hours, so like they're well aware of what it's like to pass the GT4s, and maybe a little part of them is jump. If I was to introspect a little bit, maybe Leighton Austin just kind of putting that experience by the wayside, just trying to get past, just trying to mount that attack on P1. And in the kind of heat of the moment, just kind of saw the door open and just felt like they had to go for it. But unfortunately, it kind of closed in a Ben Brown shape along the way. But it looks like they've kind of picked themselves back up. They're starting to ease back into it. Gap staying around 8.3 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like a last lap they pulled about a half a second back out of that lead. So, I mean, plenty of time if they keep with that pace right there to get right back up with them and contend for that top spot.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the track map as well. So there's two other cars between them now at the moment, and it definitely looks like Martin Thorpe is going to approach what looks to be 5-6 cars all up ahead of him on the straight at the moment. So definitely a lot of room for negotiating traffic, as we have the 690 car making I'm guessing their splash and dash with 45 minutes left on the clock as they sit in the pits.
yeah, I would think this would be almost splitting the difference between their kind of last stint, because they only did 30 minutes on that last stint. So yes, they've done a little bit. Thought, right, got 40 minutes to the end of the race, pit now, and then you can run a little low fuel fast stint if they've got the tyres left, that is.
In the meantime, Leighton Austin has cleared the 2 cars that were separating them, so now he's got a clear stretch road between himself and Martin Thorpe. A warning for car 53 for a collision with car number 9. 53 being Leighton Austin, car number 9 being Ben Brown. So just a warning on this occasion. That was for the dive bomb, so nothing further beyond that. Just has to keep themselves on their toes. Andrew Pike then in P11 currently. Not far away from Tomlinson in the McLaren. Just up ahead of them on your screen. The sunset lights hitting the car ahead. They won't do well to keep it within the track limits. Who is going to claim the number 10 spot on this top 10 finish for either of these teams would be amazing. Like I said, I haven't seen the SimRacing collective in the Ferrari too often. So I think they've definitely just been keen on experimenting in the last few Enduros from the old inside anyway. 332 is putting up a good fight. Actually,
Yeah, we usually see them in the Audi. I think.
yeah. I feel like it's
And-
either an Audi or a Lexus.
Yeah, and we usually see them a lot further up too. I don't
Yeah,
think
in
they've
the
been
last-
involved in too much.
Yeah, in the last lap, Andrew was doing a 133 where Tomlinson had done a 134.1, so almost about 9 tenths in between them in the last one. So we'll have to see. It's actually funny because about 3 cars behind them is the race leader, so we could have a situation where this battle intersects with the battle for the lead.
But Paul Lambert's in chat saying my wrists and knees are dead. 2 months without racing and now an hour and 50 at once.
Oh,
In the collective world car 24. Saying Ben, you were hard to pass. I think that would be relating to Ben Royal. But I'm not sure. I hope it wasn't Ben Brown, because I would hope that GT3 wouldn't would pass a Ginetta quite quickly.
yeah. So the battle for the lead, just that gap at the moment is looking to be just shy of 6 seconds. 5.99 on the last lap. So slowly but surely, there's clean track between them. But Martin Thorpe is approaching the number 7 car, which is the GT. No, it's GT3. It's just the P19 horse driven by Jack Mullen. And then after that, the 551 of Cruz Peters. So kind of approaching the back markers then for lapping the GT3 classes. So he's gotten past the Porsche now.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a
Actually-
worry there because the Porsche lost the back end through the corner, and I thought, I wonder where he's going to end up. But Mullen, he managed to hold the slide, and then promptly gave the place pass. So
Yeah,
really good
and it
blue
looked like-
flag etiquette.
Yeah, and it looked like Andrew probably kind of lost about almost like a second there to Dan Tomlinson in their battle as well. So fairly kind of touch and go between how they're approaching traffic, I suppose. Looking at the track map, there isn't a whole lot between them now. 5.7 seconds. They're just catching up like a few tenths every lap. 40 minutes left to go. Does feel like a very long time. It just feels like it's ticking by so slowly.
Give a wee shout out to Scott Vincent. I think he's done quite a lot of the stints in this Ginetta, along with Kieran Sharp. It's just the two of them, I think.
Yeah, I think. As we have.
Double
It
checking.
almost
Yeah.
looked like. He runs kind of wide there. Was that a GT3 behind him? It was.
Yeah,
Seems
that's-
like they got very close. Coming into turn 1, I think he almost felt like he had to go wide there. Just kind of got spooked. Bit of a weird one. Luckily, no contact. I think the takeaway here is that when you don't paint the Ginetta looking like an oNiD or like a Hello Kitty car, I think other cars are less inclined to hit them. I feel like through no fault of their own, Johnny and Ben have just kind of come into contact with other cars and themselves. Actually, some of it was their own fault. But yeah, definitely just a bit unlucky with how much contact had happened to them. I can't help but think it was just a reflection of the livery they'd opted to go for today.
Yeah, I'd say there's probably not a clean corner left on that car. It seems like it's been just about bumped and touched and moved around just about every way.
Unfortunate 5-second penalty for Jack Mullen in the Porsche there for number 7 for not holding brakes. Probably from a few laps ago.
Yeah, it was
The
from
gap to the leader.
a while ago, and they collided with the treble 8 car, the GT4. Allegedly.
Oof. The gap to the leader is now 4.4 seconds, so that is coming right down. There's only one car separating them on track, and Martin is due to try and pass the 553 car. You see, there's a whole line of traffic ahead of him, and he's just gonna hope that he can just pass him cleanly at this part of the track and just let Leighton Austin behind deal with him through the middle of the track. But he's managed to get past one, maybe two of the cars. Has to slow it down a little bit to take a tighter exit so he doesn't run into the back of them. That's gonna let Leighton just kind of catch him, creep up on him. That gap is now less than 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely a less than opportune location on the track to be catching up to a big old gaggle of cars like that when you're Martin Thorpe trying to stay out in front like that. Just like, please guys, let me through. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I'm in a rush, please.
Exactly, yeah. Just heating up.
We do have a lurker who's joined back into the chat as well.
Hello.
Ahoy, hoy.
Ahoy, hi, how are we?
We're doing good, we're doing good. Just keeping an eye on how this is all simmering out.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting end to the race because Leighton's in a rush and catching Mr. Thorpe fairly quickly.
3.3 seconds in it now.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing is, it's like, you know, it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to pass. So I wonder to what extent we're going to see a masterclass of defence from Mr. Thorpe out in P1, or if it's going to be the case that Leighton just kind of waltzes on through once he manages to catch up.
As well as I know Leighton's been catching up on Thorpe, but Alchemets in the Cute and Round car hasn't been letting Leighton get away much. I looked quite a long time ago and they were about 9 seconds of a gap. It's only 10 seconds now, so if the front two do start fighting, then it could end up in a three-way battle for the podium.
That's a great shout out because that Alchemets was a second and a half quicker than Martin Thorpe that last time around. So, yeah, Leighton Austin did a 133, Martin Thorpe did a 134, but Alchemets did a 132.4. So, slowly but surely, reeling them in.
So, how was your second stint, Johnny?
Yeah, it was really good actually. I spent the first 20 minutes really pushing, trying to get past Tony and catching up with Dan Lindblom, which I managed to do, and obviously Tony and Dan had a little coming together, so I'd really blown the tyres out quite early in the stint, so instead of having the shorter stint at the end, I had a shorter stint in the middle, and Ben's doing a longer one to finish. But yeah, we did good. We said at the start of the race we'd be happy with 5th, and we're in 5th. Although Ben's currently sitting on 3 speed tokens, if I dare mention it.
Again, how many of them were him again?
All of them.
Oh.
I've not got one today.
Yeah, a man after my own heart.
So yeah, we had a little bit of an incident with Leighton. More problems for Leighton than it was for us, and we've got a good 20-second gap to Dan Lindblom now, and I don't think we're going to catch the rookies team. We're up in 4th, so yeah, I don't think we're going to catch them.
Yeah, solid effort from them for sure. Just kind of keeping an eye on this battle here with the 69 Sim Racing Collective Ferrari driven by Mr. Pike. That gap has closed right up again. It was kind of stretching a little bit in the last 2 laps, but I think Daniel Tomlinson had a bit of an iffy last lap where he did a 135, and so Andrew was able to catch up with a 133.6. kind of eating away at that gap a little bit. Meanwhile, out in front, the gaps of the leader is 2.4, with Alexander Alchemets kind of still keeping that 13-second gap back to Leighton. A little bit touchy as they get through, but looks like Pike's got the move done.
Yeah, using the other TSRC car, the GT4 car, to his advantage there, and really getting past quite nicely.
Ooh, but there's contact. Oh, that's a spicy meatball. One for the Stewards. Just as we watch that back, you see after the initial move that Andrew Pike's now given the gap there. Yeah, it just looked like it looked like the two of them were kind of turning in at the same time. Ultimately, the Haribo car kind of collecting the inside.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a weird incident, honestly. It almost seemed like Pike might have been a little bit slow, but then again, I think the Haribo car got extra help slowing down when he ran into the back of him.
A 5-second penalty for the 777 car for a dive bomb on the 52. The 777 being the Team Phoenix Racing, currently driven by Twice, down in P9. So we'll see that penalty, I think, being applied shortly.
I think it had been applied, but they also dived into the pits around about 2 laps ago, so I think they have actually served it already. It was just very brief. It was up, but look at the gap for the lead.
What gap? That is less than a second you're looking at as they cross the line. 0.375 seconds. Registering at 0.088 on the pit wall. Penalty for number 7 for dive bomb lapping on the 713 car. So I get a bit more misery added onto the race of the number 7 car, as it looked like they were through a corner there.
I think they just spun out as well.
They did, through turn 1. But I'm not going to go to a replay because this could change anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
30 minutes, 22 seconds, 21 seconds to go. How good is Martin Thorpe at defending?
Yeah, and P3, it shouldn't be forgotten, are only 10 seconds behind these two. So as these two battle, that gap is only going to come down. I think we're going to see all the stops pulled out. 30 minutes. It's a 30-minute sprint to the line, give or take a lap at the end.
It's just like a 30-minute sprint race now.
Yeah.
I was literally just thinking that. I'm like, so the first 5.5 hours is basically just to get us to this last 30-minute sprint.
It's just to use up
22
some
seconds.
tyres and fuel. Ash Coupland cheering on Leighton, obviously Leighton's teammate in the chat as well. Sharpie cheering on Scott Vincent in the Ginetta, who's comfortably in the lead of the GT4 class. As Johnny did predict before the race had started, they thought they would have a good chance of winning. But yeah, Leighton all over the back of Thorpe, as we're seeing. How long is it going to be? How long is he going to want to stick behind? And how many trap limit warnings are these guys on?
Yeah, all very pertinent questions. Any of them, like, because I find when you're following so close to a car in front, it's so easy to like kind of clip the inside track limits in a way. Like, you know, it's like if you're trying to follow them through or like sneak in, you can find like or similarly on the exit, you can't quite see where the track where the limits are, because where you're looking for is being blocked by the car in front. So Leighton has to be very careful to not kind of run foul of that. But also, from Martin's point of view, like any bit of pressure he's under that could result in a well, actually Coupland's saying they have one track warning, so you would call that safe for 30 minutes. I don't think they haven't had a drive-through for track limits all day, have they?
No, I don't think they have. I don't think either of these top two have had.
Yeah, so we now have this intense battle taking place. Something happened. Mr. Pike, he dropped a few seconds back in the last lap. Looks like he's caught behind some traffic. I know our attention is elsewhere. The P3 car still 10 seconds behind, so, but he is the quicker of the three of them. So both Martin Thorpe and Leighton Austin were doing a 133 flat in the last lap, but P3 was doing a 132.4, so actually took a half second off the two of them. Just see the push and pull here as Leighton's able to catch up in certain areas, falls back in others. Just as we get to the last sector now, you see how wide Martin Thorpe is setting himself up for this penultimate corner. And the white sweeping right, the sun almost going underneath the grandstands. 26 minutes. Just tucks it in. Leighton taking a fairly tighter line. Gonna enjoy a whole straight of drafting now. As we get the aerial view. Doesn't look like he's catching up. It looks like, you know, I don't know how different the steps would be, but there we see it. Leighton running quite wide. I wouldn't be surprised if that was track warning number 2. And he's to be very careful of that for the next 26 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of one of those things where you caught up, but the track is so confining that you can't quite get a run on the person ahead. So you're kind of just stuck to that pace once you've got to the back bumper, it seems like.
Yeah, and that gap to P3 is coming down as well. It's now within the single digits. So this battle for the podium essentially could go anywhere in the next 25 minutes. 10-second penalty for car number 332 for a collision with car number 69.
That was the one that we saw at turn 1 with Andrew Pike and Tomlinson.
Yeah, so I think it looks like Andrew Pike is quite a bit further back. So it doesn't look like that 10-second penalty is going to actually impact him too greatly at this stage.
Yeah, Pike had another slow lap, a 140 in the last lap, and you'd spotted the 139 the lap before, so but this is incredibly close now. Leighton Austin, closest he's been down the pit straight, but you can't really overtake into this first corner unless you're touching, but that is 100%.
I would love if Coupland in the chat could confirm what their track. Well, actually, no. Maybe for the interests of competitiveness, they can keep that information hidden. So should they choose, so that the Martin Thorpe's teammates don't relay that information, because that would be valuable to have. So we'll have to keep an eye on it and see. You see just the different lines being taken, very defensive, setting themselves up for the next corner, kind of making sure there isn't any options on the table for Leighton to exploit. All the while, the gap to P3 it's still around 9.5. It's coming down, but it's, unless it's going to keep coming down to the point that the three of them are fighting for P1 on the last 2 laps, anything can happen. Just getting through some lap traffic then. I believe that's Cammy, I believe, still in the car of the Caden Computers GT4 Janetta. So gap is kind of spacing out a little bit more at this point. The pit wall timing, oh there we go, 0.338, it's given 0.622 on the ACC leaderboards. And then, yeah, P3, that gap is kind of slowly creeping back up again. It's now 9.7 seconds. So, kind of waiting in the wings. Like, you'd have to say it's like if there's any contact between these two, knock on wood, they kind of race cleanly for the next 20 minutes. But you get the sense that McLaren is just like waiting in the wings, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Should anything happen, these two drivers.
Yeah, definitely within a reasonable amount of time there to kind of benefit from anything that were to happen, if anything were to happen.
Yeah. Oh man, I feel like there's just such a story building up in any case. It's either going to be a masterclass of defense from Martin Thorpe here, or it's going to be the story of the absolute onslaught of an attack put on by Leighton Austin. Really can go either way. And what was an hour only a few moments ago is now 20 minutes. Oh boy.
I suppose what it does show is Leighton caught Martin Thorpe quite quickly. It was half a second a lap, roughly, at least. But he's been behind for 10 minutes now. And
yeah,
shows how difficult it is to actually make that last little bit to overtake, even though you're quicker. And as he looks, he's thinking about a move, but not quite close enough.
Yeah.
Flashbacks of Hello Kitty, Janetta's. Thinking, maybe I'll wait till another corner.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you know, he could be quicker in all the places that he's now has to slow down because there's a Martin Thorpe shaped car in front of him. As we have a GT4 just getting out of the way. Does so cleanly. I think at this stage you don't want to be in any like GT3 or GT4 and holding up the leaders. Checking in on the 777 car, they are 8.7 seconds back now, so they are catching up. They did a 131.9, where the two cars in front of them did 132.5s and 132.8s. So very, very interesting. The sun might be setting, but this action is heating up.
Oh, they're very close now. I'm going to switch the helicam to see as Leighton's got the move on the inside and completes it.
That could be it. The Maserati could have been the key factor there. Just with the positioning there on that move, that's going to give the lead to Leighton Austin. With 20 minutes left on the clock, they now have a fair bit of clean air in front of them. Only one car really in the immediate future. That's the 82 car of P5, to give you a sense of just how quickly these folks are lapping through the traffic.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Austin can now open that gap up and start turning those laps again about a half second quicker, or if possibly Thorpe was maybe doing a little tire saving, knowing that he was on a couple lap older tires. I don't know. We'll see.
Fair point, fair point.
I'm looking at the instant sheets, and it's all getting a bit confusing. There was one posted in the manual reports, and then another team reporting their own team, and then that team reporting another report saying that wasn't them that made that first report. And it's all getting very controversial.
Oh no. Action on and off the track.
Yeah. Even if any of them get a penalty, I don't think it's going to affect any of the results. So, a bit of an odd one, but yeah, we'll see how that pans out. Thorpe's not letting Austin go that much though.
No, just a little bit of clean air between them. P3 7.8 seconds behind, although you do see, I suppose this is where Leighton Austin was kind of catching Martin Thorpe might have been through these tight sections where maybe just running a little bit more downforce or just to set up just a little bit more suited. Quick flash of the lights to let the driver in front know that they plan on making the move. Yeah, it looks like because that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, you know, maybe Leighton was kind of blocking, or Leighton was catching Martin in those kind of midsection areas, but when he's being, like when that's being blocked, couldn't necessarily capitalize on that. About a second and a half now separates them. Ben Brown back in P24. Translates to P5 in the GT4 class. Long showing again.
I've just noticed the back of the that Ginetta. In fact, I'll try and get... This may or may not... No, I'm not going to, because last time I went into free cam it broke everything. So I'm not going to. But maybe if I... who's
here we go.
behind them? Let's go on
no one
the bumper cam. And look what it says on the back of the Ginetta, if we get to see it. Not quite. Well, on the back of the Ginetta, it says punt at own risk. And which GT4 do we think has been punted the most in this race?
A lot of risks been taken.
Maybe the livery did have something to do with the incident inclusion.
Everyone's decided, I'll take the risk.
So Leighton Austin, the last lap, did a 1:32 flat, which was quicker than both Martin Thorpe and P3. So looks to be just pushing that gap out a little bit now. Scott Vincent, leader of the GT4 class, very comfortable for them. They are the top loaf of bread. As we just have a look down, Ruotsalainen in P2 in the 404, Apex not found team.
I think it would have been a very different race if they didn't have that collision with the pit wall.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they're only a minute and 10 behind the TSRC Ginetta. And if I remember right, that was about the length of time that they lost in that pit stop. So I think it could have been
right.
very close if that hadn't happened. So shame, but still second place. And,
yeah. I mean, a podium's a podium.
if you're not first, you're last.
That's the most amazing Scottish take on an American accent.
I'm sorry for any offence caused, Dom.
No worries. Americans can't do accents for anything.
Yeah, that's payback for the grid walk. Nick Manders then for the oNiD Racing Simhound team. Currently in P4. Have they dropped a position to Daniel Hearn in the last while, or am I just misremembering things? I thought they were on.
No, they've been in fourth for a while now. Ben Brown
right, yes.
Yeah, Ben in fifth with the punt at own risk, as you can see in the back there. And then Daniel Lindblom sitting in sixth place in class in the Maserati team flat spot, which I don't know how much flat spots they've had, but they've definitely been lighting the back tyres up quite a lot.
Yep.
Maybe we'd like a lap with the Maserati, would we?
Absolutely. I think Andrew Pike in P11 has received a 5-second penalty.
So this is the controversial bit that I was on about. And Scott Vincent as well has got a penalty of 5 seconds. So what had happened was Pike had bump drafted the Ginetta down one of the straights to give him a wee boost, and it got reported, and they have been given a 5-second penalty each for it. But really, they didn't need to, given that Vincent's a minute ahead.
Okay. Bit of a interesting. Bit of team tactics, I suppose, at play there.
Yeah, I wonder if I can. Here we go. Let's get a view on how much Daniel has to counter steer on a lap.
Oh.
Well, you can see on the dash.
Almost immediately.
On the dash, you see just to the left of the gear number, there's a little picture of the car with the tyres. When they go red, it means they're locked for the ABS.
So, yeah, curious to see coming down to the last corner. Oh, oh yeah, those two left tires just
screaming, absolutely screaming.
Of course, ACC doing ACC things. We don't see the time relatives on the dash. They'd have that information, but we just don't get it. Oh, good save.
Bit of a handful, is it?
I mean, it's yeah. As the left tires was just getting past.
That's the 4th place car, Hagel.
Ah, fantastic.
Followed by Mullen in the number 7 Force. That's a dive.
Ooh. The Porsche quickly disappeared from the mirror and then reappeared. And is somewhere off to the right there as they get the straight line speed under their belt.
I love how the locked brakes just sometimes he goes into a corner and it's just flashing all of them randomly.
Spreading the love.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Well held. For a car that has no traction control. Oh wow, that was hats off to him. Like, what a bold choice.
Yeah.
Still maintain it's like the safest time to do it is when you know there's not going to be any rain. As we have a bit of a dive going into the last corner ahead, they're not racing for position, are they?
No, they're not.
Oh, very squirrely exit.
Yeah, that
so 10
is
minutes left.
a lap.
What a thrilling lap, man. I feel like I could watch that for 6 hours and not be like bored at any point. I do like the recent updates where you really see the tire physics, the suspension kind of kicking in as they go over the curbs and stuff. See a bit more the kind of tire action. It's the 69 and the 99, not the 66 car.
I have done so well with these typing in thing and not made a typo so far. And we are within the last 10 minutes. And
it's because it's like, oh, they're trim cars. One's gone 66, the other's gone 99. That makes sense. It was like, no, one of them, they couldn't both be the 69 car. So.
They should have been 69 and 96.
Yeah, is there a 96? I don't think there is.
Is a 96 when you... I was going to say it's when you fall out with each other.
there is a 690 car that's driven by Preet Ilmoja there in P15. Well, I added that, took the other one. A 609 is when you have a pillow between you.
or an animal of some sort that stops anything happening. I thought I better add in that last bit. Don't want to get shot down.
Yeah, it's like when Stevie can't break track limits on ACC, he's trying to break the track limits on YouTube's terms of service. See how far. Oh, who's that? Oh,
That's Hagel in
Marcus
fourth.
Hagel. What's happening to him?
It
Matches
is.
up. Oh wow! And he's found a barrier. So is that gonna?
It shouldn't affect where they finish. Van der Katsbeek's still 25 seconds back.
Yeah. Unless the damage was significant, but it doesn't look to have been majorly so. Well, having said that, it could unsettle the car at some point, and they could be susceptible for another spin. Yeah, it doesn't look like the track's going to lose enough visibility to necessitate the cars turning their lights on. But a nice sunset to what's been 6 hours of absolutely manic racing, just at every point.
Yeah, it looks like the sun stopped being in drivers' eyes as well. It's a dip behind that stand, and now it's just that kind of awkward, as I think they have another person who has punted the Ginetta at their own risk.
Yeah, it looks like... What happened there?
Side by side, and...
Oof. Oh, and then they roll back into the other car. Oh, that could end up being penalties for one or two cars there. Extra
really
credit.
been in the wars though.
Yeah, I guess avoid pink liveries if you don't want contact. You see, just he's very eager to try and get by. I think Ben Brown just kind of almost letting it happen at that point, but was more than entitled to take that corner as he had done. Extra just trying to get his way through. Don't think they are battling for too many positions at this point in time. 5 minutes left on the clock.
No,
Adrianic and Buckley are close-ish. 2 seconds between them.
Yeah, I think that's our closest battle on track at the moment. The yellow neck. You can see Buckley in the yellow and black Ferrari, just there. But the next closest cars is actually still the leaders, but it's about 4 seconds.
Yeah, P3. I think the 77 car had been doing great for keeping that gap to Leighton Austin at about 9 seconds. And as you see, Martin Thorpe kind of like falling back from Leighton. He's just kind of like falling away from Leighton and further back into the clutches of Alec Metz in P3. There's a certified gaggle of cars in front of you. It's very tight on the inside there. Has to be careful with how he's passing. Does so and is through.
Yeah, they're actually the closest car to Buckley now, so they're catching, but could be a penalty looming for the number 24 car after that contact with Ben. Stewards are looking at it just now, but we'll see what comes of it. But it'll be dropped it a little bit back. It was maybe just the concertina effect as we were going through the lap cars. But yeah, any penalty they get, unless they get in front of Buckley, I don't think it's going to affect their position anyway, given they're 20 seconds ahead. So jump on with Austin, Leighton Austin, who can't remember where they actually started. They started in 7th place.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I managed to make up 6 positions. Hit the lead. Thorpe started in 3rd, so made up 1 position, but
Interrupt this broadcast. We have a drive-through for Gettings down in P16.
number 23. Biggest gainer in the race, positions wise, is, I would say it's Scott Vincent because they're up 10 places, but I think that's more to do with the GT3s that have disconnected. Otherwise, it is Tomlinson in the 332, who've made up 9 positions from 19th.
Oh wow.
Biggest loser.
Sorry, there was a drive-through for the 888 car. I'm not sure if we counted that one. Would it have been a GT4, is it?
Yeah, when...
Yeah, it looks like they only cleared it a minute ago, so unless we already had that on the books. I don't know if we did. Could be number 24.
Yeah, no, it looks like they did just do that, and we would have missed it because we were too high up the standings, so that is number 24. Can we get one last
Nothing
one?
escapes my eye.
Can we get one
1:40
more?
on the clock.
One more to make it 25.
Oh, could you imagine if Leighton Austin ended up getting a drive-through at this stage?
Oh. Go on, do it.
Gettings just clearing their drive-through. So a minute left on the clock. The leader is currently halfway through their lap. I'm guessing we're going to get one more in. Might be close. No, it won't. We'll get another lap in.
Yeah, this will be Austin coming around to start the last lap when they cross the line.
Been an absolutely mega effort from them. An absolute tirade of an attack to claw that. What was it? About 12 seconds at the beginning of the hour, the top of the hour, whittling that down. And then about half an hour to go, had caught up with Martin Thorpe and battled for like another 10-15 minutes, and then was able to get through. And then it's only extended that lead to about 5 seconds, so Martin has definitely not wanted to let that go. There's a little bit of a battle for P3, with Alchemets being only 3 seconds behind, but I think the clock is just going to run out as the clock hits 0 on the race timer. So we've 6 hours completed. Leighton Austin then just taking us through the last half of this lap, and that's going to be it for the oNiD 6 hours here at Valencia. And man, what a race it would have been. Not going to count my chickens just yet, because anything can happen between now and the end of the lap. But yeah, what a fantastic race it's been.
Yeah, it's been good, been exciting. Battles all the way through pretty much. There was a little bit in the middle, I would have said, where everyone was kind of spaced out, but then it came into this kind of will he catch up, and then there was the issue with the GT4. We're thinking, oh, could that be it? I mean, but Leighton is going to take the win alongside Ash Coupland in his teammate, with Martin Thorpe and Alex Shahabi in 3rd, and then Alexandra Alchemet.
Second.
Yes, 2nd, sorry.
Alexander taking P3. I mean, to get through 6 hours and have the top 3 within 7 seconds of each other is a pretty strong testament to the strength of those 3 teams. and what a battle they've given us. Really could have gone any way. In GT4, we've Daniel Hearn taking the P3 slot. We have Trinket to Task coming through P7. Scott Vincent, you would say, is going to take P1 in that class. 10-second penalty for cars number 9 and 24 for a collision while lapping. Car number 9 being the Hello Kitty car, with 24 being the Ferrari that we'd seen. So that was the incident we saw a few laps ago. So second place then goes to Rutsalainen in the Mercedes. Scott Vincent coming along the long last corner to take the P1 slot for GT4. What a strong showing.
Yeah, solid race, and a minute and a half. In fact, no, they were about a minute in the lead as they crossed the line, but yeah, absolutely solid drive. Last across the
Absolutely.
line was Luke Sherlock.
Yeah, and just a great showing as we have we've Trinket back in the comms booth. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Man, 6 hours. What a
To acknowledge my existence, but hello.
I wasn't sure who it was without joining us. So, yeah, how was the last few? Scene.
Hello, yes. Yeah. You know, had decent pace, not much happened, just zoomed around. Got a P8 finish, so happy with that. Started in 13th.
Yeah,
Who
the
actually
six-
improved the best in the race? I think Tomlinson, or maybe Vincent. Vincent for GT4, Tomlinson for GT3.
That was, I think,
We went up
exactly what
5.
Stevie was saying. Yeah, I think Tomlinson was what 10 places. You were saying, Stevie, was it?
Yeah, Tomlinson was up 10 places. Vincent was up a little bit more, but as I say, all the GT3s that left would have.
But you can see the
bumped them
other
up.
GT4s, they're a smaller number, so I was looking at it, but everyone's leaving now, so all the numbers are wrong.
Yeah, what a absolutely mega 6 hours. Really kind of flew by. As Stevie was saying, like battles throughout. I certainly wasn't expecting to see such a battle for the lead coming down to the wire like that. Really, anything could have happened. Everything, everything that could have happened almost did. Like between bit of contact that kind of ended up putting Leighton in a spin that kind of set back his attack on P1 there for about another few laps, but was able to claw it back and eventually got the move done. But yeah, even the battles in GT4 were thrilling as well, all the way through.
Yeah, no, it was a really good race. And if there is any drivers that want to come in as well as Trinket and do a bit of a what am I trying to say?
Intervals.
An interview. That's the one. Then yeah, we would love that. So, and if not, then it's all good.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, it was really interesting. The drive-throughs. We didn't get quite to 25 in the end, so we'll have to settle with 24. But that puts us at what, like 4 drive-throughs an hour. So that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's a good.
Considering-
We managed to hold off forgetting it, so happy with that.
Did you finish with 3 warnings?
Yeah, we had 3 warnings after the first hour or so.
Oh my god! Oh wow, fair play for
Actually,
holding
no
off.
warnings in the first hour, and then 2 warnings in the second hour, and then when I got in the car right after. warning straight away. So yeah, more than half the race with 3 warnings, managed to hold off. The track limits here are very fair. It's quite easy to run wide. Versus something like Kota where the track limits are not fair at all.
Yeah, I get you.
It is very easy just to push it a little bit further, and because you know that if it does happen, then you're just gonna run a little bit wide and carry on. Whereas if the track had gravel or anything, then you would be in the you would be slowing down. Like Zolder's a bit like that in turn 4, the right hander. If you run ever so slightly wide and dip a wheel into the gravel, you're slowing down an awful lot.
The track limits for turn 10 at Valencia is the gravel pretty much. So I imagine if you somehow flew through the gravel at high speed, the game's like, nope, track limit warning. But I had a fun, interesting event in the last half hour. I was braking into the last corner. I was passing 2 lapped cars, and my wheel came loose.
3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. Pause. Go, go, go.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, it looks like we have some drivers waiting in the old waiting room. If we want to pull them in.
Yeah, let's pull them in. So that is Kieran Sharp and Scott Vincent from the TSRC Janetta. Hello, guys. Congratulations on the GT4 win. They've disappeared.
Hello, I'm here.
And one of them disappeared. Broom, broom, broom.
What have I done with Scott? I maybe dragged him into the wrong chat by accident. Here he is. Yeah, congratulations, guys. How was that race
Thanks.
for you?
Yeah, good.
It was a good start. Went from P4 up to P1, but then I think we just got tagged slightly. I had a bit of understeer, and then I can't remember where we fell down to, but then we slowly worked our way up. So it was good.
Yeah, winning by a healthy margin in the end. I know there was issues for the other couple teams as well, but once you got through that kind of first bit, then you seemed like it was a reasonably easy race, and you had the second quickest speed trap out of the GT4s as well. Would you believe it?
Yeah, something of bit of controversy, I think. Didn't mean to unsettle some people's nerves with that. Just kind of joking around between both of our teams. We had a bit of a helping hand from our other GT3 team, unfortunately. So yeah, some of those teams that were unsettled by it.
I didn't mean to mention that. You actually had the quickest speed trap before that as well.
Oh, did we? Oh,
yeah.
You probably definitely got it.
Yeah, you gained another 6 kilometers on that one pass, but.
Oh, did we?
But yeah, I think either way, you had the win pretty much in the bag by that point. Regardless.
Yeah, the car felt great. It was just so easy to drive, no matter what happened, and the air temps and track conditions. So it was great fun.
Good. And
I think the lesson that people would want us to take from this for oNiD Enduros is to just leave out the rain. But I think the main thing is to just include more multi-class races.
I love multi-class racing. It's great. Yeah, definitely do it more.
Yeah. And with the Janetta, did you have many track limit warnings by the end?
Oh yeah, we had none.
I actually did one right in the last stint. Just went wide on the turn 1, I think it was. I had like a GT3 on the inside, but so technically none. But yeah, we did get one right on the end in the last, I don't know, 20 minutes, I think it was.
Just to feel like a part of the rest of the grid, because I think the count by the end was 24. I think spread across 24 that we witnessed anyway. We had to keep an eye on the GT4s because they were below on the leaderboards. But otherwise, yeah. decent, because it's a tricky enough track in a lot of ways for track limits. But I suppose once you have a car that's as dialed in as yours was, then it's a bit easier to keep it between the lines.
Yeah, yeah, it was great, and it was just you had to always be on your wits really with so tight and twisty track. It was great. Yeah, it was a shame about the two Mercs. I think they got into two incidents, one on the start finish line and one hit another wall. So I think it would have been really close race otherwise.
Yeah, I think we were saying just at the end that Routsalainen in the 404 Merc that hit the pit wall. I think it looked like they thought they were clear of the Porsche tucked back in, but just weren't. You know, sometimes ACC tells you you're clear, but you're not. It kind of looked like that,
Yeah.
but they must have got about. Well, I think they were in the pits for about a minute, so it would have been quite close in the end had they not had that happen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah, I think it would have been close. So gone choppy.
Yeah, considering damage as well, they held it on for that stint quite well before pitting as well. I think it was only when I think they were really struggling through traffic and the tyres wore down that I think they pitted earlier than normal. But yeah, they had a really good pace and they were quickest at the end. But we were taking no risks, looking after the tyres as well. Car was really good on tyre, meaning we didn't need to make any risk of track limits and things like that, trying to get time out the car. So yeah, it's good having the competition early on, and we also thankful for having a healthy gap at the end, and we had the luxury of taking it easy.
Yeah, but yeah, congratulations to yous, and I noticed Andrew Pikes apologised as well in the YouTube chat for the little bump draft. But no, congratulations to yous, and as well as the top 10 and the GT3s as well for your other team, and hopefully see you at the next one, whatever that may be.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, thanks for listening. Another great race. We've been taking part in all these big enduros, so yeah, we'll be up for more the merrier. So yeah, thanks once again.
And
Thank you.
also, good luck with the what is it, 6 hours of not kill that you're doing on iRacing?
Yeah, that's planned with
So,
Motorsport UK. Yeah.
Good luck with that when it comes round as well. I wish I could do it, but I'm away that weekend.
Yeah.
Best of luck, yeah.
But yeah, no, thank you very much, you two, and we'll see you at the next race.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Cool. I think we can pretty much wrap it up there as well. It's been good. Thank you very much to yous as well for coming in and commentating. There's the Paul, Dom, Trinket, Ben.
Yeah. Thanks to the stewards and stuff as well for their tireless efforts, which also included some of the same names as the comms. Yeah, I think it's a massive effort from all the admins and things, but it's also like I don't know. I always just like, you know, this race isn't anything without the 36 teams that signed up for it and all the drivers that had to kind of like take time out of their weekends to practice and take part. So massive thank you to everyone for taking part as well. Always glad to see such fantastic racing that can last, you know, 6 hours, 12 hours, an hour and a half, whatever it is. It's always good to kind of have a nice kind of community where you're guaranteed action whether you want it or not.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, thank you to everyone. We will sign off now, but I believe we'll be back tomorrow for our usual Sunday championship.
With me joined once again with David Russell for the Sunday Multi-Class World Cup.
And that's going to be 90 minutes of Silverstone. So it's the second last round.
Penultimate, yes.
Yeah.
And then the week after that, the finale at Spa-Francorchamps.
So tune in for that one tomorrow. It will be kicking off on stream at about 8 o'clock-ish tomorrow evening. And we will see you next time. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.